Unless there are exceptions. Those very rare individuals must be studied separately, but generally speaking, it is believed that such cases are related to the Emperor, the greatest existence in history, far surpassing an alpha-class psychic in strength. Like the legendary archangels and sages, these two interstellar warriors known for their demigod-like spiritual energy prowess. Now the situation is clear. Under normal circumstances, Ji Yu Heng's spiritual energy has indeed plateaued. He cannot ascend any further. However, he thought of another path. If it is believed that grade S represents the highest level of spiritual energy that humanity can wield, and anything higher is beyond what one can grasp as a human, then I won't become. Oh, of course, I can't stop being human. But Ji Yu Heng does have a unique advantage, which is his grasp of the subspace essence of the subspace inferior god. To break the limits of humanity and wield alpha-level spiritual energy, even to a greater extent, relying on loopholes alone won't cut it. One must possess the essence of subspace and become one of their own, in subspace. If he is now in subspace, possessing the power to defeat the great demon head-on, then he has already achieved the strength of an alpha-class psychic. What he needs to do next is to assimilate the subspace essence as closely as possible, even embrace this essence, so that he gradually acquires this level of strength in the real world. But Ji Yu Heng still has reservations. Over embracing the essence of the Storm God Kingdom's subspace, wouldn't that mean no longer being human? Currently, he is still a psychic, and even if a grand judge from the tribunal were to stand before him, he'd still be a legitimate imperial psychic. But if combined with the storm essence, then it wouldn't work. About this, Ji Yu Heng also harbors doubts. Fortunately, this isn't a decision that needs to be made right away. His current LV9, similar to a grade S+ level spiritual energy, is already sufficient. If there is a big issue, Ji Yu Heng can exploit a loophole and temporarily obtain alpha-level power, so there's nothing unsatisfactory. As for the future path to touch the ceiling, there's still plenty of time to explore. Ji Yu Heng has many points of grace at his disposal. After the victory of that great battle, he directly received 1.3 million points, and at the time, he even felt like he could never spend all these points. Later on, he found out that this was an illusion. The loyalty training for 40,000 administrative officers cost 400,000 points. His own leveling up cost 200,000 points. Almost half were gone. But having spent so much, these 40,000 people can only be considered a stopgap solution at best. Administrative officers were still lacking. Furthermore, he had to reserve a large amount of grace points for military training. He intended to enforce military control in all the nest capitals of Coralia, clear out the bottom nest districts and lower nest districts, and need long-term fortification. The current 150 million planetary defense force troops were far from enough. And Ji Yu Heng didn't even see the value in ordinary planetary defense forces. He aimed to eventually reform Coralia's entire military under the Salvation Army system. Talking about expanding the military, even the training for these 100 million existing troops would cost 1 million grace points. How could he afford that? If he truly wanted to expand to his ideal size of around 300 to 400 million troops, that would be even more unfeasible. Looking at it this way, there truly weren't enough grace points to go around. And the significant increase in monthly grace point income Ji Yu Heng was expecting from Coralia after system recognition also fell through. Coralia was indeed recognized by the system, which Ji Yu Heng could now see on his panel. However, the inclusion of 40 billion people into the Union did not result in a growth of monthly income, but rather a decrease. Previously, Ji Yu Heng had reached a scale of 7,000 monthly income. But the moment Coralia was acknowledged by the system, it plummeted to 4,000, back to the level from 4 years ago. Good grief, so Coralia was a burden, huh? Ji Yu Heng complained inwardly. This situation was somewhat beyond his estimates. Originally, he did not expect Coralia to provide a particularly high grace point income immediately, not even with its 40 billion people. Ji Yu Heng's worst-case scenario was merely a lower income, but he had not anticipated a deficit. Yet in his heart, Ji Yu Heng wasn't the least bit panicked. At the time, he knew it was only temporary. Suddenly adding hundreds of billions of people with low living standards, low productivity, and poor control was expected to cause such an issue. As the various real problems on Coralia were resolved, this situation would quickly improve. And indeed, it did. In the months since Corellia's system recognition, over 100 million people have been relocated to the Union twin stars. This even caught the attention of Lois, who was returning to the star domain government to assume her position as the Minister of Internal Affairs shortly. Massive population changes in a short period invariably lead to issues. She would question how Corellia could afford the taxes 6 years later if it continued exporting its population at this rate. Ji Hang also had doubts. With the rapid growth in the population of the Union twin stars achieved through migration, how would taxation be handled? They couldn't consider Corellia with its 40 billion people and then count the twin stars with the increased population. Wouldn't that be taxing me twice? After this communication, Ms. Lois in principle agreed that future union taxes would be calculated as an entirety, amounting to an annual tax of 40.5 billion tax currency. Corellia Battle Zone Transformation, a reduction of 4 billion. In the recent 6 years, only the tax currency for Hajian Star and Rage Owl Star needs to be paid annually. However, there will be follow-ups. The Empire recalculates the designated tax quota for each world every 10 years, and the next recalculation period is a year away. At that time, the administrative officials of the Star Sector government will conduct a detailed investigation of the situation on the 3 planets of the Alliance, and in the end, a tax amount will be calculated and reported to the Star Domain. According to past situations, the population of Corellia is too difficult to ascertain accurately, and I'm afraid it will still be calculated as 40 billion. The twin stars are easier. When the time comes, it is estimated that the count will be based on the actual number of people. Whether the population migrates or not, the Empire doesn't care. There's no precedent for that. If Ji Hang can manage Corellia well within the year, conduct a decent population census, and withstand the on-site verification of the Star Sector government and review by the Star Domain government, then wouldn't the matter be resolved? A clear population census means that internal population migration within the Alliance won't affect tax calculations, unless the overall development coefficient of the Alliance is adjusted. Like Flying Wing Star, which also has to pay 4 billion tax currency annually, just like Corellia, but it only has a population of 8 billion. This highly developed garden world has a development coefficient of level 5, meaning a single person corresponds to 0.5 tax currency. It's simply astounding. But for now, it seems the Alliance should not be subject to an increase. It's uncertain after the next decade. Ji Hang still feels somewhat helpless about this result. Adjusting Corellia's governance within a year to the point where a thorough population census can be conducted, even if he is relatively optimistic, he's still somewhat unsure. If things don't go well, he might still suffer. Nevertheless, even so, one should not give up eating for fear of choking. The population migration must be persisted with unceasingly, even at a loss. In fact, it has already had an effect. Those who are relocated to Hajian Star and Rage Owl Star indeed have no debuffs and can be put to work immediately. On Rage Owl Star, Beeching Valley region still has plenty of land that can be cultivated. South Green Valley region can also start with land clearing. The ever-prepared Green Valley Army Group has been ordered to advance southward and eradicate the mutated monsters within. Numerous jungles have been chopped down, not all, but in a planned way, and the land has been cultivated. According to estimates, just to develop all the farmland in the Green Valley region, at least 200 million laborers are needed. Not to mention that Wying City, the industrial heartland, continues to expand its production capacity with a substantial demand for industrial workers. According to calculations by the Alliance government, it is extremely difficult for Rage Owl Star to return to its glory of over 100 years ago. Natural conditions also no longer support it. However, it has no problem accommodating 30 billion people. This is still the premise of not developing in the style of a nest capital world. In fact, Rage Owl Star can develop 1 or 2 industrial-type nest capitals, which would double the accommodatable population. Hajian Star, with superior natural conditions but a large ocean area and a smaller land area, can also accommodate more than 30 billion people. If the mass migration is carried out with this goal in mind, Corellia's population would decrease by 15% to 20% at once, and the survival pressure would also be greatly reduced. With a significant influx of population, Hajian Star and Rage Owl Star will undergo rapid development. At the same time, reforms in Corellia, especially in Mingan City, have begun to show results. By now, Ji Hang's monthly grant points income has returned to around 7,000. So far, 8 months have passed since the end of the Mingan City defense battle, and just from the monthly income, Gu Hang has received more than 30,000. Plus the earnings from some small-scale battles to suppress rebellions, Gu Hang now has a total of 750,000 grace points on hand. Most, of course, should be saved for subsequent preparations. He still needs to expand the army and train administrative officers. However, it wouldn't hurt to take a portion out for some technological draws. Going for a 10 times draw in the 10,000 bracket, let's try my hand at it. Gu Hang now draws technology in the 10,000 yuan tier, which guarantees 100% output of items. And most likely, they're high-quality goods. After all, even epic technology has a 20% chance of being drawn. In his series of continuous draws, he indeed managed to obtain an epic-level technology. Spirit Engine. This is an engine technology that can directly utilize compressed energy crystal blocks. Entities like the Warhound-class Titan simply aren't worthy of being equipped with a spirit engine. Such engines are generally used in large Titans and starships. But for some medium to large starships, such as destroyers and cruisers, utilizing large individual engines is not sufficient. They require corresponding design blueprints to create engine assemblies. With this technology, given the various other technologies he already possesses, Gu Hang now essentially has the capability to build large starships. But the reality is, the Alliance currently only has a small shipyard, which is still only capable of constructing smaller vessels. This is a bit awkward. However, among the elite-level technologies he obtained in this wave, there were also some excellent items that solved Gu Hang's problem. Shipyard Blueprint. This blueprint is a complete set of technologies, similar to the Star Harbor Technology Blueprint. Following the blueprint and using the accompanying black box, a variety of parts can be crafted to construct a shipyard of advanced standards. Also included in the elite technologies drawn this time was the construction technology for patrol ships. These are proper military vessels. Although they are one grade below escort ships, they can still play a significant role in naval combat, adopting a wolfpack tactic, and can be used for route protection and combating piracy. The Star Realm Tunnel is anything but peaceful. In addition, among the elite tier, there was a technology that made Gu Hang quite happy, Lion King Tank. Needless to say, its combat capability is obvious. Once it's possible to construct them, if an armored brigade could equip a couple of these tanks per regiment, their combat power would soar. Also worth mentioning is a piece of advanced technology, transport ship flying pig model. In terms of technical grade, it's on par with the smaller vessels, but it's much larger than those, even much larger than regular military vessels such as patrol ships. Although it does not have combat capabilities and can't be effectively retrofitted for battle, if it's armed it would be considered an armed merchant ship, yet its combat strength would also be lamentably weak. But for cargo and passenger transport, it's quite good. It can carry over 80,000 passengers in one trip, along with a substantial amount of cargo, providing for months of travel through the Star Realm. Inside, it can even include a small-scale recycling system and a synthetic starch system for emergency reserves. The Gu commercial firm also has a significant demand for this product. Once constructed, there will be no worry about selling it. Moreover, Gu Hang doesn't plan to sell it, as this vehicle is economically practical and reliable. Producing 100 of them, they could make 3 round trips from Corelliet to Rage Owl Star in a month, or 1 round trip to Hagian Star, transporting 2 to 3 million people each time, which would greatly facilitate the relocation efforts. As for the rest that came out, 4 advanced and 1 basic technology. Their significance was not great, with some capabilities already obtained by the Alliance through trade and through their self-developed technology improvements, so they're not worth mentioning. But after drawing from the 10,000 yuan tier, the prize pool didn't look as appealing as at the start. The probability of drawing epic technology dropped to 10%, and elite level was at 30%. Clicking his tongue, Gu Hang's hand shook, and another 20 draws went down. This time, his luck was still decent. An epic-level technology came out first, with the probability down to even 5%, and miraculously, the last draw brought another. These 2 technologies were Destroyer Design Blueprint and Sky-Burning Torpedo Technology. Destroyers, now those are considered sizable ships. The Tianma fleet can be counted as the second largest naval fleet in the Dragonhawk sector, with 7 cruisers as its main force, but also has about 30 destroyers. The cost to build even the cheapest model is at least 1 billion, while more expensive models can cost tens of billions. The differences lie in areas like propulsion, firepower, divination, and protection. Quite a complex array of factors. But in general, destroyers can be viewed as a watershed in naval fleet standards. In smaller naval conflicts, destroyers are trump cards and attention-grabbing powerhouses. Even in large-scale naval battles, destroyers can't be ignored. A genuine large vessel, if targeted by the fierce firepower of a destroyer, might not withstand the assault. If the void shield overloads, even one surprise hit could spell disaster. When the Alliance shipyard is able to construct destroyers, that will be its entrance into the big league. However, before achieving this step, there is still a lot to be done by the Alliance. The design blueprints and accompanying black box provide the capacity for ship construction. The Spirit engine, along with the appropriate jump engine, jump protection stance, jump identification technology, or Orichalcum technology. These all meet the prerequisites for shipbuilding. Yet, constructing a destroyer in the truest sense still presents difficulties. The technological level of the shipyard can overcome part of this challenge after obtaining the shipyard blueprint. Technical workers can be trained. But a destroyer needs weapons and defenses. Without them, it is just a shell. While the hull of a starship is also quite valuable since it is the base, after all, Gu Heng's intention is not to sell it once built. Moreover, building the ship's hull and then sending it to others for processing would significantly reduce the profit. However, this problem was also resolved soon after. Among these 20 consecutive draws, Gu Heng also got 6 elite technologies, which included 2 M classification weapons: M classification, heat hammer, colossal cannon, and M classification, sky splitter, missile. The firepower of M classification could certainly serve as the main gun of a destroyer. With these 2 items, the Alliance could even develop 2 types of destroyers: a missile destroyer that focuses on missiles, and a gunship that focuses on the colossal cannon. Both could play different tactical roles in naval battles. As for the many S classification secondary guns, whether it is the kinetic cannon or the energy cannon, or even the scalpel missile, the Alliance had corresponding technological reserves. Also, among these 20 draws was an advanced technology named energy shield generator. Although it was not a void shield, an energy shield for a destroyer was decent enough. Void shields were good, but equipping them would cause costs to soar. Besides the fact that the cost of void shields themselves was much higher, they also required more energy supply, which meant that more Spirit infusion engine modules were necessary. And increasing the number of engine modules wasn't a simple addition. The design difficulty would skyrocket along with the costs. Looking at it this way, with this series of technologies acquired, plus the past technological reserves, the Alliance shipyard had a lot to look forward to. As for the second technology, Skyburn torpedo, it was an even more terrifying thing. This was a planet slayer weapon. The manufactured products were as big as several hundred story buildings tied together. At least a cruiser or larger starship would be required to launch it, or it could be placed on the ground and manually detonated. Its main function was to ignite a world's entire atmosphere post-explosion, forming a terror wave sweeping the global surface. Lighter materials from the air to water and surface would all burn up eventually due to a chain reaction, turning the whole world into a giant fireball within 1 or 2 weeks. Depending on the size of the planet, the burning could last from a few months to several years. It couldn't certainly destroy a planet, but it could destroy all life on it. Only life forms that were extremely resilient and that hid in very deep and almost hermetically sealed places, avoiding the celestial fire, might have a chance to survive for months or years. That was just a chance. The horrific burning would cause severe geological activity, and the subsurface structure would likely collapse easily. But even if one were to survive that, whether the underground environment could support the survivors for months to years was another question. And even if they truly survived, when the planet's surface was burned to nothing, what would be the prospects of life, and how would they sustain their lineage? This kind of extinction-level weapon might not guarantee the eradication of every living individual on the surface, but it was enough to wipe out species. For the very few survivors, life on a planet worth nothing after the burn was also meaningless. However, in conventional wars, it was rather useless. It was extremely expensive, its manufacturing cost coming close to that of a cruiser. Its penetration ability was very weak, very easy to intercept. a single defender or reflector hit could render it useless, and using it to attack enemy ships was pure fantasy. As an extinction order weapon, it was viable, but if one intended to occupy the planet, it was clear that this thing could not be used. Once used, the planet would also become useless. If it was an extinction-level war, the harsh launch conditions would also require complete orbital control of the planet by the launch party. Otherwise, if the enemy's anti-orbital firepower exploded it in the atmosphere, it would be moot. The most common scenario for its use was having full control of the orbit while the surface battles were unwinnable, and if there was no intention to keep the planet, then launching one would suffice to exterminate everything. A few months ago, Corellia almost took this route. If Jiyu Heng hadn't solved the problem and assessed it to be unsolvable, he would have submitted an application, found a big shot who could take the responsibility, settled the matter, and arranged for a Skyburn torpedo to be sent. While the Colt had not yet deployed anti-orbit cannons to cover the entire planet, they could have deployed the Skyburn torpedo on the opposite side of the planet from Pheno City, and that would have been Corellia receiving the extinction order. Jiyu Heng thought it over. This technology was very sensitive, more than anything he had obtained in the past. Things like Night Mecha and Warhound Titan were already quite problematic. Rifles, tanks, armored vehicles, and warplanes. The sect of mechanics didn't care much about the diffusion of these technologies. From another perspective, this might also be a tacit agreement between the Empire and the sect of mechanics. However, when it came to Night Mecha and Titans, two of the sect of mechanics' most iconic products, the restriction was much more stringent. Although there had not been any wars reported over this matter, as far as one could see, except for the sect of mechanics' foundry worlds and a few places with especially tight relations with the sect, other places had not been seen making them. Not to mention manufacturing, there were hardly any non-sect of mechanics forces heard of that could operate such war machines, except for Night Mecha, as many feudal worlds often bought them or directly became night worlds under the sect of mechanics command. Titans appeared on the battlefield, either due to the operations of the sect of mechanics protection army or the Imperial Army's operations involving the sect of mechanics, in many Star Realm Army Corps, within the Navy, and even under the command of planetary governors, members of the sect of mechanics could be found. For someone like Jiyu Heng, the situation was rather conspicuous. Compared to the Warhound Titan or Ranger Knight, the Skyburn torpedo might still be an even more eye-catching item. If Jiyu Heng was careful, he could keep his distance from the sect of mechanics. After all, within the entire Dragonhawk star domain, there was only one foundry world, which was located far away in the Yunluo sector, without closely linked communications to the Tianma sector here. Jiyu Heng could refrain from openly disclosing the sources of the Titan and Night Mecha, but he could hint at receiving support from a particular faction within the Mechanical Cult Guild. Who exactly, he wouldn't specify. When it was finally necessary to reveal it, he would push Wu Jiarong to the forefront. Why can't I have a genius who can develop Titans on her own? Wu Jiarong's abilities had now reached the level of a dominant bishop. For her, as long as she met the standards, Jiyu Heng would promote her, not waiting for her to upgrade herself. Even so, Jiyu Heng was considering that once Wu Jiarong's abilities improved further, and his overall power was strong enough to withstand greater pressure, he would take the initiative and establish a new faction within the Mechanical Cult Guild with Wu Jiarong as the leader. But that was a matter for the future. At present, the main focus was to survive and deceive. To deceive as long as possible. That was the plan. Displaying the Skyburn torpedo, however, was seriously contrary to this goal. There was no need to use it now, couldn't dare sell it, production was difficult, and truly unnecessary. With the black box roughly taking 4 years to produce a finished product, let the black box continue its production. As long as he had it in his possession and could use it when necessary, that was enough. His thoughts returned to the advanced technology lottery. Aside from these items, 4 elite technologies were also unveiled. Orbital Defense System, Design Blueprint, Transport Ship, Whale Class, Qilin Fighter, Escort Ship, Design Blueprint. All were quite reliable things. The Orbital Defense System goes without saying. This technology would allow Jiyu Heng's technicians to fully grasp how to set up reliable anti-aircraft defenses using various types of artillery. Accompanied by detection and targeting systems, it would better destroy any offensive targeting the planet. Wealthy worlds, like Flying Wing Star, for instance, would have orbital defense systems covering the entire globe. Of course, this cost was very high, but at the very least, it was necessary to cover strategic points, such as the industrial heart of Wying City. The nest capitals of Coralia already had some capability for orbital anti-air defense, so they could afford to wait. Hagian Star actually had some as well. Rage Owl Star really started from scratch and needed to be prioritized. The transport ship, Whale class, was a transport ship one level higher than the Dolphin class. The escort ship, design blueprint, likewise, needs no further explanation. With the acquisition of these two technologies, the production lines of the Alliance shipyard were further completed. When all these technologies could be applied, the entire production line of the Alliance shipyard would be very complete. Civilian ships ranging from the Voyager to the Dolphin to the Whale, military ships from the patrol ship to the escort ship to the destroyer. Not only was shipbuilding complete, but the entire series of production lines surrounding ship construction were also complete. From ship design to shipbuilding. From onboard firepower to shield generators, from starports to shipyards. Thinking of this, Ji Hang felt full of ambition. Why was Flying Wing Star wealthy? Despite having a development index of 5 and a population that paid 0.5 tax currency in imperial tax per capita, why was it still so affluent? Apart from the planet itself being developed, a huge part was the shipbuilding industry. Bearing a 4-year construction cycle, they could produce 1 cruiser and 8 destroyers, not including other small combat ships and civilian vessels. Which was a substantial wealth, wasn't it? On his own, he not only supported the Tianma fleet but also managed a large number of exports and sales, and even used ships to pay the imperial tax directly. In the war against the Greenskins, where naval battles were an integral part, it was the fierce productive capacity of Flying Wing Star that was relied upon. Why do you think when there is trouble in the Tianma sector, a Star Domain envoy arrives immediately? If she managed to resolve the calamity in the Tianma sector, she would ascend directly to Minister of Internal Affairs, becoming the second most powerful person in the Star Domain. That was because Coralia and Flying Wing Star in the Tianma sector were just too important to lose. And in the future, Ji Hang was expecting Rage Owl Star to achieve a similar status. As for the last piece of technology, the Qilin fighter was essentially a version of the Wind Falcon with boosted firepower. Mainly, the firepower was much stronger. Moreover, within the technology set of the Qilin fighter, there were actually 2 sets. One was used for normal air combat within the atmosphere, and the other, through some modifications and accessories, could produce a shipboard version. The reason the Wind Falcon wasn't designed this way was mainly because the Falcon's firepower was like scratching an itch against a starship, making a shipboard version insignificant, but the Qilin's firepower could already threaten warships. The shipboard version of the Qilin needed to be modified in conjunction with the starship itself. These fighters could be rapidly deployed to the enemy ship's face by special launching devices, similar to boarding pods. They would then engage in continuous firepower attacks on the enemy. If one were bolder, they could slowly pass through the void shield or energy shield, entering the shield system's interior. They could cover the boarding pods, directly strike the ship, and if necessary, cram a few hundred people inside for a secondary airborne deployment. This was yet another replenishment of the starship's combat weapons, and the land forces could benefit as well. Beyond that, there wasn't much to say about the rest of the advanced grade and basic grade technologies. Same as before, if they weren't already possessed, they were unimportant, and the better ones were just some upgrades to existing technologies. After drawing 3,100,000 yuan grade technologies in a row, Ji Hang still had 450,000 grace points left. After some thought, he restrained himself from the idea of continuing the lottery. Although gambling was addictive, Ji Hang needed to be more realistic. The hundreds of thousands of grace points he had were precious wealth left over from the last war. Seeing that such large-scale battles would no longer take place, relying on the monthly grace points and the rewards from security wars would only accumulate a few tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 a year. This meant that the few 100,000 grace points Ji Hang had were irreproducible. Spending them freely now would result in an ugly cry when he needed grace points later. For matters on Coralia, whether it's needing a large army, a large number of administrative staff, or something unforeseen happening, all required Ji Hang to have a certain reserve of grace points. Without grace points, Ji Hang felt especially insecure. Another reason was that drawing more technologies would not make much difference. From this lot of dozens of technologies, whether those Gu Hang found important or less important, the Alliance needed time to digest them. Drawing too many would lead to indigestion. In reality, things were already quite difficult as they were. Gu Hang had ambitions for a full-chain shipyard, but in practice, even with complete technologies, it would still take time to finish the many constructions and train qualified workers and technical experts. However, when Gu Hang was inspecting the building interface, he noticed there were new things. The Comprehensive Academy, Technical Academy, Loyal Air Academy, Civilian, Military Factories. These 4 categories of buildings now had higher grade versions. The changes to Loyal Air Academy and factories were not particularly significant. Using the advanced versions just improved educational levels and quality, and the additional value in production efficiency of the factories simply meant an increase in numerical value. For the Comprehensive Academy and Technical Academy, beyond the numerical improvements, the biggest change was the addition of 2 training options. Under the Comprehensive Academy, a new training option named Qualified Professionals appeared, roughly designed to quickly bring students up to the standard of qualified graduates based on their majors. This level was still a grade below talents and far from the threshold for hero activation, but it was nonetheless a method to rapidly produce professional talents in large quantities. Inside the Alliance's Comprehensive Academy, there were administrative, management, economics, commerce, literature, and many other types of majors. The corresponding talent shortfall had always been substantial. Under the Technical Academy, a new training program named Junior Commissioner was introduced. This was the lowest grade title in the sect of mechanics, but actually, out of the students graduating normally from the 3-year program at the Technical Academy, only about 20% could reach this level and pass the Junior Commissioner exam organized by the Alliance. Now that direct training was possible, it was equivalent to mass-producing outstanding graduates, which was a good thing. The price for these 2 training options was 10 grace points per person, the same as for a political officer. It might seem cheap, but in reality, for the Alliance's incredibly large talent gap, the few 100,000 grace points Gu Hang had were like a drop in the bucket. However, just like when he trained 40,000 loyal officials in a single breath during the construction of Mingan City, it wasn't enough for a full-scale approach, but by targeting certain areas and providing special reinforcement, it could greatly accelerate development. It seems it was time to return to Rage Owl Star. Since the Coralia incident erupted 8 months had passed, and Gu Hang had never returned to Rage Owl Star, let alone visited Hagian Star. As for the situations on these 2 worlds, he mostly learned about them through reports from government officials. Although Coralia had tremendous potential and was a target for focused development, his fundamental concerns still lay with Rage Owl Star. And he also needed to take back the several dozen black boxes that had come out of this round of technological lottery. The importance of the shipyard was also high in his mind, and he needed to go back and personally keep an eye on it. Now that Coralia's situation had generally stabilized and the reforms had entered the right track, and with so many issues accumulated, it was time for him to make a return trip. In Coralia he had bid on 10 academies, most of which were placed in Mingan City, and the remaining 3 were separately situated in 3 other nest capitals that had begun preliminary stages of reform. After completing this last task, he embarked on the starship back to Rage Owl Star. Wu Jiarong was numb. Despite knowing that if the governor specially sought her out to visit the secret research institute, it must be to show her something big. After the governor's landing and a few days of handling official affairs at the governor's mansion in Revival City, meeting with officials from various regions, and then preparing to inspect the Wying City Industrial Center and explicitly informing her of his visit to the institute, she had already mentally braced herself. However, after she accompanied the governor along with the head of the industrial center, Patel, for an inspection that lasted a day, the governor came to her secret research institute late at night. A spare underground space had already been cleared out, but after looking around, the governor remarked, "Not enough. What the hell is not enough? How many black boxes do you have? Even if there were 100, this space could accommodate them." Of course, she dared not voice these thoughts, only muttering to herself internally before painfully saying to the governor, "This is currently the largest warehouse we can put into use. Larger ones are still being excavated, and if it really won't do, we could only employ the few smaller warehouses next door and try to connect them." Gu Hang stroked his chin and went with Wu Jiarong to look at the other so-called unopened small warehouses. He was somewhat disappointed, they were not enough. However, he also knew that Wu Jiarong couldn't be blamed for not giving her all. Here, situated in the outskirts of Wying City, appeared to be a research institute on the surface, but the most crucial area was underground, where all the technological rewards of black boxes that Ji Yu Hang had redeemed from the very beginning to now were placed. All these black boxes were in use, producing finished products and industrial lines, all working according to the union's demands. This also meant that the utilization rate of the entire space had to be particularly high. The black boxes couldn't simply be stacked up. Although they could operate fully autonomously internally, both the input and output required external design guidance and an excellent assembly line design. Now, the black boxes that Ji Yu Hang planned to bring out weren't indeed as many as 100, but there still were about 50 or so, out of the total 30 draws he previously made, removing less than 5 empty ones. The rest of the technology were mostly finished products and mother machine black boxes. But regardless, although the number wasn't that exaggerated, some individual black boxes were particularly large. Like the technology for building several starships. The finished product and mother machine, of course, didn't mean that inserting materials would instantly produce a complete ship. That was impossible. The main thing was to produce some modular key components according to design requirements. If one really wanted full production, that was also possible, but for instance, producing armor steel plates with black boxes would be rather foolish, completely unnecessary. Later on, the black boxes should output key modular components, or the mother machines should produce production lines for these modular components. These would be completed on the ground and then transported into space. Within the space, in the starport's shipyard, according to the technical requirements, ship hulls would be built, and then these key components would be assembled into the ships in the shipyard. But no matter how, even if it's just modular production of core components, as long as they are used on starships, they can't be small. And even though the underground space of the Institute had already been made as large as possible, when producing components for spacefaring people, it was already getting close to reaching the ceiling, not to mention the much larger starship components. It was quite normal for Wu Jiarong not to have considered this beforehand. Moreover, as more and more black boxes were placed inside the Institute, with growing scales, this problem would become even more severe. And not to mention the issue of space for placement. Such a large space requiring so much raw material daily and outputting so many products, secrecy work would also become increasingly difficult. It was time to consider other solutions. The first thought in Ji Yu Hang's mind was to build a dedicated space city or a star fortress in space to house these unspeakable secrets. There were many advantages in space. There was no need to worry about accidental entry. Defenses could be extremely stringent, space was definitely ample. And even transportation would become more convenient than on the ground as the number of Union starships increased over time. But he quickly dismissed this idea himself. It was too conspicuous. Conventional secrecy was manageable, and a star fortress could be designed to be difficult to infiltrate. But secrecy would simultaneously become incredibly difficult, especially when there were proper procedures demanding entry for inspection, and then things would become quite tricky. Another point is that placing it in space is not safe. This, unsafe, refers to the fact that if it really suffers a space attack, the Alliance, especially under the circumstances that its naval force is not strong enough, would find it difficult to provide support. Having vetoed the idea of placing the new black box factory in space, Ji Yu Hang also thought of an even more ideal location. Although there was a slight risk, it was indeed the best choice. Moreover, he had actually been preparing for this for a while. Ji Yu Hang patted Wu Jiarong on the shoulder, who was looking distressed. No need to think further, relocate all the staff to the surface. As for what's down here, I can handle it myself. Wu Jiarong was somewhat astonished, but with her long experience, she had learned not to ask about things she shouldn't. Ultimately, she obediently nodded and then, following Mr. Gu's orders, began to move all personnel from the underground space, and all the black boxes were also temporarily shut down. Most of the people active within the research institute had undergone brain surgery and were servants. Their reaction to the orders was very bland. The very few researchers who had been absorbed into the research institute had gone through the strictest loyalty assessments and training. They would not reveal secrets and fully understood the importance of following orders. After everyone had left the underground space, Ji Yu Hang could begin his work. His thoughts ascended to the subspace, to the storm god kingdom within it. Here, countless valor spirits saluted Ji Yu Hang suspended in the air. After returning the salute, he headed to his destination. That was a factory established within the Storm God Kingdom. It covered a vast area, but currently, it was nothing more than an empty shell. A large number of valor spirits were working inside it, continuing to expand the factory. And this was the new location Ji Yu Hang had prepared for his black box factory. His spiritual energy power burst forth rapidly from within his heart, creating a subspace rift right there in the factory, which also connected to the real world, the underground of the Alliance's secret research institute. Immediately afterward, everything in the underground space was swallowed up by this subspace rift. Ji Yu Hang revealed a smile. This should do it. The black box factory that was swallowed into the Storm God Kingdom remained completely unchanged. It wasn't just the black boxes that were ingested, but also the ancillary facilities that Wu Jiarong had built around them over several years. Semi-automated equipment for input and output of materials was also intact. With the investment of human labor, it could be immediately put back into operation. And in terms of manpower, there was no longer a need to use servants. The valor spirits within the Storm God Kingdom would be even more useful than the servants. They were former Alliance warriors who had sacrificially fallen in battle. Their loyalty was beyond question. Their existence also completely relied on the power of Ji Yu Hang. Of course, the raw materials needed by the black box factory had to be transported from the real world. The products manufactured also needed to be sent out. But this wasn't too much of a concern. Ji Yu Hang had already thought of a plan. The power of the Storm God Kingdom, located in the underground space of the real-world Secret Research Institute, wasn't waning. Instead, along with the power of Ji Yu Hang, it fused with this land even further. Ji Yu Hang turned this area of the real world into an overlay of subspace and reality. Just like the situation with Coralia above Pheno City, but for Ji Yu Hang to achieve this on Rajal Star was much easier than what Zhe Wijia had to deal with. The Storm God Kingdom was originally born from this land, and on Rajal Star, the veil of reality was naturally thinner, all of which provided an objective basis for more conveniently bridging subspace and the real world. And more importantly, as an evil god, Ji Yu Hang himself was in the real world. He was not only able to control the nature of subspace and wield the power of the Storm God Kingdom as he pleased, but as a human, he could also consistently exist in reality. Using himself as an anchor, connecting the two places becomes effortless. However, at this stage, it was not yet completely finished. The overlay of subspace and the real world was not a stable state. Left unchecked for a long time, it could either disappear or uncontrollably expand rapidly, neither of which met Ji Yu Hang's requirements. He needed to use his own power to stabilize this place. For this, Ji Yu Hang was busy for a whole half-day. Half a day later, Wu Jiarong got Ji Yu Hang's permission and returned to the underground black box factory she had built with her own hands. She came full of expectation, convinced that whatever Mr. Ji Yu did would be extraordinary. But when she first entered, at a glance, it seemed as if nothing had changed. The layout was nearly identical to when she had left. She was slightly disappointed, having thought that Mr. Ji Yu had something. Something wasn't right. The space was off. It couldn't possibly be this vast. The underground space of the Secret Research Institute had initially only housed a few black boxes. As the demand grew, it expanded, developing multiple underground warehouses. However, even the largest one built later wasn't as immense as this. Almost all the black boxes had been gathered together. Upon looking closer, it still wasn't right. The number was off too. The black boxes not only hadn't decreased but had increased by a large number. Wu Jiarong couldn't help but look toward Mr. Ji Yu. Ji Yu Hang said with a smile, "We don't have to worry about space issues anymore. The space here is almost infinite." Wu Jiarong didn't ask how Mr. Ji Yu managed to do it, she was simply in awe. She had realized this was not mere technology, but a kind of mighty power. Then, she saw many people made of blue light appearing here. They were uniform and highly disciplined. The leader seemed to be wearing an Alliance Army uniform, sporting a colonel's rank on his chest. Mr. Ji Yu, the Valor Spirit Legion production team is all in place, awaiting instructions. Ji Yu Hang returned the salute, then said, "Colonel Derek, this is Ms. Wu Jiarong, the head of the Alliance Secret Research Institute. From now on, she will be leading the production team. You'll need to work with her closely to ensure the smooth operation of the Alliance Secret Factory." Wu Jiarong hesitated, but encouraged by Mr. Gu's look, she stepped forward and shook hands with Colonel Derek. In a blink, a thought sparked in her mind. She seemed to have heard of Derek before. Wasn't he the first commander of the 31st Airborne Division of the Alliance Army? Didn't he sacrifice his life in the battle for the extreme North Industrial City during the Unification War of the Rajal Star? How had he become a Valor Spirit? And the others, those Valor Spirits? Wu Jiarong's gaze turned to Ji Yu Heng again, her expression one of sheer shock. Human warriors who die on the battlefield, returning to the Golden Throne. That had always been the mantra of the state religion. And even within the Mechanical Cult Guild, there was a somewhat similar saying, all things find their end in the God of all mechanics. The Valor Spirits who returned to the Golden Throne, standing by Mr. Gu's side. This, completely dazed, Wu Jiarong walked forward and cautiously shook hands with Colonel Derek. A real sensation came from the handshake. Ji Yu Heng said with a smile nearby. I believe you two will cooperate quite well in the future. After showing Wu Jiarong the newly renovated underground space, Ji Yu Heng let Colonel Derek continue with his task. The entire factory had started to operate under the command of the Valor Spirits. The subsequent pattern was relatively simple. In the real world, a highly confidential material transport team would bring in raw materials and take away the finished products, distributing them to various locations in need. Servitors would take charge of delivering those raw materials to specified locations in the underground space and transporting the finished goods to the surface for the transport team. These specified locations were already in a subspace superposition state. But from this point on, servitors would no longer witness the black box factory in action. Subsequently, the Valor Spirits would handle these materials, placing them on semi-automated assembly lines into the black boxes, and then removing the black box products from the line to the designated spots, waiting for the servitors to carry them away. Ji Yu Heng had resolved the issue of insufficient space in the black box factory and even took the secrecy to the max. Unauthorized personnel simply could not enter the working area of the black boxes. This was not just a matter of security clearance but also the proactive recognition of subspace forces. Anyone without permission, the moment they stepped in, would suffer divine retribution. Furthermore, due to the time-space distortion of the Storm God Kingdom, places in such a superposition state were not just in one location. The space on the outskirts of Wying City that originally belonged to the Secret Research Institute was processed by Ji Yu Heng into an overlapping state with the Storm God Kingdom, which was just the beginning. The more than 50 black boxes that Ji Yu Heng managed to obtain through 30 consecutive draws had all been put into place. As the production capacity and raw material demand of the black box factory grew larger, its visibility became increasingly noticeable when concentrated in a single location. Since the space-time itself was distorted, there was no need to locate everything in just one place anyway. In the following period, Ji Yu Heng and Wu Jiarong visited many locations across Rajal Star. Officially, it was another site in Wying City owned by the Alliance, in Shangyug Province, in Extreme North Industrial City, and in Skaro Starport City, each with a new secret research institute under Wu Jiarong's jurisdiction. But in reality, these so-called research institutes were essentially just passages. All these locations were connected to a spot in subspace, the same spot that was the actual black box factory. This meant that any materials transported to any secret research institute could be delivered inside the black box factory in the Storm God Kingdom. The products manufactured there could also be moved to any institute at will. This would further alleviate confidentiality issues, avoiding anomalies in material consumption and product output that were characteristic when everything was centralized in one location, and distributing them would make it more clandestine. At the same time, it would also alleviate the difficulties of transportation. Wu Jiarong had nothing but praise for the governor's design. Then, she was given a new task by the governor, to oversee the construction of the Alliance shipyard. This conversation took place within the Alliance starport. Ji Yu Heng and Wu Jiarong took the orbital subway and arrived at the starport. He strolled around the starport for a bit, conducting an inspection. The starport on Rajal Star had been under construction for 5 years, drawing in external investment that accelerated its growth rapidly. By now, its scale was no less than Mingyan City Starport. Of course, there were also starports on Coralia, not just one. Among the 40 nest capitals, 15 had their own starports of various sizes. Without a starport, large-scale interstellar cargo exchanges were impossible. But just think about it, setting aside other factors, just considering the starport in Mingyan City on Corellia, corresponding to a population of 4 billion. Even after a large amount of immigration, Rage Owl Star only had 150 million people, yet both starports were roughly the same size, which showed the effort put into constructing the starport on Rage Owl Star. It also indirectly indicated that the construction of the starports on Corellia was quite poor. Moreover, the difference between the starports of the two locations extended beyond just their scale. The construction of the starport on Rage Owl Star was based on a starport blueprint that Gu Hang had obtained earlier. The construction was assisted by external construction vessels. In terms of overall design rationality and the efficiency of handling goods and passengers, it was incomparable to Mingyan City starport of the same scale. Gu Hang was relatively satisfied with this, but he also gave his own instructions. First, the scale of the starport on Rage Owl Star must be further expanded and equipped with orbital defense equipment to transition into a star fortress. The entire planet should have a dual defense system stretching from the starport to the planet's surface. When in the future the naval buildup of the Alliance catches up, it should have a 3-layer defense system: Navy vessels, star fortress, planetary surface. Only with such measures could Rage Owl Star's defense be considered foolproof. Meanwhile, the starport, which was expanding in scale, was also part of Gu Hang's plan for Rage Owl Star's production capacity to keep growing rapidly and sustainably over the long term. Rage Owl Star was going to be a vital engine for the Alliance's forward development, where not only its security needs to be ensured but also the cargo throughput, which was the lifeblood. The massive shipyard that will be built in the future will also require a starport of a larger scale to accommodate it. Eventually, this place may form a space city. As for the current Alliance shipyard, it has already achieved a certain scale. Over the past few years, it has at least become capable of producing human travel spacecraft. Flights operated independently by the Alliance have already established routes between Hagian Star, Rage Owl Star, and Corellia. Although, due to the scale limitations of human travel, it was still not possible to conduct large-scale transport and was only suitable for official personnel and document transportation. But at the very least, a connection had been established between them. At Gu Hang's initial request, the foundation of the Alliance shipyard was meant to be large and robust. Now that there was a real need for expansion, the space reserved for extension from the past played a significant role and saved a lot of trouble. For a long time to come, Wu Jiarong would be continuously traveling between the planetary surface and the starport. The Alliance shipyard will be designed and constructed according to the new shipyard blueprint plans. Some key components might even be produced by related black boxes within the shipyard. As the shipyard expands and each dock is completed, it will mean that a model of ship can be put into production. The civilian vessels such as the Dolphin and Whale were relatively simple and had fixed models with little variation. They just needed to be built according to the design blueprints. However, for patrol ships, escort ships, and destroyers, the Alliance currently only possessed the initial blueprints. Wu Jiarong would need to study these materials, in conjunction with the black boxes, to accomplish a further step of specific model design. Currently, 4 models are planned. The Blackfish class rapid patrol vessel is equipped with shield generators, S-grade laser cannons and kinetic cannons. Compared to standard patrol vessels, it uses a Spirit infusion engine module, which typical patrol vessels are reluctant to install, enhancing agility and speed. This is to facilitate the use of wolf pack tactics by the patrol vessels. Although small, its defensive capability is limited by the patrol vessel's grade and isn't very substantial. It will explode if hit by cannons. However, the Blackfish class can rely on its speed and agility, making it easier to dodge locks, reduce the likelihood of being hit, and more easily disperse formation to surround and attack ships much larger than itself. In short, its design philosophy is for the small to overcome the large through agility. The Silver Helm class escort ship has stronger shield intensity and thicker armor, with the capability to withstand hits from M-grade firepower. It is equipped with rapid-fire kinetic cannons and laser cannons, with a focus on enhancing its interception capabilities. It's meant to stay in front of main fleet ships, acting as a shield. Its main goal is to intercept as much enemy firepower, landing pods, and space fighters as possible. Belonging to the same class of escort ships, The Silver Sword class high-speed torpedo vessel has simplified energy shields and armor compared to the Silver Helm. Its interception ability isn't great either. But like the latter, it specializes in speed and agility, has an enhanced engine, and apart from the conventional S-grade weaponry, it comes equipped with S-grade, scalpel, missiles and manages to fit an M-grade, Rift Axe, torpedo missile system onto an escort ship. Torpedo missiles can bypass energy shields or void shields at their terminal deceleration phase, potentially causing direct damage to the ship's hull. The ship-launched torpedo missiles are powerful and are not part of conventional artillery. However, the issue is that they are easily intercepted at low speed and can be wasted, but if even one hits, and if the shield doesn't work and interception fails, the enemy ship will suffer greatly, especially since the Rift Axe itself is an M-grade weapon. It's not just ships of the same grade. Even cruisers 2 grades higher would be seriously damaged if they took a direct hit from a Rift Axe. This too follows the principle of the small overcoming the large. The Silver Sword class is relatively small and inexpensive, so betting on scoring a hit could result in a significant payoff. The Berserker Shark class combat destroyer is a conventional gunship without any unnecessary frills, centered around the Hammer colossal cannon, emphasizing a balance between defense and firepower. The estimated cost of a Blackfish-class rapid patrol vessel is 32 million tax currency apiece. The cost for the Silver Helm class reaches 300 million 20 million tax currency. The price of the Silver Sword class torpedo escort ship is a bit cheaper, at 240 million for one. The construction cost for a Berserker Shark class combat destroyer is 1.7 billion tax currency per ship. After the designs for these 4 types of ships were completed, Ji Hang contacted his mother and, through Miss Wang Qi, reached out to his future father-in-law, the retired Naval General Fu Fana, to evaluate these 4 classes of ships. After listening carefully to Wu Jiarong's introduction, the old general remained silent for quite some time, as if struck by something. After a while, the old general finally spoke, "Young man, don't set your sights too high." Ji Hang was a bit puzzled after being criticized by his future father-in-law. What's so overly ambitious about this? The old general had spent his lifetime on the battlefield, commanding countless ships and fighting many sea battles of varying scales. Could it be because the Alliance's few ships prompted such a remark? That can't be it, right? And I'm not being overly ambitious. These ships were designed from blueprints that Wu Jiarong obtained through a technology raffle. The Alliance's shipyard has already started building docks for these models. Once the docks are completed, all these ships can be properly produced. How is that being overly ambitious? Furthermore, the so-called construction costs Ji Hang mentioned were actually on the high side and not the actual production costs. After all, many components were produced by the black box or manufactured on production lines pulled from the black box. The actual costs aren't that high. Estimates suggest that the real cost for the Alliance to produce these items varies from 1/10 to half of the ship's quoted price. The difference mainly depends on the proportion of black box production in shipbuilding. The higher the proportion, the lower the cost. This construction cost is merely an estimated price that Wu Jiarong calculated based on the Imperial Navy's ordering prices from various shipyards. But then, General Fu Fana went on to tell Ji Hang about the situation and prices of the ships that the Tianma fleet ordered from the Flying Wing Star shipyard. Involving specific parameters and design specifications, naturally, it wouldn't be appropriate to discuss in detail. However, after hearing it all, Ji Hang roughly understood why General Fu Fana had spoken as he did. Take the Rampaging Shark class battle destroyers, for instance. The models produced by Flying Wing Star shipyard ranged from the cheapest at 1.2 billion apiece to the most expensive at 2.2 billion, yet none of them technically matched the Rampaging Shark. Ji Hang thought that the Rampaging Shark's design was unremarkable, its ship robust and its cannons powerful. But with this level of protection and firepower, it was already considered ferocious among destroyers. And you're saying just 1.7 billion? The Silver Helm and Silver Sword followed the same logic. An escort ship from Flying Wing Star shipyard was generally priced around 300 million, but even the standard escort ships, when compared to Silver Sword, had nearly identical parameters, similar protection levels, and normal firepower. Yet your Silver Sword somehow squeezed in an extra Riftax, and had high-speed characteristics, all while being 60 million cheaper. Then who would go to Flying Wing Star to buy ships? General Fufana did not believe the prices and performance parameters Ji Yu Hang had mentioned. He thought Ji Yu Hang was talking nonsense. The old man's earnest words echoed in Ji Yu Hang's ears. It's good that Rage Owl Star has begun building spacecrafts. It proves that your work is bearing fruit. I also believe that Rage Owl Star has the potential to grow, to build good ships, big ships. But everything must develop according to objective conditions. You need to progress step by step, cultivate steadily, and not dabble in flashy and disorderly things. Doing so might cause you to take a hard fall. And that so-called ship designer of yours is either deceiving you or lacks capability and is talking nonsense. Execute her, don't trust her. I'll take the lesson. I'll get rid of that designer right away, how dare she deceive me? During the call, Ji Yu Hang nodded repeatedly, indicating he completely understood his father-in-law's kind intentions. After ending the communication, Ji Yu Hang let out a long sigh of relief. Wu Jiarong, who had been listening in, was already pale. As soon as the communication was disconnected, she immediately said, "Governor, I didn't." "That's enough. No need to say more." Ji Yu Hang's face was alight with an excited smile. "Now, immediately adjust the construction cost of all ships by 30% upwards." Ji Yu Hang said earnestly, "You're too honest for your own good." Okay. And how much longer before our shipyard can get up and running?" Wu Jiarong steadied herself and said, "According to our plan, the first phase of the project will be completed in 1 year, at which point the Silver Helm class, Silver Sword class, and Black Fish class ships can begin production. The second phase will take 4 years to complete, and by then, all 4 types of ships we currently have can be produced. The third phase will take 6 years, and only then can we achieve the goal you've set. A 2-year shipbuilding cycle, producing 1 destroyer, 3 escort ships, and 10 patrol ships. Our first destroyer will not be in service until at least 8 years from now." Ji Yu Hang let out a long sigh. They say a decade for land forces and a century for naval forces. It's the same with the Star Sea. At this rate, even with unlimited resources, the Alliance wouldn't truly have its own naval fleet until 8 years later, and it would still be a small fleet with just 1 destroyer. Of course, during that time, there should be more than just 3 escort ships and 10 patrol ships, and after the third phase is completed, the Alliance's shipyard won't stop construction, entering into a complete shipbuilding cycle, and the speed at which ships are produced will become increasingly faster. If Ji Yu Hang really had 100 years, he might indeed have a very powerful fleet by then. But 100 years? The ultra-high profits and value of the shipbuilding industry filled Ji Yu Hang with great ambition. According to the construction period mentioned by Wu Jiarong, in 6 years, the total value of the ships launched by the Alliance shipyard every 2 years would exceed 3 billion tax currency. Although it was still far from reaching the scale of Flying Wing Star, which launched ships worth over 20 billion every 4 years, one must consider that they had been developing for hundreds of years, while the Alliance had been established for only how long? If this pace of development continued, the Alliance shipyard would only get bigger, and in about a decade, it might reach the level of Flying Wing Star and complete its centuries of development. However, despite the speed being extremely fast, so fast that even old sailors like Fufana would think it a pipe dream, Ji Yu Hang still felt an urgency that time was not on his side. He would still need a long time before he could have ships that traversed the Star Sea. But the good news was that Ji Yu Hang was still young and had plenty of time to wait. If we were to talk about lifespan, not to mention the life-extending surgery he could definitely afford, just his spiritual energy power and his grasp on the essence of subspace would lead him to estimate that his life would not be short. Without life-extending surgery, living a few hundred years wouldn't be a big problem. While he wouldn't be immortal, it was still quite remarkable. Not to mention, if he really reached the limit of his lifespan, Ji Yu Hang had one last trick up his sleeve. Humans have limits, so why remain human? By embracing the essence of subspace, Ji Yu Hang could achieve immortality immediately. Of course, that step was still far off. Ji Yu Hang was merely using this thought to remind himself not to rush, for time was on his side. Thinking in this way, his state of mind gradually became more tranquil. For the next few months, Ji Yu Hang was basically shuttling between Rage Owl Star, Hagian Star and Coralia. He would listen to political reports from these planets, inspect some areas in person, and give some directives. At this level, frankly speaking, Ji Hang could no longer manage an alliance of such scale on his own. Relying on the government and his officials was a necessity. Ji Hang's work had to focus even more on managing people. Essentially, it was about ensuring his will was being implemented by the officials. If it was, then reward them; if not, critique and demote malefactors who intentionally opposed him, and the corrupt were sent to court. Ji Hang had one particularly significant advantage over most rulers in this world. He understood the human heart. He truly understood; after all, he had the talent for thought-reading spiritual energy. Of course, he couldn't possibly use his mental abilities to probe the minds of every subordinate. In fact, he rarely did so. On one hand, doing so wasn't quite right. He didn't want to become a sorcerer tyrant who exploited and manipulated minds to rule his lands, as in doing so, he would not hear the voices of others. The wisdom of one person is far less than that of a group, provided that the group is moving in the right direction. On the other hand, it wasn't feasible. He could probe the thoughts of an individual, but he could not possibly take the time to clearly understand and then control the minds of each of his officials. If he really did it that way, he wouldn't have time for anything else in his life. However, not actively probing or changing thoughts didn't mean that spiritual energy was ineffective. In fact, even if Ji Hang did nothing, when someone stood before him and conversed with him, any significant change in thought would produce clear mental waves that were fully exposed before his eyes. The smiles and tension of those officials during their reports, whether they hid confidence, self-doubt, guilt, or secret intentions, Ji Hang could see them all very clearly. Truthfully, Ji Hang did not particularly care about the trivial thoughts of his officials. He didn't have any mental obsession with cleanliness, and he understood better than anyone that all people, even those he trusted the most like Osenia, Lambert, and Yan Fangshu, had their own thoughts. They might not fully understand Ji Hang's thinking, might have personal desires. That was all too normal. Or rather, that was the true nature of humanity. Even Ji Hang himself, at certain moments, why wouldn't he have the desire to slack off or take a rest for a while? As long as the overall direction was positive, that was enough. A bit of personal desire, bias, confusion, laxity, and resentment. Moderate amounts were acceptable, and Ji Hang would simply laugh them off. Of course, for the exceptionally ridiculous cases, all he needed to do was to let the Anti-Corruption Bureau investigate, and Ji Hang didn't mind using such methods to root out the corrupt and the negligent. Half a year passed by in this manner. At this moment, Ji Hang, who was on Rage Owl Star, witnessed the commissioning of the Alliance's first genuine new ship at the Alliance shipyard. It was a flying dolphin. Although it was just a transport ship, and although most of its core components came from the black box, and although the dock that built the flying dolphin had its foundation laid out beforehand. Regardless, this was the Alliance's first genuine ship. Those small crafts by traveling men didn't count. Its value was clearly stipulated in the imperial tax, 20 million tax currency. Currently, the Alliance shipyard could build one flying dolphin every 6 months. And now, the 150 million people of Rage Owl Star paid only 15 million in imperial tax annually. The revenue from just one flying dolphin built every 6 months was more than enough to cover the tax. Even more so considering that Ji Hang's next imperial tax didn't even need to be paid. Not to mention the tax-exempt Coralia, the current fixed imperial tax for the Alliance was still 50 million tax currency per year, payable biennially for a total of only 100 million. However, on the Coralia battlefield, Ji Hang had already paid a great deal. First was the replenishment and expansion of the Rage Bear Legion's forces and the consumption of various types of supplies, ammunition, and provisions. Over the past 2 years, the Alliance has spent a total of 30 million. Originally, the majority of the Rage Bear Legion's personnel were replenished from Coralia, but now that Coralia belonged to Ji Hang and was tax-exempt, this part also had to be paid for by the Military Affairs Department. But the Military Affairs Department actually hadn't paid a penny. It was all done on credit, which could be used to offset taxes in the next tax season. This was supported by documents from the Imperial Military Department. Meanwhile, the Dragonhawk Legion received a replenishment of more than 3 million Coralia personnel, of which over 1 million were incorporated as a fully staffed army group. Furthermore, post-war, the armaments, ammunition consumption, and logistical supplies for the 3rd Group Army of the Dragonhawk Legion were all supplied by the Alliance, cutting off any ties with Fatches, Regardless of whether Fatches or the Dragonhawk Legion were willing participants, the command came from the Empire. In the last few months, the Alliance spent more than 80 million for this. Just these two legions together amount to 110 million in tax currency. When tax season arrives, the Empire still owes me over 10 million. And in the future, even if the fighting isn't as intense, the annual maintenance costs for the Dragonhawk and Rage Bear legions will be about 80 million tax currency. There's no need to worry about imperial tax at all. At least, there's no need to worry for these few tax-exempt years in Coralia. As for the blimp right now, GU Hang sold it to the GU commercial firm at a bargain price. This was to appease the GU commercial firm. For a long time, the GU commercial firm had done a lot of unpaid work for GU Hang. Initially, during the Coralia War, the Military Affairs Department was paying to help transport materials and evacuate personnel, which were considered orders that the Empire gave to the GU commercial firm. But after the war ended, as the Alliance itself still lacked the capability for large-scale transportation in the Star Realm, the GU commercial firm dedicated an entire merchant fleet, practically foregoing all other orders, to exclusively transport for the Alliance at extremely low prices. Merchants would be dissatisfied with this. GU Hang is the family head, and his mother is the actual helmswoman. This is true. But the GU commercial firm isn't their private property. It is a legitimate member of the Empire Commerce Guild, subject to performance pressures. Furthermore, the nature of its franchise membership remains strong to this day. The merchant fleet serving the Alliance, with its various transportation orders at low prices, is bearable, considering these are short hauls. But being unable to accept other high-profit orders is causing quite a bit of discontent. Miss Wang Qi might be willing to support her son without earning money, but she can't expect the same from everyone below her. The blimp is a good means of payment. For a merchant ship fleet, the most important wealth is the vessels. This blimp, sold at a bargain price of 10 million to the GU commercial firm, is enough to suppress a lot of dissatisfaction. With one more ship, there will be one more captain, many more positions open, and some people can get promoted and receive raises. With a bit more profit, the whole merchant fleet can earn somewhat more. The main point is the significant savings. For GU Hang as well, it's not a loss. Firstly, even with a selling price of 10 million, it might seem like a half-price sale, but the Alliance shipyard still makes a considerable profit. Of course, cost can't be calculated this way, since black box production doesn't cost GU Hang anything, but it's still wealth. But most importantly, the blimp, upon delivery to the fleet working for the Alliance, is in the end still working for the Alliance, right? Shifting from the left hand to the right, the fleet is appeased, shipbuilding profits are earned, and the fleet's transport capacity increases, multiple wins. After meeting with the person in charge of the merchant fleet, his cousin Wang Jiaran, for a meal, GU Hang received a message. There were visitors. It was a group from the Star Domain government, which included representatives from the Star Domain government, the Military Affairs Department, and the Star Realm Army. The latter two even had two sets of representatives, from both the Dragonhawk Star Domain and the Eastern Cosmos Domain. The arrival of the Star Domain personnel was expected, as the current Minister of Internal Affairs, Lois, could be considered to have a good relationship with GU Hang. But why was a team from the Space Domain government also present? What were they here for? GU Hang didn't personally receive them. Their status wasn't high enough, so the diplomatic department handled it. But soon enough, an official from the diplomatic department came to report, requesting the governor's appearance. This group had come to bestow an honor upon GU Hang. The so-called award ceremony was to commend GU Hang for his outstanding performance as the commander in the Coralia battle. The atmosphere of the award ceremony was very formal, but it wasn't made too complex or grandiose. GU Hang, dressed in his military uniform, received the documents from the representative of the Star Realm Army and pinned the medal to his chest himself, and with that, the ceremony was concluded. It was a bit irregular for one to award oneself a medal, but that's how it was done on this occasion. The representatives from the Star Domain and Cosmos Domain did not include any high-ranking officials. The Star Realm Army representative was just a civilian colonel, which made the awarding even stranger. So GU Hang decided to do it himself. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the guests, they rested for a few days on Rage Owl Star under the hospitality of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before embarking on their return journey. and Ji Yu Hang thus became a major general in the Star Realm Army and was awarded the Empire's Glorious Medal. As the second tier of the Empire's 5 grades of medals, though only one level higher than the Warrior's Medal, it's actually a great honor. In fact, as long as it's an Empire Medal, regardless of the level, it's of very high value. This is not the same as some of the wild chicken medals handed out by some planets and other interstellar organizations. There are only 5 medals that are legitimately recognized across all domains of the Empire. Even the lowest level, the Warrior's Medal, if awarded to an interstellar warrior, would be worn on the shoulder and chest armor as a mark of honor. However, if we are talking about actual value, there is none. Although there are instances where great contributions are awarded with medals and then rewarded with a star system or someone attains a very high political status, these are not benefits that come with the medal itself, but rather the intrinsic value of the achievements. The medal is purely a symbol of honor. Ji Yu Hang couldn't help but make a snide remark. The Alliance's medals even come with money. Medals like the Rejuvenation Medal, Wind Extinguishing Medal, and Third-Class Combat Merit Award all come with a lifetime stipend, unless one commits an offense later and is stripped of the medal. Then it's another matter. Nevertheless, Ji Yu Hang was still delighted to keep his glorious medal. Wearing it on his chest when going out would still look quite prestigious. Moreover, Ji Yu Hang's military rank had also been promoted. The movement caused by the Apostle of War Galaraldo had resulted in Ji Yu Hang becoming the commander of the Rage Bear Legion with the rank of Brigadier General. At that time, his rank was somewhat nominal. A brigadier general in the Star Realm Army, who wasn't in command of an army group. An army group size is at least 1 million people. When the Rage Bear Legion was first established, it had only about 100,000 people, which was the size of 2 or 3 masters, and not even enough for the rank of brigadier general. Now the Rage Bear Legion is a proper force of over 1 million people, and the rank of brigadier general as legion commander is well deserved. But Ji Yu Hang's status was more than that. Although the Corellia battle zone was a temporary setup, as the commander, at the height of his power, Ji Yu Hang nominally commanded nearly half of the Tianma fleet, an entire army group of the Dragonhawk Legion, in addition to the local planetary defense force, and yet he was still only a brigadier general. That was a bit too low. Under him, Hans, who was to obey him, was already a major general. Therefore, Ji Yu Hang's rank was promoted to major general, a rank within the Star Realm Army hierarchy. Ji Yu Hang continued to complain, "The battle is damn over, and now they think my rank isn't suitable?" The reaction speed of the Empire. But regardless, a post-facto promotion is still a promotion. In the future, when Ji Yu Hang goes out, or when someone comes to Rage Owl Star, having the rank of Major General in the Star Realm Army along with the Empire's Glorious Medal, these two things together will indeed make an impressive display. However, Ji Yu Hang was still pondering another situation. Did the Empire take the initiative to arrange all this for him? He was somewhat skeptical. Given the value of these things and understanding the ecology of the Empire's political scene, the idea of rewarding achievement is just talk. Without taking initiative, without striving, and without backing, it's questionable whether the credit was truly his own. While Ji Yu Hang's achievements were undeniable, expecting the Empire to proactively reward him, and generously at that, seemed unlikely. But speaking of backing, Ji Yu Hang did think of 2 people. One was Nell Lavis, but he quickly dismissed this option. Lavis held significant power, but the position was not high enough. Although able to secure some tangible benefits for Ji Yu Hang, obtaining the rank of Major General and the Empire Medal probably wouldn't have been within Lavis's capabilities. The position of Minister of Internal Affairs of the Star Domain didn't quite fit with the awards Ji Yu Hang had received. However, he seemed to have another backer, Galaraldo. After some thought, Ji Yu Hang used the Star Language Tower on Rage Owl Star to make a very complicated interstellar call, directed toward Wuji Star in the Eastern Cosmos Domain's capital. His Star Language Tower could, at most, reach Flying Wing Star, already spanning 2 star systems and traversing 2 star realm tunnels. To contact Yunluo Star, where the Star Domain government resides, one would need to transfer from the Star Language Tower system on Flying Wing Star. And to get in touch with Wuji Star, the capital planet of the Eastern Cosmos Domain, it would require another transfer from Yunluo Star. Just using the Star Language Tower to search for a spiritual energy channel, then applying for permission, getting approval, transferring and searching again, applying and getting approval, the entire process was cumbersome. Especially when searching for a spiritual energy channel, the more transfers and the further the distance, the more complex the spiritual energy environments become, making the search more difficult, and posing a larger challenge for the work of the star speaker. The original star speaker from Rage Owl Star couldn't do it. Even if you matched him with dozens of psychics from the Storm Mage Corps and maximized the spiritual energy, he still couldn't make multiple jumps to the cosmic domain capital. For long-distance star language communication, in addition to the strength of spiritual energy, a stronger ability to search for signals is equally important. The current star speaker at Rage Owl Star was good for nothing. Even if you threw this guy into the Union Storm Mage Academy for further education, it would be no use, he had no potential left. This guy was sent by Ji Yu Hang's mother. In fact, the star language tower was also a gift from his mother, with the star speaker dispatched together. Initially, they thought he was a high-tech talent, but later they found out this guy was just so-so, lacking both talent and ambition, only thinking of scraping by until death. But that's not really a problem. Ji Yu Hang was very tolerant. Whatever you can do is as far as you can go. Just do your normal work. Ji Yu Hang would not make any further demands regarding capability issues. However, for star language communication, Ji Yu Hang did have practical needs. As the Alliance's operations expanded more and more, the need for external communication would definitely increase. And communication with fixed stars was already the simplest. More difficult was communication with fleets on long voyages. Now trying to make a call to Wuji Star was so troublesome, let alone getting in touch with a war fleet that was already in a remote star sector, constantly moving, and might sometimes have to enter a silent state. For example, the Tianma fleet to which Ji Yu Hang's fiancée Yelicia belonged, wasn't that even more unreachable? Indeed, that was the case. This area still needed to be strengthened. On one hand there was the need for improving the quality of star speakers, on the other hand, the technical level of the star language towers. Both complemented each other. A badass star speaker could connect straight to Holy Terra with crappy equipment. A crappy star speaker matched with a good enough star language tower could at least contact a place outside of the cosmos domain. While thinking about which direction the Alliance needed to further strengthen development, Ji Yu Hang's psionic perception followed the signal of the star language tower, connected to the relay station at Flying Wing Star, then connected to Yunluo Star, and continued searching for Wuji Star. There was no helping it. If his subordinates were not up to par, then Ji Yu Hang had to step in himself. He was not like the perpetual duty star speaker on Rage Owl Star. He was a bona fide grade S psychic, with a spiritual energy that was not of the same level. Although he had a disadvantage of not having undergone professional star speaker training, it was not too late to learn on the go. He had more than enough capital to attempt it. Then, the process of making this phone call wasted a whole day of his time. Connecting to Wuji Star was okay, taking only 2 hours, but after the call, Ji Yu Hang received news that Galaraldo was no longer on Wuji Star. This did not match the last update Ji Yu Hang had received. Galaraldo should have taken a fast ship and headed to the capital of the Empire, the homeworld of humanity, Holy Terra. He had left Wuji Star about a year and a half ago. Based on the speed of the ship he took, Galaraldo should have already arrived at Holy Terra by now. So, Ji Yu Hang called Holy Terra. That was quite far, causing Ji Yu Hang to spend an entire day on the call. After going through this ordeal, Ji Yu Hang's proficiency in operating star language communication increased significantly. The next time he called Wuji Star, it should only take an hour to handle. Getting through to Holy Terra would also take at most 7 or 8 hours. Of course, even then it's still not really acceptable. How could Ji Yu Hang have so much time to spend on making phone calls? In the future, unless there were better star speaker, a better star language tower, making it unnecessary for Ji Yu Hang to personally act as the operator, he certainly wouldn't make any super long-distance interstellar calls for anything but extremely important matters. In fact, he was already regretting this call. He felt like there really wasn't anything particularly necessary to say to Galaraldo. It was only that he had already invested so much time halfway through. The sunken cost was too high, so he gritted his teeth and persisted, seeing it as a form of self-improvement. However, once the call got through, Ji Yu Hang felt that the information he obtained from it was indeed very valuable. "I was still wondering how much longer it would take for your call to come through," said the frivolous voice of Galaraldo from the other side, carrying a fondness not heard for a long time. "The honorees only got to Rage Owl Star. After I met them, I immediately wanted to communicate with you, but this remote place, please understand, it's really difficult to make contact with Holy Terra. I understand, but you moved quickly. Hello? Hello? Oh, can you hear me now? This damn call quality? Galleraldo cursed after complaining. Then his tone lightened up again. I called over a few star speakers specially to reinforce our communication channel. Should be no problem now. From the way you speak, it seems you are also highly respected at Holy Terra? Of course, who am I? I am Bochoya Galleraldo, Apostle of War. Don't call me Apostle of War anymore, I'm not that now. When Galleraldo said this, his mood dropped for a moment, but was quickly replaced by a new, vibrant emotion. Now, please refer to me as Deputy Minister of the Imperial Military Department. Then, Galleraldo added, unless something unexpected happens, within half a year, I'll be promoted to Assistant Minister of the Military Affairs Department. Ji Hang's exclamation was genuine. The surprise Galleraldo brought to Ji Hang was even more significant than he had imagined. The military department, mentioned by the former Apostle of War, had the prefix of the Empire and was not followed by any other suffix. This meant that he was referring to the Central Military Department of the Empire. And what is the grade of Deputy Minister? The head of the central government of the Empire is the Prime Minister, and the Minister of the Military Affairs Department is one of the most important government positions under the Prime Minister. At times, as in the current era, the minister could be one of the 13 members of the Human Supreme Council. Within the Military Affairs Department, below the minister are the Deputy Minister and the Assistant Ministers, followed by the Deputy Ministers. In the military department, counting the minister, there might be just 6 to 7 people above Galleraldo. If he really gets promoted to assistant minister within half a year, as he said, he almost counts as a top 5 figure in the department, and in extreme cases, he could even be considered the third in command. So, does that mean Ji Hang's good friend, Galleraldo, has become a proper high official of the Empire? Not someone who operates brutally by solely relying on the authority of the Sun Lord without any actual official capacity, those so-called apostles of war, but a legitimate high official of the Empire. How did this guy manage to do it? Ji Hang felt deeply surprised. Amid his pride, Galleraldo roughly shared his recent experiences with Ji Hang. Wait, your place. Galleraldo understood immediately. Don't worry, of course, I'll be cautious to ensure our conversation is not tapped. He continued, let me think, where was I? Initially, after Galleraldo was rescued from subspace by Ji Hang, he realized something had happened to the Sun Lord as soon as he heard the Sun Lord's delegation that came to save him hurried back halfway. He fled from the Tianma star sector at the first chance he got. No matter how important the Tianma star sector seemed, it was still a remote area of the Empire. He had to act quickly while he still had time. No matter how the Sun Lord died, Galleraldo, being a confidant, was very clear that no one could continue to sustain the solar expedition after the Sun Lord. The vast solar expedition army, which nearly gathered the elite of the entire empire, would also disintegrate. He had to find a way out for himself, or someone like him, without military power, who made money for the Sun Lord, who offended countless high officials in the empire, would surely be quickly purged in the first wave. Galleraldo had a very clear understanding of his own situation at the outset. If he did nothing, he was as good as dead. He was a war apostle of the Sun Lord, the closest confidant of that great figure who had almost single-handedly wielded the Empire's supreme power for decades. When necessary, the Sun Lord even liked to exercise supreme authority directly through his war apostles. This was a very normal choice. In his view, the governmental system of the Empire was too cumbersome and inefficient. With his unmatched prestige, he would directly deploy war apostles, either as the chief administrative officer of a vast star domain, as a tax officer to gather war materials, this was the role of Galleraldo, or directly appoint a war apostle as the person in charge of a certain war zone, consolidating forces like the Star Realm Army, the Navy, and even the Interstellar Warriors, the state religion's nuns, the Tribunal, and the sect of mechanics. This greatly increased efficiency, integrating the Empire's complex and cumbersome forces, but undoubtedly destroyed the Empire's established system. While the Sun Lord was alive, this wasn't a major issue, and the war apostles could still summon wind and rain. But after the death of the Sun Lord, there would inevitably be a comprehensive backlash from the entire Empire's established system, which would drive the war apostles into a corner. Without their greatest patron, would the Empire tolerate these war apostles, who could only wield immense power with the prestige of the Sun Lord, to continue holding high positions and usurping the authority of the Empire government? Clearly not. So the question arises, what would the remaining war apostles do? Would they willingly accept their execution? Clearly, that was also not a possibility. Just as Galleraldo had tried everything to fight for a way out, the other 40 or so war apostles also each had their own methods and means. By now, 4 or 5 years had passed, and the death of the Sun Lord still had not been made public. The number of people who knew this news for certain was very few. Those who guessed, those who felt it, there were many, but nobody had evidence, nor dared to be so certain. Those who believed that the solar expedition was still proceeding vigorously were the overwhelming majority. However, underneath the surface, everything had already begun to move in secret. There were already war apostles who had been purged, along with the series of forces they represented, which crumbled as a result. And some war apostles, especially those ensconced in the Solaria Cosmos domain conquered by the solar expedition and acting as generals, as chief administrators, quickly developed into separatist forces. They also had a lot of dirty laundry to deal with each other. Of the 40 or so war apostles, were their relationships all close comrades in arms? Obviously not. Over the course of the lengthy solar expedition, these colleagues had become friends, but also, due to differences in ideology, personality, and other reasons, many conflicts had formed. While Sun Lord Suo he came was alive, all conflicts were suppressed beneath the surface. Without him, these conflicts began to erupt en masse. Some war apostles wanted to elect a new leader, hoping that the position of Sun Lord would continue to exist and continue to lead the ongoing solar expedition. Some wanted to stop fighting and obey the Empire's orders. Some just wanted to independently rule over their territories like local tyrants. But regardless of how much power they inherited, whether they were generals or politicians, whether they were loyal or harbored other intentions, in any case, the Solaria domain had already become a complete mess. Galleraldo foresaw these situations and future trends. And he himself was different from those former colleagues. He neither controlled an army nor was he a powerful regional governor. Within the war apostles, he served as a tax officer, and his biggest reliance was on the authority and prestige of the Sun Lord. He could neither rule over a region nor had the chips to negotiate with the Empire. On the contrary, by dealing with taxation and war donations, he had offended numerous people within the Empire. Although, the vast majority of them were local officials and lords, without his patron, these officials and real power lords could very easily take his life. However, he also had advantages that his former colleagues did not. Unlike the other war apostles who spent years in the Solaria domain, expanding the Empire's borders, Galleraldo's workplace was within the entire Empire, especially as he spent a longer time in Holy Terra. After all, he needed to deal with various government departments, particularly the Military Affairs Department and the Department of Taxation. He had many connections. Though in the midst of chaos, networking might seem inconsequential compared to genuine power in hand, but Galleraldo also swiftly analyzed another aspect. If the Solar Expedition Army, no matter how fierce, no matter how much it had concentrated the best of the Empire, lost Suo he came himself, they would be nothing but loose sand, incapable of coming together. His colleagues, even though they now possessed powerful legacies, still paled in comparison to the truly infinite power of the Empire. He did not know how long the turmoil in Solaria would last, how severe it would be, or even if it might explode into civil war. But he believed that in the end, it would still be the human empire, which had stood for over 10,000 years, that would claim victory.
So, the path he chose became very clear. After arriving at Wuji Star, he took advantage of the time when the Sun Lord's reputation was still intact and the speculation about his death hadn't yet spread widely. With a bit of bluffing, he pulled in some connections and successfully reached out to Holy Terra.
In the process, he incidentally helped Ji Yu Hang sort out the alliance's legal procedures. Afterwards, having sorted his connections clearly and put some chips on the table, as well as securing some political assurances, he left Wuji Star and the Eastern Cosmos domain for Holy Terra. What were the chips he offered? There were two things. The first was the political legacy that Suo Hikame had left behind in Holy Terra and throughout the entire Central Empire. In his lifetime, the Sun Lord could be considered the supreme ruler of the entire empire. Apart from the most conspicuous 46 war apostles, He certainly had other confidants, scattered throughout various central departments of Holy Terra and governments in the cosmos domains and star domains of the entire empire. Because of his unique duties, Galleraldo knew these people better than anyone else. This list and his understanding of these individuals, with whom he had even cooperated on many occasions. The considerable time Galleraldo spent on Wuji Star was strategizing to win these people over. He meticulously brought those among them he was familiar with and valued under his command, establishing a tighter connection. Of course, he couldn't subdue everyone, and even the supporters he could rally were at most just the tip of the iceberg among the Sun Lord's supporters. Otherwise, if he could make all these people obey him, he, at the very least, could aim for a seat on the Supreme Council. Those he couldn't subdue still shouldn't be wasted. He would sell the complete list to the central government. Indeed, he sold the list and his understanding of these individuals for a good price. The second was his colleagues on Solaria. He understood the other war apostles very well, precisely what each of them thought, who could be persuaded, who was compelled by circumstances, and who was a true ambitious schemer. Moreover, his relationships with many of them were quite good. After all, during the Sun expedition, as the one profiting from the campaign, he was naturally welcomed by his peers. Understanding and even good relations meant his presence offered Holy Terra a means to divide and address the chaotic situation on Solaria after the death of the Sun Lord. Frankly speaking, he had already convinced one of the war apostles, a marshal, to return with his troops to the Empire. Of course, that was also the marshal's original intention. These two assets highlighted Galleraldo's extraordinary role. Once he clearly showed a willingness to cooperate and leveraged his connections, hugging the right thighs, not only was his life secured, but he also rose rapidly.
At this stage, he even managed to secure for Ji Yu Hang the rank of Imperial Lieutenant General along with the glorious Medal of Honor as a perk.
Originally, I wanted to secure for you the rank of General and the Holy Medal, but unfortunately, I couldn't manage it. Securing the rank of Lieutenant General and the glorious medal was the best I could do. The affairs of Dragonhawk Star Domain are simply too far from Holy Terra, and many officials here have never even heard of Rageowl Star, Coralia, or the Tianma Star Sector. But don't worry. I've been working hard here in Holy Terra to promote your achievements. A battle group redeemed under the governance of Mr. Gu, savior of 40 billion people. A distinguished and pragmatic politician. A wise ruler. I've approached some newspapers and radio stations, spent quite a bit of money to publicize your reputation. They are also adapting some of your acts, like crushing the cult and saving the world, into new operas to be premiered soon. To be honest, making these happen has not been easy. The people of Terra have heard hero tales from all over the universe, and every hero wants to make a name for themselves here after their deeds. To secure a spot for you in the media and scheduling for the theater, I've had to push aside several so-called heroes' stories. I've also asked the most talented playwrights to adapt your deeds with some reasonable dramatization. Please understand, to touch hearts in a place like Terra, we need some twists and turns, incredible stories, and of course, a pinch of romantic elements to act as seasoning and sensory stimulation. Once your fame rises, I can then use these to secure higher military ranks and medals for you, and then we can aim for real benefits. What is it that you want? The head of the Dragonhawk Star Domain? Or maybe the chairman of the Eastern Cosmos Domain? Or perhaps advancing further in the Star Realm Army to become a marshal? Or making progress within the Psychic Cultivators Association? Choose your path, and I will help you strive ahead on that road. I look forward to reuniting with you in Holy Terra in a few decades, and then, we shall advance together. After ending the communication with Galleraldo, Ji Yu Hang sat stupefied in his own chair. This guy was indeed very capable. Not everyone could find a way out on the road of desperation. Galleraldo's response was quick, his decision-making firm, and his action powerful. Retracing the outcome to the process, his ability to not just save his own life but also find his opportunity for advancement in such a situation was certainly a display of capability. And the fact this guy was so friendly towards him was within expectations. Originally, he had meddled with Galleraldo's soul. Leveraging the favor of saving his life, and the suggestions implanted in his soul, he made Galleraldo see him as his closest friend. But Ji Yu Hang was also aware that doing so was very risky. Galleraldo's identity meant he would continuously, time and again, undergo relevant spiritual energy checks to ensure his psyche had not been contaminated. For this reason, when manipulating Galleraldo's thoughts, Ji Yu Hang had been very, very cautious, and his actions very, very slight. He dared not alter any of his memories, personality, or cognition. All he could do was plant a seed and let it take root and sprout on its own. The seed dissipated after a short while, leaving behind thoughts that could be considered to have grown from Galleraldo's soul itself. Even so, upon hearing that Galleraldo had gone to Holy Terra, Ji Yu Hang was still a bit worried. He feared that in the heart of the Central Empire, talented individuals emerged in droves, and now that Galleraldo was in a high position, he would be subjected to continuous autonomous or obligatory checks. It would be quite normal if someone discovered something slightly amiss in Galleraldo's soul. The reason Ji Yu Hang made this call was partly to probe and see. However, as things stood, Galleraldo was still stable. The psychics of Holy Terra had not detected anything unusual. Galleraldo still considered him a brother in all but blood. It's just a bit too enthusiastic. Publicizing my deeds in newspapers, on the radio, and even scripting dramas to play out love and hate, they had to creatively adapt it to enhance the impact, adding twists and intrigue. Ji Yu Hang covered his face, deeply concerned about his reputation. He hadn't created some bizarre spectacle, had he? Ji Yu Hang sighed deeply. Forget it, after all, far away on Holy Terra, even making a phone call was such a hassle, he could not intervene in anything. He just hoped that Galleraldo would be reliable. He quickly reminded himself to stop thinking about such things and to shift his focus to the present. Representatives from the Star Domain and Cosmos Domain had not yet left, but Rage Owl Star was about to welcome a second wave of guests. They were not exactly coming from afar. They were a work group from the Star Sector government departing from Flying Wing Star, tasked with determining the tax assessments for Rage Owl Star, and indeed the entire alliance, for the next 10 years. Regarding how much tax each world should pay, the Empire had established standards. Total population times 0.1 times development coefficient. For planets like Rage Owl Star, Hagian Star, and Coralia, which all have the lowest development coefficient of level 1, they paid 10% of their total population. For a place like Flying Wing Star, with a development coefficient of level 5, it has to pay 50% tax on its total population. This seems simple and clear, but in reality, determining the tax amount for each planet is a very complex matter. First, it is not possible to change this in real time. The Empire's tax fleet can only visit the Tianma star sector once every 2 years. Some places that are more remote and of lower value might only have a visit every 5 or 10 years. There have even been planets that haven't paid taxes in 100 years and thought they had been forgotten by the Empire. But then suddenly the tax fleet would arrive, demanding 100 years' worth of taxes. Generally speaking, for a planet, it is impossible to calculate the population and the degree of development every year to determine the tax amount.
Second, even if confirmed every few years, the accuracy of the population statistics and the reasonableness of the development level assessment are questionable. Even though the Empire has clear and detailed indices for measuring development level, when it comes to each individual world, there are myriad possibilities that require specific case-by-case analysis. Applying these indices robotically is not just inappropriate, it's downright unworkable.
In such cases, the statistical counting of the population and the calculation of the development level rely heavily on the ability of the officials and implementers, or to some extent, they can even use their own discretion. And this power has been delegated to the star sector governments. After they finish calculating the data, they will report it to the star domain. If the planetary government disagrees, they also can appeal upwards. Whether the star domain government cares or not is another matter, but the option is there. The star sector governments do not directly collect taxes, nor do they have direct jurisdiction over the various planets in the star sector, and to mobilize forces within the star sector, they have to report to higher authorities. They don't even have a clearly defined military affairs department, legal department, and such structures, though they do have some related functions. However, determining tax amounts remains a significant power and responsibility.
The Tianma star sector re-evaluates every 10 years. 1 year later, following the arrival of the tax fleet from the star domain government, the taxation is completed according to the last determined tax amount. After that, the next cycle will be based on the new tax amount.
Although there is still 1 year until the tax amount is fixed, the associated work must start now, or there will not be enough time. Owing to the special nature of the Alliance's system and its recognition by the star domain government, the 3 planets under the Alliance are calculated together for their tax amount. Once calculated, reduce it by 40 billion, and that will be the tax to pay over the next 6 years. After 6 years, add the 40 billion back. Gu Hang was initially somewhat worried. His relationship with the star sector government was not too good. After Pei Desi's death, the so-called favor of promotion was gone. During the time when he, the Gu family, and Fufana led the opposition against the disgusting political fight between the then star sector government and the Fatches family, and after completely separating from the star sector government's faction to establish a neutral third faction, the relationship had become even colder. Not to mention, later on, when the star sector government wanted to pin the worsening situation of Corellia indefinitely as a crime of the Fatches family, intending to nail them for good, but Gu Hang's takeover of Corellia, though it involved taking this heavily populated planet from the Fatches, also indirectly saved them. If Corellia had remained in the Fatches family's hands and the situation deteriorated to the point where the Star Domain government had to withdraw the main forces from the front line of the Iron Teeth War to defend, or even be forced to issue an extinction order for Corellia, then Fatches would be done for, certainly facing severe accountability. And it was precisely because of this that the Fatches family, which was really at a loss at that time, was eager to wash their hands of Corellia. Otherwise, Gu Hang would not have been able to take over so quickly. Of course, in this matter, Fatches would not thank Gu Hang, as the Dragonhawk Third Corps had been taken away as well. The Star Sector government also wouldn't harbor any goodwill towards Gu Hang, and in fact, became even more estranged. Given such circumstances, would the Star Sector government try to trip him up in determining this round of tax amounts? At least they had the motive. The Star Domain government was also likely to tacitly agree. For Corellia to be exempt from taxes for 6 years was worth more than 20 billion. The Star Domain government certainly wouldn't renege, but if the Star Sector government quietly raised the tax amount, what did that have to do with me? You've already been exempted from more than 20 billion in taxes, what's the problem with paying a little more? But to Gu Hang, this was quite annoying. In reality, though, the anticipated difficulties did not occur. Certainly, Gu Hang would not meet with those workgroups himself, but from the reports he received from government officials across the Alliance's 3 stars, he could see that these workgroups from the Star Sector government were quite honest. They neither troubled the local governments nor exhibited any particular distrust that warranted their own investigations. They basically just looked at the data reported by the Alliance government and then approved it. This of course could be considered an act of extending goodwill, which even surprised Gu Hang a little. What exactly did the so-called parliamentary faction, currently in power of the Star Sector government, want to do? And soon, an even greater act of goodwill was placed before Gu Hang: Corellia I. This is one of the 9 planets in the Tianma star sector, and it shares a star system with Corellia III. In terms of volume and area, it is the largest in the Tianma star sector. In terms of population, it is the smallest. This is a mineral planet with a population of about 10 million. Almost all of whom are miners, along with industries servicing mineral extraction. The planet's orbit features a cargo starport. Although its development coefficient is only 1, it still bears a resource tax, with a fixed amount of 100 million. In fact, the planet's annual output is around 300 million, nearly all from mining, with 100 million paid in taxes, costs of 150 million, and the remaining 50 million can roughly be considered profit. This planet, with its small population and singular output, and being in the same star system as a large planet like Corellia III, traditionally has its planetary governor concurrently held by the governor of Corellia, and that extra 50 million in revenue is essentially a subsidy for Corellia. When he took over as the Corellia governor, the ownership of Corellia I wasn't explicitly stated. It is now under the interim management of the Star Sector government. Gu Hang had long wanted to take it back. He was quite eager for this place. As the Alliance's large-scale industrial production grew more and more fierce, especially after Corellia's industrial capacity caught up, the consumption of raw materials would increase to a particularly terrifying level. For a mining planet like Corellia I, to those previous worthless governors, indeed there was only 50 million in profit, but in the hands of Gu Hang, it would be different. He couldn't understand how such a large mining planet could yield so little profit in a year. Even if it had been mined for many years and the output had decreased, it still shouldn't be this low. However, before this, Gu Hang felt that this matter was not particularly easy to handle. Those people wouldn't easily hand over Corellia I to him. There might be some complications involved. and further struggles might be necessary to take it into his hands. Unexpectedly, the parliamentary faction of the Star Sector government just gave it to him just like that. Although they didn't trouble him with the tax assessment and handed over Coralia I to him, these were things that should naturally belong to Ji Hang. But given the nature of those from the parliamentary faction, it obviously wouldn't be that simple. In the world, nothing is ever, rightfully, yours. The generosity of those people made Ji Hang deeply ponder. He hardly expended any effort and guessed a reason. It was nothing but the Fatches. To be honest, Ji Hang had little respect for the intentions of the parliamentary faction. Initially, they preferred to let Coralia's situation deteriorate rather than working together and undermining the Fatches, which Ji Hang found quite contemptible. Back then, Ji Hang truly couldn't be bothered to get involved with them, helping neither side. But now the situation had changed, and it was time to shift his thinking and consider the problem from the perspective of a pure profit-seeking animal. The Fatches. Now that was a juicy piece of meat. Coralia was their major victory over these years, as they finally extended their influence beyond their 3 planets. But it was also their most painful defeat. Not only was their reaching claw chopped off, but they also lost their greatest asset, the Dragonhawk Third Core. They are now, arguably, at their weakest. Such a piece of meat, who wouldn't want to take a bite? However, what Ji Hang wanted was not just to suppress them on a small scale, nor even to target the Fatches family. He wanted those 3 planets. The Fatches Tristar, located in the same star system, was the cradle of the Fatches family, with a total population of 10 billion evenly distributed across the 3 planets. The development grade of these 3 planets is 2. Even Ji Hang thought his appetite might be a bit too big. And this could not be made public. Who would let him have them? However, after making careful calculations, he found it was not impossible. It all depended on how to operate it. Ji Hang gathered some people for a secret meeting and discussed many specific measures and methods in detail. The attendees included officers from the Alliance Foreign Affairs Department as well as candidates from the Demon Hunter organization under the jurisdiction of the legal system. Besides internal anti-corruption efforts, the Demon Hunters also deal extensively with foreign intelligence. Now, the Demon Hunter organization was not solely comprised of individuals trained by Ji Hang through military badges. It had evolved into an important espionage and intelligence agency for the Alliance. To act against the Fatches, the work of the diplomatic corps and the special service organs was indispensable. Ji Hang hoped to know whether these 2 departments of the Alliance were prepared for such an undertaking. And the response he received left him quite satisfied. Flying Wing Star, Governor's Residence. After ending the call with Ji Hang, Ivan Martinelli felt utterly exhausted. He hesitated, but still could not resist asking the young Pei Daisy beside him, "Did you feel that Ji Hang was deliberately provoking you just now?"
Pei Daisy was still somewhat indignant, of course. He said I was nowhere near as good as my brother. Weren't those words just meant to trouble me on purpose?
And have you thought about why he would deliberately provoke you? What other purpose could there be? Pei Daisy gritted his teeth. He has no intention of cooperating. You shouldn't have been so polite to him. Even somewhat obsequious. In my opinion, he's even worse than the Fatches. Martinelli sighed deeply. He now felt that the words Ji Hang had spoken earlier were not meant to provoke anyone, but perhaps the truth had been inadvertently spoken. But he could only hold it in and be careful not to be careless. Meanwhile, Pei Daisy grew even more presumptuous. "Let's deal with this Ji Hang first." Martinelli, inwardly frustrated, grew stern. "Deal with Ji Hang? What do you propose to deal with him?" Without waiting for Pei Daisy to speak, the Star Sector leader continued. His victory in the war has earned him immense fame throughout the entire Star Sector. The Ji clan along with the neutral faction led by Fufana, combining naval power and the influence of the Empire Commerce Guild in the sector, have the final say once you leave the planetary surface. He is now the favored protege of General Lois, and the Star Domain Military Affairs Department has even seen the potential of his Rage Bear Legion. There are plans to expand the Rage Bear Legion by 20 times, a scheme that includes countless budgets and interests. The former war apostle who has been looking favorably upon him is now the deputy director of the Central Military Department of the Empire, having secured him the rank of Imperial Major General and the Glorious Medal. In the whole Star Sector, only old Fufana has ever received such a grade of accolade. On the political level, from the Star Sector to the Star Domain and up to the central government of the Empire, His connections span everywhere. With such a background, what do we have to topple him with? Pei Daisy was still not convinced. He's just a greenhorn. What? Someone dares to call him a greenhorn even now? I don't care what you truly think, but remember, Pei Daisy, you must show him respect in every setting. He is the lawful master of 3, now 4, worlds. His allegiance is triply recognized from the star domain to the cosmos domain to the Central Empire. He rules over more than 40 billion people. Hagian Star has food production. Industrial output on Rajal Star is skyrocketing. Coralia possesses an endless population. Behind him must be the support of the sect of mechanics, numerous mysterious technologies of unknown origin, helping him rapidly develop his worlds. His army is the most combat-ready and numerous in the star sector. Innumerable mid- and high-level Navy officers, captains of the Tianma fleet, are protégés and officials from the family of his fiancée. He has become a person not to be offended in the Tianma star sector, as well as our sole choice for an ally now. Pei Daisy's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. And Martinelli, having said so much in one breath, felt as though a stone weighed heavily upon his chest, stifling him. The two men looked at each other in silence. Eventually, he let out a long sigh. Don't be in a hurry. Pei Daisy, don't be in a hurry. Once we get our hands on the Fatchus Tristar, then we'll have the capital to fight Gu Hang again. Iron Curtain Queen, it's been a long time. Isabel waved her hand and said, there's no queen anymore, just call me Isabel. I wouldn't dare be so disrespectful. Even if we are both in a foreign land now, in Nuoyan City, you are still the queen. Just working for the governor, Isabel said. Thanks to the support from all sides, Nuoyan City has become one of the first nest capitals to initially complete reforms after Mingan City, and you've been a great help in this process. Without you, King Eureka, and the titans you led personally, the knights deterring those with disloyal hearts, I would have faced more troubles. The person in front of Isabel was her fellow countryman, also from Hagian Star, the current king of Panbo's kingdom and also the leader of the Alliance National Knights. By comparison, Isabel, once a ruler of another realm on Hagian Star, had a status no less significant, now a manager on Coralia of a nest capital. Before this, they were not well acquainted. After all, Eureka was just a prince back then, while Isabel was already the queen of the kingdom of Stefano. They merely knew there was such a person, without any special contact. But now, as both found themselves in a foreign land and with similar backgrounds as former rulers now serving the alliance, they felt a sort of comradeship. As it happened, Eureka's mission had brought him to Nuoyan City, which was under Isabel's management. After completing his official duties, he came up with the idea to visit his fellow countrymen, leading to the present meeting. Eureka said, since you don't want me to call you queen, then stop calling me king. Here we are just two fighters for the alliance. The only difference between us is the way we fight. I pilot Night Mecha, and you are on the front lines as a manager. Yes, you're right, Isabel agreed, then after thinking added a word of caution, but even though the governor has given us full freedom, we still need to have some self-awareness. No matter how righteous we feel in our hearts, our identities inevitably mean we cannot act rashly, so we need to be even more cautious within the alliance's system. We should not have had this meeting. Some within the alliance may take issue with it, and it might even give people back on our home planet. Those who cannot see the reality and future clearly, some undue thoughts, she cautioned. Eureka rubbed his face, looking somewhat weary. He said, I know I've been mocked as a traitor in the past, for betraying my homeland. I've also encountered those who said I harbored ulterior motives, unable to forget my home country. I completely understand, this is what our identities entail. We are both former rulers and now authorities within the alliance. But is this our sin? I never understood that. Enough. Isabel raised her hand, stopping Eureka from going on. I don't want to continue this topic, let's talk about something else. Eureka exhaled deeply. All right. I spoke too much. We really shouldn't dwell too much on this topic. Let's talk about something else, something cheerful. I heard that from places like Mingan City, Nuoyan City, a lot of people have migrated to our homeland, to Rage Alstar? That's right, it is indeed a persistent effort made by all the nest capitals. Since we gained control of Coralia 2 years ago, it's estimated that over 1.5 billion people have migrated between the two stars. Rage Alstar took on more, about 1 billion. Hagian Star, somewhat less, only 500 million, she confirmed. Eureka was astounded and took a moment to recover before saying, I expected a lot, But not this much. Wouldn't that make Rage Owl Star entirely occupied by Corellia people? Even Hagian Star would be at least half filled with Corellia people. You're right, she affirmed. Doesn't the Alliance worry? Such a huge change in the demographic structure. Won't the people from those stars themselves have objections? He asked. Of course, there are objections, but not as strong as you might think. There were too few people on Rage Owl Star. There are so many new factories requiring a large workforce, and what objections could the indigenous people have? Their quality of life isn't affected at all, but instead, due to the population growth, they're seeing a broader market, more low-end labor, and a more vibrant society, she delineated. Rage Owl Star, after gaining sufficient population, even started looking towards what was once no man's land, 2 other continents filled with low-energy storms. It might not be feasible to establish factories there or densely populated residential areas, or agricultural production, but the low energy itself has been deemed valuable. The low-energy storms that shrouded the deserted continents of Rage Owl Star have been subsiding year by year, and after the cessation of those storms, the spiritualized gas fields are likely to reappear. Those 2 continents need more people to settle and develop them, she explained. On Hagian Star, it's much the same. The newly arrived Corellia people have been entering the lands of the past lords, now farm owners and landlords, adding labor, increasing arable land. Those former nobles are quite pleased. They now have cheaper and more sufficient manpower, even though they've transitioned from past landlords into managers distributing profits based on rank. The political achievements they need to upgrade are measured by output size and managed population. More labor means more land can be cultivated, which of course makes them happy, she expounded. As for the common serfs, they're agricultural workers now, but no matter what they're called, or at what time, their opinions have never been the most important. Moreover, among the Corellia people who migrated to Hagian Star, the most common destinations were either the factories in the 4 major industrial centers or the many newly built farms, going to the borders of the various kingdoms to reclaim land. Did you know that on the coastline of your Panbos kingdom, a freshwater factory center has been established?
Surrounding this new industrial center, several industrial cities have sprung up. Seawater desalination and the construction of water resource pipelines to the newly built starport a few years ago have been undertaken as a means of freshwater export, relieving Corellia's water resources pressure. Taking advantage of the resources from seawater desalination, many vertical farms have been built, utilizing soilless cultivation technology for large-scale food production.
Talking about these things, Mrs. Iron Curtain became quite talkative. Especially when it came to the changes in Hagian Star, she spoke as if reciting treasures from her own home. Eureka listened attentively, and at the end, he said, "You still care a lot about Hagian Star." Isabel paused, and this time she did not avoid the subject. Yes, of course, after all, it's my home planet. Since I ascended to the position of queen, I have had no family, and now the only ties I have left are my 2 daughters, who are currently studying at the Comprehensive Academy on Rage Owl Star. The only other thing that I have left to care about is my mother planet, my homeland. Do you think the changes in your mother planet and homeland are good? Of course, under the Alliance's rule, it is becoming stronger and more prosperous, there's no doubt about that. Isabel's words were decisive. Eureka let out a sigh of relief. He opened his mouth as if to say something more, but at that moment, the communicator he wore suddenly rang. He put on the earpiece, listened for a few moments, and his expression quickly turned serious. He said to Isabel, Iron Curtain Queen, "Thank you for taking time out of your day to talk with me. However, I must leave now, there's an urgent mission requiring assembly." Isabel stood up. "You're welcome. Aren't you curious about what it is?" "Curious, but I know that what should not be asked, what should not be said, should not be known. If I need to know, I will soon find out, won't I?" "Yes," said Eureka, "you indeed will receive news of this matter very soon, so it's no big deal for me to tell you a bit earlier. The Fatches family has rebelled." Now, Isabel was truly shocked. "Rebellion? Do you mean the kind of rebellion I'm thinking of?" "Yes, they have betrayed the empire. This is really bad news for anyone. I must go now. Goodbye. Ma'am, goodbye." After saying goodbye to Eureka, Isabel sat at her desk, digested the news of the Fatches family's rebellion, and then picked up pen and paper to start writing a report titled, "Report on Communication with Alliance National Knights Commander Eureka." Gu Hang glanced at the report, but its contents did not concern him much. Such trivial matters were not worth his attention. Whether it was Isabel's little schemes or Eureka's feelings, he did not think much of them.
Isn't it normal to feel a little melancholic? As long as he focused on his work, Ji Hang couldn't care less about those thoughts.
Of course, just because he didn't take it seriously didn't mean no one else in the alliance did. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, under the legal institutions, would pay attention to this matter. The note Ji Hang wrote on the report was also to alert the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Afterward, he turned his attention to matters of real significance. The Fatches Rebellion. It was an event he had helped facilitate, but the current situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. In the original plans, although there was mention of the possibility of a Fatches rebellion, it was considered unlikely. Yet, that scenario had occurred. A little over a year ago, a work group from the Star Sector government, while measuring development levels and conducting population statistics for the alliance, made significant concessions. Open falsification was out of the question, as the imperial tax needed to be secured, and the Imperial Taxation Department would have officials review and even conduct field inspections. Discovering any discrepancies could cause major problems for the Star Sector government. But even when adhering to regulations, there were many loopholes to exploit. Development levels for Corellia, Rage Owl Star, and Hagian Star were kept at level 1. This was not really reasonable, but it was within the rules. The shipyard on Rage Owl Star was obviously a place with huge potential, but at the time the Star Sector government did their accounting, the shipyard was still expanding. Although a part of it was about to be completed, and even cargo ships like the Eureka could already be built, the expansion was not yet finished. Rage Owl Star, which could have been rated at development level 2 or even 3, took advantage of a timing difference and remained at level 1. The same logic applied to Hagian Star. Under Ji Hang's management for 5 years, it transformed from a purely agricultural planet to one with an even more advanced agricultural output due to industrial intervention. The establishment of several industrial centers also meant it had a substantial industrial output. It could have been rated at level 2. But the level was relaxed slightly, maintaining it at development level 1. As for population, just before the mass migration in Corellia, a timing difference was exploited. Rage Owl Star was registered with only 200 million people, although 1 billion followed in the next year. Hagian Star was registered with 600 million, which also expanded to 1 billion the following year. As for Corellia, having a development level maintained at grade 1 is reasonable, but in terms of population, the Star Sector government has almost completely recognized the statistics from the alliance. Currently, the officially registered population of Corellia has dropped to 36.4 billion. The fall of an entire nest capital in Pheno City, along with the population losses brought about by years of war, plagues, and cult activities, is tremendous, conservatively estimated at a loss of 2 billion people. The other 2 billion loss was during the period when the Fatches family controlled Corellia, due to a large scale of human trafficking and resource exchange, leading to the decrease of the population. From this perspective, during the few years the Fatches family was in power, they managed to sell off a population worth 100 billion tax currency. With 100 billion thrown in, Corellia should have improved, right? But it didn't. Firstly, the Fatches didn't sell off as much as 100 billion. There were plenty of people profiting from the disaster at that time. Even Ji Hang was among them, who didn't pay 5 tax currency per person when trafficking humans. At most it was 1 tax currency, or even lower. Moreover, the Fatches family had done a lot of underhanded dealings. Whether in the sale of the population or investment in Corellia, the accounts had problems. And this had become the evidence of the Fatches family's crimes over the past year. A year ago, the Star Sector government made huge concessions to Ji Hang on the issue of designated taxes and the ownership of Corellia I, in exchange for Ji Hang's help. Ji Hang provided evidence from Blackbird Heavy Industries that core members of the Fatches family were involved with the Smart Mechanisms Rebellion. And there was evidence that the Fatches family was aware of this. Ji Hang tallied the accounts from the years Corellia was under control of the Fatches, and obtained the recognition of the Star Sector government, which believed that the Fatches family obtained huge illegal benefits during their reign over Corellia III, were seriously corrupt, and directly caused the severe deterioration of the Corellia issue, eventually leading to the near-extinction crisis of Corellia. If it wasn't so, there would be no need for the alliance to take over and enforce a 6-year militarized zone. According to statistical data, the Fatches family caused the empire to lose more than 100 billion tax currency on Corellia. Don't worry about how they calculated it, The star sector government has determined it so, and it was confirmed by the Corellia planetary government. No matter how the Fatches family defended themselves, this report was already submitted. Ji Hang played his part in this, having made a special call to Lois, at the same time, as someone parachuted into the Tianma star sector, a former official of the star domain government, and even a member of a significant political faction within the star domain, the parliamentary faction. Martin Nelly also mobilized his connections. This report of a loss of 100 billion was thus recognized, and the star domain government issued a punishment decree to the Fatches family, fining them 100 billion tax currency, to be paid within 10 years. There were some smaller acts as well, such as the star sector government being particularly harsh on Fatches in tax assessments. Originally, all 3 planets had a development level of 2, but now they were all assessed as having a development level of 3. The Fatches 3 planets, with a total population of 10 billion, originally had an annual tax amount of 2 billion, which has now increased to 3 billion. They need to pay 100 billion in fines over 10 years. This means, in 10 years, Fatches will have to pay out 130 billion tax currency to the empire. This was practically a death sentence. According to estimates, all the population on the Fatches tri-star, without eating or drinking, could save up 200 billion in 10 years. But how could they possibly not eat or drink? This was definitely a heavy blow. It was to push the Fatches family to their demise. That was the intention of the star sector government. Even so, staging a rebellion was the most unreasonable course of action. Firstly, they still had room for political maneuvers. There are ways to not pay, and stubbornly staging a rebellion was the most absurd. They could have delayed the payment, mobilized their political power, continued to plead with higher authorities, and issue threats. The star domain and space domain governments are very likely to not want to get involved, nor are they that greedy. They might consider reducing the fine. If they really pushed you into rebellion, dealing with 3 rebelling planets would be quite a hassle. The sustainability of the empire is indeed at risk, not just something Ji Hang made up, but to some extent, it is a fact. Rebellions erupt one after another, threats from aliens, threats from cults, issues inherent to the empire itself. The empire, despite its size and strength, faces too many problems. If the Fatches really rebelled, then forget the fine, tax revenue would be uncollectible, and how much would it cost to quell the rebellion? It would be better to placate them, reduce the fine, and make something out of it. Secondly, for Fatches, even if the fine isn't reduced by a single cent, 130 billion in 10 years, although painful, even perhaps fundamentally damaging, is not something they completely can't come up with. Tightening their belts, they have controlled the Fatches tri-star for so many years, they couldn't possibly have no savings. In the next few years, if they loot more aggressively, they really could come up with the sum of over 100 billion. Yet, they chose the most extreme method. To hell with it, I'm rebelling. But Ji Hang could understand the reason behind it. They didn't really plan to become independent. Rather, they seemed more inclined to stimulate negotiations through fighting, waiting for a chance to be coaxed back into the fold. Additionally, the alliance's diplomatic and intelligence efforts over the past year also played a quite crucial role. The star sector government and the star domain government may not want the Fatches to really rebel, but Ji Hang thought. Fatches number 1, Era Royal Court. This is the ruling center of the Fatches family. The Fatches star system has 3 governors, but in fact, the other 2 are merely symbolic positions. The true ruler is the family head of the Fatches family, governor of Fatches number 1. The current family head, named Minik Fatches, is an elderly man. However, in reality, he had been ruling the Fatches family for only 7 years. 7 years ago, his father didn't have the chance to undergo the 3rd life extension surgery and passed away at the age of 190. And he, at the age of 80, took over the family. His takeover was legitimate and the process went smoothly, with little turmoil within the family and not many dissidents. But, as with any new ruler, there would almost certainly be questions. Can you truly lead us to a more prosperous path? And all rulers need achievements to dissipate such doubts. Minik was no exception, and the achievement he set his sights on was Corellia. The Fatches family's demands on Corellia were promoted by him. If, under his leadership, the star system could break free from its cage and expand outward, then his contributions would be immeasurable. After firmly setting his sights on Corellia, and after his most outstanding son became the Corellia governor, he indeed seized a huge amount of prestige. only to lose it all even more swiftly afterward. When the imperial penalty arrived recently, bringing a huge fine upon him, his reputation was trampled in the mire. Dissatisfaction within the family nearly boiled over. 13 billion. This number was utterly unacceptable. Many within the family simply couldn't fathom how they were going to come up with such a huge sum of money over the next 10 years. It might be possible, but it would cost them their lives. Under this boiling dissatisfaction, after Minnick had exhausted almost all of his political efforts but ultimately failed to resolve the fine, he took an even more insane action, spurred by certain secret assurances and encouragement from some people within the family. He rejected all imperial tax demands, expelled the tax officers dispatched by the imperial tax fleet, and sealed off the entire star system. The Fatches did not have their own fleet. The few small ships they had were not only unable to confront the Imperial Navy fleet but couldn't even fight against the main force of the tax fleet, which was composed of transport ships and escort vessels, leaving them with virtually no proactive naval power. But that didn't mean they lacked the ability to defend and blockade. Above the Fatches TriStar, there were starports and the star fortress system surrounding each starport. In the orbital ring, there were satellite fortresses circling in orbit, coupled with the ground's anti-orbital firepower. The three planets would become incredibly tough spots to crack. If the Tianma fleet came, it would be alright, but just a small portion of the Tianma fleet, not so much. A head-on assault could easily cost a dozen ships, and the outcome might still be uncertain. Once the Fatches expelled the tax officers and blockaded the star system, it was an undeniable act of rebellion. Everyone in the Fatches family, including Minnick the family head, was acutely aware of this.
However, after the Star Sector government issued an enraged declaration of the Fatches family's rebellion, they still offered a counter-argument.
Activate all the external relationships we can reach, and make our statement public. Minnick, with a stern face, spoke to the scribe who was writing furiously at the foot of his court. The Fatches family has always been the Empire's most loyal servant, and the Fatches TriStar will forever be the Empire's eternal territory. We have not in the past, are not now, nor will we ever in the future betray the Empire. On the contrary, the Star Sector government led by Ivan Martinelli, along with their accomplice Flying Wing Star, and the coalition's governors, are the real traitors to the Empire. They forge evidence, twist data, elude the senior government for personal gain, persecute the Empire's good officials, shoulder unbearable punishments. They are the true traitors. We have blockaded the Fatches star system, not to refuse the sacred and inviolable imperial tax. But since a year ago, when the Star Sector government fabricated data to upgrade the Fatches TriStar to the third level of development, the additional excessive taxes have become an unbearable burden on the people of Fatches, not to mention the unreasonable fines. The 10 billion imperial citizens of the Fatches TriStar are outraged, and I, representing these 10 billion citizens, call out to all who have the right and ought to know of the injustices suffered by the people of Fatches. We are not traitors to the Empire, and the loyal people of Fatches demand the restoration of Fatches' honor. We demand severe punishment for those treacherous officials who have betrayed the Empire. We demand the cancellation of illegal, unreasonable, and unfair treatment. Only on this basis will we undertake our rightful obligations. Having expressed the words he had thought through in one breath, both verbally and in writing, Minnick finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew it was unrealistic to think that a mere declaration could absolve them from the charge of rebellion. The imperial tax was always a red line, and the Empire had clear regulations regarding it. But the declaration was necessary nonetheless, mainly for future reference to facilitate quibbling. Even though the imperial tax was a red line, many times whether that line was actually that red often depended on many factors. Minnick had never contemplated seeking independence, but displaying a firm stance with a tough attitude was a necessary measure. By doing so, Minnick had two main objectives, one of which had already been achieved. After expelling the tax officers and blockading the star system, the bubbling internal opposition within the family was suppressed almost instantly. Of course, those opposing voices hadn't been extinguished. However, after Minnick took such a dramatic action, they had to shut their mouths for the time being. With a great enemy at the gates, even the most foolish knew it was not the time for internal strife. Minnick was working hard to shift this disaster from his own mistake to persecution from external foes. He successfully shifted the nearly uncontrollable internal strife to the outside. Now was the time for common resentment against the enemy. The second objective was to erase the unacceptable figure of 130 billion, or at the very least, reduce it to an acceptable level. The ideal situation, of course, would be to avoid war and for the star sector and star domain governments to compromise. As long as they consider the difficulty and cost of annihilating Fatches to be greater than the benefit. How much power would have to be spent to wipe out Fatches? It might seem like there's a gain of 100 billion, but once Fatches has been annihilated, to whom will the empire turn for this 100 billion in fines? To gather it themselves? The amount that could be scavenged from the devastated Fatches tri-star after the war is uncertain. Moreover, doesn't scavenging entail costs? How many military forces must the empire station to scrape together over 100 billion in a place that had a total GDP of only 200 billion over 10 years, even before the war? It's impossible to conjure. Considering this, solving the problem without going to war is possible. For this reason, Fatches people and their personal connections active outside had been mobilized, constantly lobbying. If war truly became unavoidable, then Fatches must hold firm during the upcoming battles, continuously signaling a willingness to negotiate and to submit, until finally being granted amnesty. In this process, everything could be discussed. The imperial tax being raised to 3 billion a year? Negotiable? As for the fines, they could also be paid. 100 billion was out of the question, but a figure of 200 to 300 billion was acceptable. The specifics would depend on how much strength Fatches displayed in battle and what that strength was worth. These contemplations churned through Minnick's mind. His secretaries had already gone down. They were to take the statement Minnick had just made to the diplomatic department as quickly as possible. They would polish it and add some evidence and data to corroborate the authenticity of the content in the statement. Then they would send the statement to every possible destination as quickly as they could. After the secretaries had left, the next person Minnick was to meet with was a crucial figure. His name was Salahovic, a diplomat from the Alliance. A year ago, he had been stationed at the Alliance embassy in Fatches 1, responsible for communication between the two sides. This mechanism had in fact been established several years prior, and Salahovic took over a year ago, seemingly as a routine rotation. Minnick composed himself and spoke sternly to Salahovic. The Alliance has broken the agreement with us. You represented your governor by promising that no matter what happened, the Alliance would not become an enemy of Fatches. Salahovic spoke very respectfully. You're right, but we haven't broken our promise. Then what does it mean when you follow the Star Sector government in declaring the revolt of Fatches, who provided the information on the rebellion of Blackbird Heavy Industries and Smart Mechanisms? Does the data on the losses suffered by Corellia have nothing to do with the Alliance government? How can you shamelessly say to my face that you've kept your promises? I need to correct you, Salahovic said. Our promise of not being enemies referred to declaring war on Fatches. As for what you've mentioned, under the demands of the Star Sector government, we really had no way to refuse.
Smooth talker. Your actions disappoint me. Go tell Gu Hang he must provide clearer support. If we fall, letting Martinelli and Pei Desi's group take control of the Fatches star system, the next unlucky ones will be the Alliance.
Our governor fully understands this, which is exactly why we support your tough stance against the Star Sector government. However, what exactly do you mean by clear support? Minnick demanded with boldness, troops, weapons, materials, return the Dragonhawk Third Corps to me. Salahovic's demeanor was very earnest. I understand your request, and of course, the Alliance can return the 3rd Group Army of the Dragonhawk Legion to its station in Fatches, but, if I may speak frankly, are you certain what they will do after returning to the Fatches Tri-Star? Will they be your aid or become a noose around your neck? Their Star Realm army? Minnick was momentarily at a loss for words. He truly couldn't be certain. Although the personnel of the Dragonhawk Third Corps were mostly from Fatches, after all, they were the Star Realm army. What would they do once the order to suppress the rebellion was given? If that legion had always been stationed in the Fatches Tri-Star, he felt somewhat assured. By purging a portion of the officers and intensifying propaganda within the legion, emphasizing that they were not traitors but the Star Sector government was, perhaps it might have an effect. But now, nearly 8 years had passed since the Dragonhawk Third Corps left the Fatches star system, and its sudden return spelled major trouble. He felt utterly unprepared. Salahovic's words continued. The Alliance's troops will not set foot on Fatches territory. I believe you wouldn't allow such a situation to occur either. As for munitions, supplies, the Alliance is willing to secretly provide them to you, but with the Star Seas blockade, it is difficult for vessels to pass. Excuses, Minnick said coldly, the GU commercial firm is yours, and the Tianma fleet belongs to the fiancé's family of your planetary governor. If you want to transport goods, just turn a blind eye, and no one will be the wiser. But, no more buts, I'm sick of your excuses. Supplies, 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 from food to daily necessities. From regular industrial products to munitions. We're about to urgently conscript an army of over 20 million, and the Alliance must shoulder part of the demand. The Alliance and Fatches have a secret alliance relationship. That's what you promised. With a troubled face, but under the fierce wrath of family head Minnick, Salahovic had no choice but to reluctantly reply, it's difficult, I need Mr. GU to issue the order personally. However, I assure you that I will do my utmost to facilitate this. Then go get it done quickly. Bowing, Salahovic left. Walking in the palace, he wore a frown, but in reality, his heart was bursting with joy. He believed it, he actually believed it, inside Tianma Palace on Flying Wing Star. Martin Nelly, Pei Dacey, and a circle of high officials from the Star Sector government gathered. At this moment, panic was unmistakably etched on their faces. Fatches had rebelled. They had actually rebelled. How dare they? How dare they? Pei Dacey still looked incredulously disbelieving. In his view, such an option had never existed. As a planetary governor, as an imperial bureaucrat, he had never dared to imagine that someone would actually dare to rebel. It was an option that should never exist, a suicidal move, an unimaginably desperate choice. Was it a death wish? He knew that they had pushed Fatches too hard. But before this, he and Martin Nelly and the others had not only felt no concern, they were quite pleased with themselves. Their expectation was that Fatches would struggle futilely and fail and then come groveling to negotiate terms. They might even concede a few points, perhaps drastically lower the fines, and could even annul the accusations against them for violating the Smart Mechanisms ban, as long as Fatches bowed down before them. But now, Fatches had actually started a rebellion, expelled the tax officers and blockaded the star system. After their initial reaction of shock, their second reaction was joy. Wasn't this a legitimate reason to obliterate Fatches? Thus, the inevitable third reaction followed, bewilderment. Of course, obliterating Fatches, easier said than done, but who would obliterate them? The Star Sector government? No troops, no leaders. Flying Wing Star? They only had the Planetary Defense Force. Could they defeat Fatches' forces? And how would they get there? The Star Domain government? Martin Nelly made a phone call and got an earful. You deal with the mess you've created. Every single penny of the Star Domain government is precious and will not be spent cleaning up after you. No matter what, the imperial tax must not decrease. The 6 billion Fatches has to pay this term, as well as the 6 billion for every future term, must be stable. Fatches' actions are a clear rebellion and must be subdued, and the traitors must be punished. But, no buts, if you can't handle it, then you deal with it yourself. With that cold statement, the communication came to an end. What to do? Martin Nelly's face turned ashen. Quick, call Ji Yuhang. I understand all you've said, Mr. Chairman, but what I don't understand is, how does any of this concern me? I am the Alliance governor, and I only have jurisdiction over 4 worlds. The Fatches Tri-Star is not within my jurisdiction. What does their rebellion have to do with the Alliance? I cannot overstep my authority. Indeed, 2-star Realm Army Corps are under my command, but whether it's Dragonhawk 3rd Corps or Rage Bear Legion, they currently belong to the Corellia Battle Zone. I am the Battle Zone commander, yes, but my zone only extends to Corellia. How do I have the authority to deploy troops from my zone to another star system for combat? Starfighter Battle Group. You would have to ask the Phoenix Battalion leader about that. What good is asking me? Out of contact? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I haven't been able to get in touch with Commander Mattens recently either. The Alliance has no right to govern an interstellar warrior battle group. Our relationship is solely one of good cooperation. Whether they respond to the call to action is completely beyond my control. I know your concerns. Please believe that I share the same feelings. The Fatches family's treacherous behavior is outrageous. I could never have imagined someone having the audacity to commit such an act of disloyalty. They've crossed the line. Their rebellion is an undeniable fact, a sin that must be cleansed. The Alliance has issued a serious condemnation of this, and I have publicly called on Minnick to surrender unconditionally and accept the due judgment. Even, I am personally willing to donate 1 million tax currency to the star sector as a manifestation of my outrage. I've done all I can, Mr. Chairman, and I hope you can resolve this incident and wash away the disgrace as soon as possible." Upon hearing what Ji Yu Hang had to say, Martinelli looked grave. He was considering his choice of words, wondering how to draw Ji Yu Hang to his side of the battle line. However, little Pei Daisy, standing by his side, could no longer hold back. "Ji Yu Hang, Mr. Ji Yu, Commander Ji Yu, just tell us, what exactly do you want in order to quell the rebellion? I've been very clear, can't you understand? It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't, neither the law nor the regulations allow it." "Stop making these hypocritical statements here," Pei Daisy said eagerly. "Just tell us, what do you want? We'll split Fatch's tri-star. You take one, we take." "Enough!" Ji Yu Hang interjected sharply. "What kind of arrogantly presumptuous words are these? How can imperial territory, in your mouth, seem like private property to be so freely distributed? Recorder, make sure every single word little Pei Daisy has said is documented precisely and without a single letter missing." Pei Daisy was clearly stunned, then flew into a rage, his mouth opening to curse, but before he could speak, Martinelli pulled him back. "I apologize, Mr. Ji Yu, please wait a moment." After saying that, Martinelli temporarily muted the communication, then turned his head to glower at Pei Daisy. "Do you realize how much trouble your words could cause us?" Pei Daisy disdainfully said, "What trouble could it cause?" Martinelli was truly exasperated. The situation was already difficult enough, and on top of that, he had to deal with a teammate like him. Everyone talked about how the Pei Daisy brothers of the Tianma star sector complemented each other, but after his own experience, Martinelli realized that it took at least 3 times the effort of Pei Daisy to offset his little brother's negative impact. He really regretted getting involved in the muddied waters of the Tianma star sector. But what else could he do? Having come this far, he took a deep breath and said, "You, go out." "What? Get out? From now on, when I discuss serious matters, you are not to interrupt with a single word." Martinelli refused to tolerate him any longer. "What right do you have to speak to me like that? The right given by your stupidity. The plan to suppress Fatches was your idea, and now that it's having problems, what do you mean by taking it out on me?" "Yes, indeed it was, so now I'm trying to remedy it. Please, if you can't help, can you at least not make things worse?" All right, I'll keep quiet. I'll just listen in, is that good enough?" Martinelli ultimately chose not to escalate the conflict further and allowed little Pei Daisy to stay on, albeit only to listen. After reconnecting the communication, he first apologized, then continued his negotiations with Ji Yu Hang. Ji Yu Hang scoffed, asking if Pei Daisy had been sent away, which caused the Flying Wing Star governor sitting beside him to clench his fists. But at least, the man remembered his recent promise to Martinelli, and he remained silent without speaking. Martinelli was quite adept at political negotiation, but he was struggling against a Ji Yu Hang who was impervious to influence. In their exchange, no matter what Martinelli said, offering convenience or political support to relieve Ji Yu Hang of concerns, Ji Yu Hang kept reiterating 2 points. Not covered by his battle zone or the alliance. Martinelli, of course, understood what that meant. Little Pei Daisy wasn't wrong at all. Ji Yu Hang's desire for the Fatches tri-star was laid bare on the table. The solution was either to bring Fatches tri-star under the Corellia battle zone or to have it included within the alliance. Ultimately, the 2 options would result in no different an outcome. Even if the former was about merely zonal inclusion. Once Ji Yu Hang achieved military control over Fatches tri-star through force, their entry into the alliance would be only a matter of time. However, despite knowing this, he couldn't easily promise those 2 conditions. If he gave away Fatches tri-star to Ji Yu Hang, what then had he been striving for these past 2 years? Not a single benefit, and instead just a whole lot of trouble. But besides that, he didn't have many bargaining chips left in his hand. Maybe give away Flying Wing Star? After hanging up the communication, Martinelli downed the wine in his hands in one go, then sat with a face full of worry. "Can I speak now, of course?" Martinelli hesitated for a moment but felt that he still needed to soften the relationship with Pei Daisy. "I'm really sorry for earlier, I was just a bit anxious. I hope you won't take it to heart." Pei Daisy's expression was still not pleased, but he managed to restrain his temper. He spoke earnestly, "I think we can give it to him." "What? If he wants Fatches, we should just give it all to him." Martinelli stared at Pei Daisy. instinctively feeling that the guy was talking nonsense again. But Pei Daisy was serious and added another sentence, "We have no choice, right? We can't give him all three. If we do, what's the point?" I heard it clearly, he insists on having all three, not one less. So if that's the case, why don't I just negotiate with the fascist people? The result would be the same anyway. You know that's impossible. Martinelli fell silent, he indeed knew. Pei Daisy continued, "Besides, it's not like there's no chance. Giving him fascist Tristar won't be easy for him to take. The fascist family has managed their stronghold for countless generations, a population of tens of billions, a formidable industrial base, allowing them to mobilize hundreds of millions of troops at the limit. They've constructed around the 3 planets a defense system that includes anti-orbital strike systems, star fortress fortifications, and planetary active defense mechanisms." Martinelli was thoughtful, and the next words from Pei Daisy made him feel like he might have been too harsh in his assessment of him. For Gu Hang to take over Fatches won't be easy, it will inevitably lead to blood flowing like rivers. Our opportunity lies in letting them clash, creating a scene strewn with corpses, until they are both severely wounded. Blood flowing like rivers? Bodies strewn everywhere? Who do you intend to mutually destroy? Gu Hang looked incredulously at his military advisor, Major General Yan Fangshu. Yan Fangshu was also a bit stunned. Just now, he had reported the war plan made by the Alliance General Staff Department to the governor. This strategy, overall, was based on the Tianma fleet still stationed within the star sector, participating in this war. Yet even so, they still couldn't control the orbit of any planet, but if they concentrated all forces around a planet, they could achieve suppression. To destroy a planet's entire orbital capabilities, they might need to sacrifice a cruiser, several destroyers, something the Tianma fleet would definitely not agree to. However, the Tianma fleet could completely blockade a single planet. Although the Fatches people still had some troop transports, they clearly couldn't break through the Navy's blockade and thus couldn't support between planets. Based on this, Yan Fangshu would focus on breaking through a single planet. The primary target would be Fatches number 1, the main planet. With naval suppression of the Star Fortress and ground anti-orbital firepower, the Alliance's elite forces would force a landing operation around the weakest orbital defense at the northern polar circle of Fatches number 1. The first phase goal was to destroy the nearby orbital defense structures, establish a secure landing field and hold it, attracting as many enemies as possible. The second phase goal was to duplicate the process, open a second landing field behind enemy lines, stand firm, and aim to fight a pincer movement, an encirclement battle of annihilation, to eliminate as much of Fatches's living forces as possible. If the first and second phases were both successful, the best outcome would be that they had eliminated enough enemies and temporarily destroyed Fatches's living forces on the northern continent. Under the condition that the enemy couldn't regroup, the entire army would head south swiftly and directly capture the planetary capital of Fatches number 1, hoping to secure a complete surrender of the planet. Of course, the strategy submitted by Yan Fangshu wasn't simply about methods and goals, but also included many detailed aspects like the forces to be deployed at each stage, materials, tactical plans, and so on. Every step in this plan was filled with difficulties, but each held the hope of being accomplished. Yan Fangshu's overall goal was to take down Fatches quickly and securely, rather than getting stuck in a prolonged tug-of-war, a standoff. Otherwise, while the enemy could rely on a home planet with 4 billion people as a backdrop, the Alliance's supplies, reinforcements, and everything else had to be shipped over, passing through 2 star realm tunnels to the Fatches star system, at a much higher cost than for the opposition. Regardless of the plan, regardless of what strategies were made, Yan Fangshu and the officers of the staff under his command all agreed on one conclusion. This would be a bloody battle. Despite facing only the planetary defense army and not some dangerous demons, the sheer number of enemies presented a large problem, and the cruelty that landing operations brought to the attackers was another big issue. This battle, no matter how it was fought, was sure to incur losses, and they would be incredibly huge. For this very reason, Yan Fangshu couldn't help but use phrases like, rivers of blood, and fields of corpses, when reporting to the governor. However, this clearly provoked Mr. Gu's dissatisfaction. Obviously, if the battle needs to escalate to that level, it would mean that we have already failed, he said. Sacrificing tens of millions of brave soldiers, spending innumerable amounts of money, gaining 3 worlds that require post-war reconstruction. I can't even bear to imagine that scene, old Yan, can you? Yan Fangshu didn't know how to answer that question. We need a smarter way, and I've already made preparations. So, Governor, should this plan be abandoned? Not necessarily, in case it really comes to that. We must have a contingency plan. However, from now on, you and your staff need to come up with a strategy to take over the 3 planets of Fatches. Take over? Yan Fangshu carefully confirmed the word he had heard. Yes, take over. With that, Ji Yuhang stood up and looked into the distance. As your plan states, Fatches comprises 3 well-defended civilized worlds. But what is the best way to conquer a stronghold? Of course, it's to break it from the inside. Coincidentally, we've been preparing for this for a year, and the Fatches people are not as united as they claim to be. This is our opportunity. Now, we're just waiting to see if our beloved Star Sector leader can come to his senses, and I have no doubt about that. Ji Yuhang said this with great confidence because he had already seen through Martinelli's current predicament. In the present situation, Martinelli has 4 main requirements for settling the Fatches rebellion, in order of importance. Don't let the star domain intervene equals ensure the imperial tax of the Fatches star system, destroy the Fatches family, severely punish the rebellion greater than fines. The first 2 are equally important. That's the substance. The star domain government is not incapable of resolving the issue, but doing so would require diverting fleets from the front lines of the Iron Teeth War and calling back the Star Realm army. This would cost a great deal of money and create defense gaps on the front line, potentially leading to greenskins capturing several worlds, resulting in even greater losses. The imperial tax is the same. The 3 Fatches stars together generate 6 billion in tax currency annually, and that's something that cannot be lost. These 2 substantive issues must be preserved. Failing to do so means Martinelli can expect to share the Fatches' fate, perhaps even meeting their end a bit sooner. Destroying the Fatches family and severely punishing the rebellion is a matter of face. The dignity of the empire needs to be upheld, and those who dare trample its baseline must be eradicated. Pure subsistence is not enough. The chaos is Martinelli's doing. If just the chaos is quelled and the Fatches remain at large, or even continue to control the planets, then the star domain government would be losing face. In this scenario, Martinelli wouldn't necessarily die, but his career would certainly be finished. Fines are an additional benefit. If the substance and face issues are resolved, Martinelli might maintain his position, and if fines cannot be secured, then so be it. On this basis, Martinelli has absolutely no foundation for negotiation with the Fatches family. The Fatches family would not negotiate with Martinelli either. They're also aware of the priority of issues above. What they want to achieve is to preserve the substance for the empire and let Martinelli bear the loss of face. At that time, the declaration issued by Minnick would not be worthless, but the truth, and Martinelli could play the role of the rebel who forced the empire's loyalists to compensate for the empire's loss of dignity. On this basis, Ji Yuhang had no doubt that in the end, Martinelli would surely compromise and dutifully use his own connections, relationships, and methods to seek the alliance's control over the Fatches TriStar. The Star Sector leader had no other choices left. Although he was certain, everything happened even faster than Ji Yuhang had anticipated. Just 8 days later, Ji Yuhang, stationed at the governor's office on Corellia 3, met with Martinelli. This Star Sector leader had personally come to Corellia to meet Ji Yuhang and announce the latest orders from the higher government. The Corellia battle zone was henceforth expanded to become the Tianma battle zone. Commander Ji Yuhang could now mobilize the military forces within the Star Sector, including the Dragonhawk 3rd Corps, although, in reality, this did not significantly increase in size and was essentially a mobilization of the forces already under Ji Yuhang's command. What was added was the reserve portion of the Tianma fleet, which was now under the command of the battle sector commander once again. But in fact, Ji Yuhang had never expected any additional military assistance. The Tianma star sector had nothing extra to offer. What Ji Yuhang considered most important, he had now obtained. With the inclusion of the 3 Fatches stars in the battle sector, Ji Yuhang now had full authority to deal with them. This was clearly reflected in the document Martinelli brought, signed by both the Star Domain government and Star Sector government.
After stating these points and handing over the assignment document bearing the signatures of the Star Domain Government and Star Sector Government to Ji Yuhang, Martinelli left, with no intention of further communication with Ji Yuhang.
Ji Yuhang did not detain him. For Ji Yuhang, he had already gained what he desired. The Alliance's war machine, from this moment, began to operate openly. The first to be mobilized was the GU commercial firm.
They had received a massive number of war orders, the money for which was to be paid by the Imperial Military Department. Multiple merchant fleets were called over. These merchant ships and transport vessels were going to be responsible for transporting the Alliance Army and strategic materials.
The Tianma fleet had also been deployed, heading for the Fatches Star sector. After the Navy passed through the Star Realm tunnel from Flying Wing Star to the Fatches Star system, they would blockade Fatches Tri-Star. They would not rashly attack planets with complete defense systems, but they would surround the 3 planets from a distance, completely isolating them. The little boats of the Fatches family could only honestly nestle in the starport, unable to come out again. And half a month later, the Alliance's preparations for war had been completed. The Dragonhawk Third Corps, as the main force, had almost all boarded their ships. After 8 years away, they were about to return to their homeland. Many of them had complex feelings. 8 years. Although they had been told from the moment they became part of the Star Realm army that their future was the vast sea of stars, almost all of them, especially the new recruits who had only been enlisted for a few years, had actually never left their home planet. When they came to fight on Corellia, they thought it was just going to be a short war. But who would have thought, it turned out to be 8 years. Not to mention those who died, many of those who were alive had gone from youth to middle age, getting married and having children. Getting married and having children seemed a bit strange for warriors called to the Star Realm army, but it was a reality that happened to them. This stemmed from a strategy by Ji Yuhang. After consulting with Hans, he allowed the soldiers of the Dragonhawk Third Corps under Star Realm army jurisdiction to take some rotated rest during the military governance of Corellia. During these rest periods, soldiers getting to know local women, developing a relationship, or engaging in monetary transactions were all allowed. When the Star Realm army was deployed abroad, they always had to leave some ways for soldiers to relieve stress, especially since most Star Realm army soldiers were lifetime military men. Discipline is discipline, but human nature cannot be erased. Alcohol, cigarettes, sex were inevitable. The first 2 could fall under the category of normal military supply materials. As for the latter, that was up to the soldiers themselves, provided it was legal. The army has discipline. However, that was the regular situation. What Ji Yuhang did was simply to go a step further on this basis, giving the displaced warriors of the Fatches Star Realm army a more stable environment, a family. Having a wedding that was not luxurious but full of ceremony. Having their own children. Spending time with their family during rest periods. Although the Dragonhawk Legion wasn't part of the sequence of the Alliance Army, under the direction of Ji Yuhang, their spouses and children could still enjoy the treatment of the Alliance Army dependents. That meant extra allowances, that meant they could be quickly integrated into the Alliance's system and be given a relatively high rank compared to the average person. This also made the soldiers an ideal partner for the local women of Corellia. Now, the soldiers of the Dragonhawk Legion were indeed from Fatches, but their families, wives, and children were all in Corellia, which accounted for 30% of the entire army. 15% of the soldiers newly recruited into the Legion were outright Corellia people. They were Star Realm army warriors in the name of the Empire, to subjugate rebellion, even if that rebellion was their homeland.
With several factors combined, how could these people from Fatches not have complex feelings? They couldn't help but complain, damn Fatches family, why rebel? They really deserve to die. In Corellia, he married and had children locally, mixed in local Corellia soldiers into the Legion, and took control of the Legion in the capacity of a commander of the war zone. All these efforts were made by Ji Yuhang in order to assimilate the Dragonhawk Third Corps. Moreover, in the past few years, Ji Yuhang has been doing 2 more things. First, he started replacing officers in the Corps who were clearly inclined towards the Fatches family. Previously, he had done so in a more gentle manner, and he faced significant resistance. After all, General Hans was only a military subordinate to Ji Yuhang and had no political personnel authority. However, once the news of the Fatches family's rebellion came out, Ji Yuhang suddenly had far fewer scruples. He began to forcefully purge within the Dragonhawk Third Corps under the guise of removing, the claws and teeth of imperial traitors, reducing the resistance substantially. Even Hans couldn't stop him then, otherwise, he himself might end up wearing the hat of a traitor and being purged by Ji Yuhang. The second thing was, as soldiers from Corellia who had undergone training in Ji Yuhang's army badge system joined the corps, he also started to implement the commissar system from the alliance. Originally, the Dragonhawk Corps did not have political commissars. Functions similar to that role were played by two other entities, the military judges and military priests. The former, with their supervisory teams and military police, were in charge of combat discipline, the latter were responsible for the soldiers' ideological matters. But aside from Ji Yuhang's intention to further infiltrate and seize control of the army using political commissars, even from an objective standpoint, he disapproved of the system. Ji Yuhang felt that the alliance's commissar system was far more reliable than military judges. As for the military priests, he had no plans to remove the existing ones, but he also had no plans to continue adding them to the army. Maintaining the status quo would suffice. Now, he believed that the current Dragonhawk Third Corps could turn against their former lord without issue. Of course, even so, Ji Yuhang couldn't fully trust this corps. After all, it wasn't his own force and was not included in the soldier-tagged system. Even the 3 million Corellia people he had trained disappeared from the system after they were incorporated into the Dragonhawk Corps. But for this very reason, he wouldn't feel too distressed about sending them into the most grueling sieges. This army was also the first to board the starships, and they would be the main force in the upcoming Fatches campaign. The Alliance, too, had dispatched a force of over 10 million soldiers. The Alliance land forces currently comprise three major organizational structures: the Alliance Army, Salvation Army, and Corellia Defense Forces. The former represents the military forces from Rajowl Star and Hagian Star, currently about 10 million strong. The latter is the defending army of Corellia, which totals over 200 million to date. The Salvation Army is an intermediate state with over 40 million soldiers. The entire Alliance Army has undergone training in the soldier-tagged system, costing tens of thousands of favor points in total. The Salvation Army numbers 40 million and have all undergone soldier-tagged training. Mainly, these soldiers are those who Ji Yuhang directly incorporated during the previous Corellia campaign. The difference between them and the Alliance Army mainly lies in their equipment, comparatively inferior, with weaker armored forces. As for the Corellia Defense Forces, they are the largest force, currently exceeding 200 million. Military reform will follow, where the Salvation Army and Corellia Defense Forces will be disbanded and fully incorporated into the Alliance Army, so everyone will have a unified organization. However, the main challenge comes from the Corellia Defense Forces, which make up the vast majority and are of much poorer quality. Ji Yuhang wouldn't be investing any more grace points in their training for a short time. Completing the full training would require 2 million grace points, which Ji Yuhang simply couldn't afford. He had already hurriedly dispatched qualified officers and political commissars to the Planetary Defense Force, conducting training according to Star Realm Army standards. Those soldiers who didn't make the cut were eliminated, new suitable recruits were enlisted, and high standards were set for both training and logistical support, aiming to raise the overall troop proficiency by conventional methods as much as possible. Once training was completed, a new Alliance Army division would be established. In the future, Ji Yuhang planned to continue in the same vein. The Alliance Army would also have two tiers. The regular army would be on par with the Empire's Star Realm Army, while the defense forces would correspond to the Planetary Defense Force. At the same time, all past infantry division and garrison division structures within the Alliance Army were reorganized into formal large infantry divisions of 44,000 troops and were assigned a permanent army group, unlike the temporary ones formed in response to wartime needs in the past. Each army group would have an approximate strength of 1.1 million, including 20 large infantry divisions, 6 armored composite brigades, and their own air squadrons. The Alliance troops committed to the Fatches campaign consisted of the land forces and the Salvation Army, each contributing 5 million men. The grand total of just over 30 million soldiers was the solid force Ji Yuhang had prepared for the Fatches campaign. Aboard a fleet detached from the GU commercial firm, their equipment, and a large amount of military supplies were loaded from various locations and assembled in the Corellia star system, before they set off majestically toward the Fatches star system. Is this what you call sincerity? You clearly stated that you were also dissatisfied with the Star Sector government, that you would support fascists, that not a single one of your soldiers would step foot on fascist soil. You would provide fascists with weapons and supplies, arming fascist forces. And now, 30 million Alliance Army troops are eyeing my world with covetous intent. Is this the promise of your governor Gu Hang? Habitual liars. Filthy traitors. Minik's insults were quite unsavory, but to Salahovich, his anger appeared to be quite common and trivial. Ever since 2 months ago, when Commander-in-Chief Gu Hang included the fascist Star system under his jurisdiction, and the Star Domain government and Star Sector government jointly signed the order placing Gu Hang in full charge of quelling the rebellion in Fasces, Minik had summoned the alliance envoy, Salahovich, no less than 6 times, with each meeting ending the same way. To tell the truth, the first time was the most perilous. Back then, the flames in the eyes of this family head of Fasces made Salahovich keenly aware that the other party did indeed intend to take his life as a statement. Despite this, Salahovich uncharacteristically refused to grovel for his life at that time. He knew that yielding once would only complicate matters later on. On the contrary, after he resolutely represented the alliance's stance, no matter how outraged Minik was, he did not take any action against him. What was the use of killing a senior diplomat? It would only further provoke the alliance and, more importantly, cut off the channels of communication between the two sides. During the past 6 encounters, Salahovich had accurately conveyed the demands of Governor Gu Hang, and this time was no exception. Yes, this is our sincerity. Governor Minik, your actions are intolerable to the empire. As long as you surrender unconditionally, and everyone on the empire's list, including yourself, is accounted for, and heads to the stellar capital Yunluo Star for trial, then of course the alliance will honor its promise and not allow a single soldier to set foot on Fascist soil. In this respect, the alliance has not broken its promise. Minik was so angry he almost laughed. Is that how you honor a promise? Is that the alliance's attitude towards commitments? Twisting words, spouting nonsense, habitual lying, aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock to the entire universe? The entire universe will only ridicule traitors, not the heroes who quell rebellions. I will expose you. I will report to the Star Domain government that it was Gu Hang who incited me to rebel. It was Gu Hang who beguiled me into rebellion. The words that Minik cried out were, to some extent, indeed the truth. Salahovich was the executor. Over a year ago, after he arrived at the Fascist Star system and took over from the previous diplomatic envoy, he began this task. In various semi-public and secret talks, he met many high-ranking members of the Fascist family, claiming to them that the alliance similarly loathed the current Star Sector government, and had great sympathy for the plight of the Fascist family. There were few who questioned his honesty, most felt he was simply adding a touch of diplomatic rhetoric to his words. The alliance indeed was at odds with the Star Sector government. Ever since Pei Desi's death, the Tianma Iron Triangle had ceased to exist. And when the Gu clan and Fufana banded together, forming a third-party neutral faction, that relationship turned outright frosty. At that time, the Fascist family celebrated, the weakening of their enemy and the emergence of a neutral faction were certainly favorable developments. The millennium-old Fascists, who looked down on the Nouveau Riche alliance, nevertheless believed that the alliance resembled them in some aspects. Both were multi-planet political entities at odds with the Star Sector government. Such political entities would inevitably have poor relations with the Star Sector government, something the Fascists would not doubt. Upon this foundation, Salahovich further fantasized with these officials about the possibility of the alliance and the Fascists collaborating, whether to sideline the Star Sector government or to employ some more drastic, forceful measures to oust the current head of the Star Sector. These suggestions were usually made in private, as jokes. They weren't concrete policies, just collective musings. What was the harm in that? However, didn't these activities gradually introduce the notion into the minds of the Fascist family's upper echelon members? Of course, having just an idea wasn't significant. During these conversations, Salahovich identified individuals genuinely open to deeper discussion. Privately, they explored the feasibility of cooperation, hoping these high-ranking members could persuade the Fascist family to adopt more aggressive measures against the Star Sector government. Putting it bluntly, Salahovich was inciting the Hawk faction within the Fascists, stoking more intense emotions. He even went further, spurring the Hawks to take action. And in fact, it wasn't just him acting. After all, Salahovic was a diplomat whose actions, taken this far, were already at their limit, and many of them were being monitored. But beyond him, the alliance had another group working within the Fasces. They were agents of the Alliance Intelligence Bureau. Their operations were more covert and unrestrained than Salahovic's, bribing, blackmailing, and for certain individuals who could significantly impact the plan, executing assassinations and making them look like accidents. But truth be told, their earlier operations were far from smooth, fraught with difficulties. However, once the huge fines demanded by the alliance were publicized, their work suddenly became much smoother. Within the Fasces family, whether the radical or conservative factions, hawks or doves, all were stirred up over the enormous sum. There was immense dissatisfaction with Minnick, the family head who had taken over the family 7 years ago and who had led to the catastrophic failure at Korolia, as well as the enormous fine. In such an atmosphere, the Alliance Intelligence Bureau managed to secure quite a few people. Then, under the direct instigation of Salahovic, a large number of the Fasces family's mid to high-ranking members began to entertain the idea of starting a war explicitly. On one hand, they were heavily oppressed, so a firm stance indeed seemed like a solution. On the other hand, they truly believed when the alliance said it would stand with them. They thought this was a strategy, trusting that the alliance would indeed stand with them, so they kept making proposals and lobbying upwards. Minnick heard about this and he believed it too. Thus, under diplomatic efforts and the secret hard work of intelligence agents, coupled with the Fasces family possibly having such inclinations initially, the rebellion of the Fasces was eventually provoked. Then, the alliance turned its back on them. The Fasces were dumbfounded. Their greatest expected ally had now become a death warrant. This was a disaster. Salahovic, as the ambassador of the alliance, came under immense pressure. But from this, two effects immediately followed. The most apparent was the rage from being betrayed by an ally. But beneath that anger lay a tremendous panic. Once the rebellion started, the conservative faction within the Fasces family grew extremely dissatisfied. There were also the compromisers and capitulators, who were in constant anxiety over their fear of the empire. Although Minnick's actions seemed to shift the conflicts outward, in reality, the dissatisfaction had not been completely eliminated, it was merely hidden because of fear and inability. All these became opportunities that the Foreign Intelligence Service could exploit. With the relied upon Allied support turning into an army to suppress the revolt, how could the Fasces withstand it? The capability of the alliance had been fully demonstrated in the Battle of Korolia. The Tianma fleet was on their side. Even the Dragonhawk 3rd Legion, the former pride of the Fasces, had become the vanguard in attacking them. Could the Fasces defense army withstand such opponents? Indeed, a landing operation was not easy, especially since all three stars had robust orbital defenses. But no matter how much damage they could inflict on the enemy, it seemed that defeat was inevitable in the end. By then, the more people you let the alliance lose, the worse off you'd be. If it were some alien invasion or a cult rebel army, those were situations where compromise was impossible, and no lenient surrender terms would be offered just because you surrendered. In a war where extinction of the race was on the line, no matter how arduous, you would have to keep fighting, if only to survive. But to fight the alliance and the empire to the death, what the hell was that for? In the early stages, the intelligence collected by Salahovic and the Foreign Intelligence Service played a role. They quickly distinguished who were the waverers and who among them could be persuaded or even turned. Up to now, there were quite a few who had secretive contact with the Foreign Intelligence Service and Salahovic. Moreover, as the Tianma fleet mounted its blockade and the alliance army closed in mightily, many who were not originally on the list came forward. Unable to find an agent, or even having never been in contact with one, not knowing how deeply the Fasces had been infiltrated, they had no other choice but to take the risk and meet Salahovic in secret. They often claimed to be loyal subjects of the empire, never intending to rebel, that the Fasces were loyal too, and it was just family head Minnick who was not very loyal. By this point, Salahovic felt that the timing should be ripe. Salahovic held his head high and said to Minnick, who was sitting at the very top of the court throne. Mr. Minnick, the alliance's friendship with Fasces has been consistent from start to finish. Since the incident with Blackbird Heavy Industries, our two sides have formed a bond of friendship. We indeed promised political and economic support to Fasces, and we also pledged not to pose a direct military threat to the Fasces Tri-Star. However, despite our deep sympathy for Fasces' plight, we have never said that we would support Fasces in launching a rebellion against the empire. You can recall every document that has been signed between us. He spoke with finality. He might have mentioned supporting Fatches in taking a tough stance, but rarely, if ever, about rebelling, and certainly not leaving any documentation of it. This was a handle that would not exist. Minnick's face turned completely dark. He knew that Salahovic was right. He had previously wanted to explicitly sign a document with similar wording, or to quietly add similar text to certain documents, but all such attempts had been repelled and had never been realized. Both Salahovic and the alliance itself had been very cautious about this. Salahovic spread his hands and began his spiel. We never agreed to your unreasonable demands. Even though your family has shown a heart of disloyalty, the alliance still continued to provide resources and transport materials to you, all the while persuading, urging you to stay calm, to show restraint. But you have always ignored the alliance's warnings. This was indeed nonsense, and even Minnick was so angered that he couldn't come up with a retort right away. There were just too many points of contention. Setting aside everything else, weren't you fanning the flames by sending materials and encouraging on one hand, and advising restraint on the other? During the persuasion, saying how disgusting the Star Sector government was, unbearable for anyone, but could you bear it just a bit longer? It seemed that Salahovic too knew that what he said was a bit too preposterous, but he continued to speak unabashedly. All the promises and support of the alliance are based on the foundation that we are all subjects of the empire, all fighting for the empire. But when you betrayed this principle, all the agreements lost their precondition. In other words, it was you who broke the alliance first. I did not betray the empire. We were only resisting the Star Sector. Quote. No, the empire says you are traitors. Salahovic paused for a moment, then continued with cold words. I reiterate to you, on behalf of the empire, on behalf of Governor Gu Hang, the demands, the Fatches family must surrender unconditionally, and hand over the 3 empire worlds for Governor Gu Hang to dispose of. You, and all the individuals listed, must submit to the tribunal's trial. Only in this way, can we avoid war, can we avoid annihilation. Dream on. Minnick, his aged body suddenly bursting with strength, stood up and threw a wine goblet at Salahovic with great force. It missed, smashing at the diplomat's feet. Minnick continued to roar, then let Gu Hang come, let your alliance's pack of whelps come. I will show you the blood of the Fatches people. You filthy traitors, you betrayers full of lies, will suffer the most terrible wrath of Fatches in orbit, on the surface of Fatches. Your blood will flow here, your corpses will fill every front, and you will be beaten to a bloody pulp, paying the price for everything you have done. Now, get out. While I still have the last bit of sanity, and am not as filthy as you alliance people, not killing an emissary, leave my sight. Salahovic sighed, a strange, inscrutable expression on his face. What a pity. He bowed slightly to Minnick, then touched his belt. Immediately after, a brilliant blue light filled Minnick's view. Of course, he realized something was wrong, but the dazzling light of spiritual energy caused him intense pain in his eyes, leading him to cry out in agony, though he did not even hear his own scream. For his cry was drowned out by the louder sound of detonating firearms. These gunshots came in a very dense, yet brief burst. Then, he heard a very heavy footstep. Minnick couldn't help but look up. His tearful, still aching eyes reflected the image of a tall, vivid red figure clad in armor. No, this can't be. He knew what it was, an interstellar warrior from the Phoenix. But how could it be here? He had received intelligence. He knew Gu Hang had under his command a mysterious number of interstellar warriors at his service. He had even obtained case studies of the war that occurred on Hagian Star, aware that after receiving the support of the Psychic Cultivators Association, Gu Hang had established a so-called Storm Mage Corps, capable of psychic teleportation. Combining the powers of these two, they could deploy top-notch elite troops like the Interstellar Warriors to any desired location. It was a terrifying decapitation capability. Therefore, he would of course be extra careful in safeguarding himself. Inside his palace, there were also psychic practitioners. He had spent a fortune to recruit them and stealthily cultivated a team of psychic operators. They would provide reliable psychic energy protection for Minnick and the numerous elites of the Fatches family at the center of power. The assassins would be caught the moment they invaded. As for space teleportation, it was an even more critical target for prevention. Not only was there a psychic energy team working on this, but 2 years ago, the Fatches also bought a specialized anti-teleportation device, which made their countermeasures against psychic energy teleportation even stronger. If the teleportation was initiated from outer space, no matter how powerful the psychic energy users participating in the teleportation were, they would be severely disrupted. At best, they would be deflected and tossed into space. At worst, they would become lost, disappearing into subspace, which was a dire fate indeed. Even if the teleportation target was not the Era Royal Court but any place on the planet's surface, the transmission would still face interference, and even if the interference failed, at the very least, it would be detected that someone had teleported toward the planet's surface. Within the Fatches family, there were even contingency plans in place. As soon as any psychic energy teleportation to the planet's surface was detected, the Fatches would immediately dissolve their central government, their brain, and disperse on the spot, scattering to various parts of the entire planet, fearing decapitation. In fact, they didn't need to wait for the moment of psychic energy teleportation to occur. They had already done so from the moment they expelled the Imperial tax officer. It's just that there was no immediate threat at the time, so it wasn't considered urgent. But why were interstellar warriors still teleported before him? There was clearly no information about surface teleportation received, so how did these interstellar warriors arrive on Fatches number 1? Minik didn't know. The giant in red armor standing before him clearly didn't have the interest to provide an answer. He even lacked the intent to let him live. The dark muzzle was aimed at his head. Wait. Bang. His chest turned completely to mush. Salahovich glanced around. 23 interstellar warriors emerged from the teleportation array. The moment they appeared, they killed everyone in the court besides Salahovich. From the guards to Minik himself, a ruler of the Fatches family. Initially, Salahovich had considered whether to spare Minik's life. After all, if a living leader of the Fatches family could be brought to trial, it would symbolically mean more than presenting a death notice and bringing back a head. However, Salahovich thought again, deciding it would be better to ensure that the old Minik would forever stay silent rather than risk him saying something inappropriate during a trial. Killing Minik was only the first step, and there was still a long way to go before concluding the events at the court center. But Salahovich's job was temporarily over. Next, he had to stay in the court, waiting for someone's arrival. Before that, the commander of this Phoenix contingent, Captain Diego Caldazo, was the main character. He was one of the century-old veterans of the Phoenix Battle Group, one of the 4 survivors out of the 7 Phoenix who came to Rage Owl Star, now the captain of Phoenix First Company, commanding 100 interstellar warriors. His company, along with half a Storm Mage Corps led by Dress, had arrived at Fatches no 1 month ago. The Alliance knew that the Fatches family would certainly prepare for the psychic energy teleportation techniques previously revealed by the Alliance. To avoid alerting the Fatches, the interstellar warriors and psychic energy users snuck in aboard the transport ships supplying the Fatches with materials. Actually, if not for the risks involved in a forced assault, they would prefer not even to use teleportation now. There was a small number of combat troops and fixed automatic turrets in the palace. These might not stop an assault by the interstellar warriors, but they could easily waste some time, and it would be problematic if Minik managed to escape. The number of Phoenix warriors performing this teleportation was actually 50, but only 22 arrived.
This was because the teleportation operation took place very close to the Era Royal Court, and also, on Salahovich's belt. There was a locator personally crafted by Governor Ji Yu-hang. It was precisely because of the combination of these 2 factors that the teleportation succeeded. Yet, under the interference, they still lost 28 people. But the good news was that at least no one was scattered too far, nor was anyone lost in subspace. The remaining 28 were all within other areas of this palace, and now the sound of gunfire could already be heard. They had indeed anticipated such a scenario before the operation. Kaldus instructed Salahovich to stay put here, leaving behind 10 warriors to protect him and, incidentally, defend this core area of the palace. A large number of palace guards, along with a few combat mechs, had already reacted and started to surge towards this location. The 10 Phoenix warriors were tasked with holding this position. As for himself, he led another 12 men on the offensive. The Era Royal Court was not just the residence of the current head of the Fatches family and his direct relatives, it was also the center of governance. Even though some of the Fatches clan's elite had been evacuated elsewhere to prevent a total wipeout, to storm the front hall and the offices of Fatches officials, to capture or kill even one more, to wreak just a bit more havoc, this was all for the best. At the same time, it also served to gather the scattered Phoenix warriors. In the city where the Era royal court was located, Fatch's #1's capital city, the 50 interstellar warriors were not the only ones active within the palace. Another 50 Phoenix warriors were divided into two groups, carrying out two different missions. This concerned two high-ranking officials within the Fatch's family. One of them was the Capital Defense Deputy Commander, a major general in the Planetary Defense Force, named Bobby Fatches. 30 interstellar warriors had been shipped into the Capitol Guard Army barracks 3 days before through his authority, concealed within ammunition crates. Today, the Phoenix warriors burst from their hiding, protecting Bobby as they found the commander of the Capitol Guards alongside another deputy commander. When found, these two had just issued orders for the Capitol Guard Army to head to the Palace District, to eliminate the invaders and rescue the family head. The Phoenix warriors executed both generals. Afterward, Bobby Fatches took over the Capitol's military district and demanded that all troops stay in place, declaring martial law and forbidding any rash actions. Meanwhile, he urgently contacted the officers who had already received orders to return to defense, asking them to return to their barracks. The officer was instantly confused. The major general realized something was amiss, but he didn't know what to do. But he soon found out. A trusted unit loyal to Bobby Fatches pointed their guns at them, ordering them to follow the commander's instructions. Weighing the possibility of an exchange of fire with brother units on the capital streets, the officer ultimately did not make any rash decisions. Unable to find anyone higher in rank to issue any orders, he had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, another 20 Phoenix warriors were protecting a man named Pete Fatches, heading toward the Era royal court. He could be considered the 8th leading figure within the Fatches family, serving as the Minister of Commerce for the Fatches regime. The Fatches family had an established set of rules specifying that should the family head be in danger due to death, disappearance, incapacity, impeachment. In short, if they were unable to fulfill their duties, the next in line would be the deputy head. If the deputy was not viable, then it would be the clan elders council chief, and so on down to the marshal of the Planetary Defense Force. They listed 18 positions in total that could be inherited through succession. Moreover, the Fatches had a clan rule that, to avoid a total takedown, no more than 2/3 of the aforementioned personnel were allowed to be assembled at the same place at the same time, or to travel in the same means of transportation. And this Minister of Commerce, Pete, was the old number 8. The coup that took place on Fatches #1 had long been plotted by the Alliance. The delivery of supplies to the Fatches planet served dual purposes, on the one hand, to strengthen the covenant between both parties, instilling in the Fatches people more confidence to take a tough stance against the Star Sector government. On the other hand, it was to secretly insert certain individuals among them. Intelligence agents, demon hunters, interstellar warriors of Phoenix, and the Psychers from the Storm Mage Corps all entered this way. And now, 100 interstellar warriors had turned the capital planet of Fatches #1 upside down. Yet no one came to intervene, or perhaps those who wanted to couldn't. The 50 Phoenix warriors within the Era royal court were almost done clearing the palace's defense forces. The clueless auto-mechanical soldiers were nearly wiped out, the automatic turrets had their control center destroyed, and the other human guards, originally numbering at least 1,000 and considered elite on the Fatches planet, either died or were trembling so much that they lost all will to fight. The Phoenixes not only took control of the central palace of the Era royal court but also breached the government organizations situated in the forecourt, turning many officials who were at work into captives. Once the Phoenixes had control here, they began to hold their ground. But there wasn't much to hold on to. The worst-case scenario did not happen. The Capitol Guard Army remained silent. 3 tactical squads of Phoenixes helped Bobby Fatches take control of the Capitol Guard Army. Although several people both above and at his rank were executed, he still had his loyalists, and he had been preparing for this day for quite some time. However, due to the need for secrecy and the impossibility of making a show of it, it was hard for him to make many moves or win over many people in advance.
However, even if he couldn't get the Capitol Guard Army to follow his command, just having them paralyzed in hesitation, confrontation, and chaos was enough.
When millions in the Capitol Guard Army did nothing, that spared the Phoenixes a load of trouble. Meanwhile, Pete, the number 8 man of the Fatches regime, was rushing over here escorted by 20 Phoenix warriors. The most ideal scenario would have been to eliminate the 7 individuals ahead of Pete Fatches in rank, so that he, as the old number 8, could naturally ascend to the highest position of power through the legal principles set by the Fatches family. Although even then it wouldn't be possible to end everything immediately, it would have made things considerably easier. Unfortunately, it was not to be done. Within the Era royal court, they slaughtered the number 1 family head, the number 2 young family head, the number 3 chief elder, and captured the 2 high-ranking officials, numbers 5 and 7. But the number 4 figure, the marshal of the Fatch's Tri-Star Defense Army, was an insurmountable hurdle. Currently, this person was inspecting the military's defense arrangements at the starport on Fatch's number 1. The Alliance also had an undercover agent there, tasked with assassinating him. But up to now, no successful news had come through. This presumably meant the assassination had failed.
But that was no cause for concern, for it was an auxiliary move that was not highly likely to succeed from the start.
Overall, the events unfolding on the Fatch's capital were proceeding quite smoothly. The number 8 figure, Peets, had smoothly entered the center of the Fatch's regime. He approached with a trace of trepidation and unease. Salahovic was the first to greet him, and after a brief exchange in private, Peets's emotions had significantly cooled.
He composed himself and, with a slight quiver, took out a folded piece of paper from the upper pocket of his garment.
Then, under the somewhat despairing gazes of the many Fiches officials, he activated a device. It was not any strategic weapon, but something even more terrifying than that. What Peets was about to do would tear apart the entire Fiches regime.
By now, no one could stop it. It was a button that could initiate a global broadcast, and when he pressed it, the words he was about to say would be transmitted to the capital's broadcast tower, which would then forcibly seize the broadcast and television signals of the entire world, allowing the entire planet to hear his next words.
I am Peets Fiches, Minister of Commerce of the Fatch's Tri-Star United Government. Hereby, on behalf of the United Government, I make this declaration to all citizens of the Tri-Star. Since March, the 10 billion people of the Fiches Tri-Star have been living in fear. The family head Minik's arrogant expulsion of the imperial tax officials is a grave crime, and no matter how he tries to justify it, his actions have led to the undeniable fact that the Fiches Tri-Star has been judged traitors to the empire. As things stand now, the Tianma fleet, bearing the empire's wrath, has blockaded our star system. Commanding Officer Gu Hang, a hero of the empire who has been awarded the Medal of Honor, eradicated countless demons, and saved the Tianma star sector, has now brought tens of millions of the Imperial Army into orbit above our planet. The most infuriated among them is the Dragonhawk Legion, which has always guarded the Fiches Tri-Star. It is foreseeable that if we continue to be stubborn and follow the family head Minik's insane decisions, the entire Fiches Tri-Star will be decimated under the Empire's wrath. All peace and prosperity will turn to ashes amidst the fire of war. The Dragonhawk Legion, which once protected us, will unleash their most disappointed fury upon every Fiches citizen. And how innocent are the people of Fiches? What Minik has done was not the will of the United Government, nor was it the will of the entire populace of Fiches Tri-Star. We have always been subjects of the Empire, paying our taxes on time, supporting the Star Realm Legion, and revering the Emperor. The people of Fiches have fulfilled all the duties that imperial citizens should, and we rightfully deserve the Empire's protection, the peaceful lives we have created with our own hands, and not to bear the unjust stigma of being traitors or to endure a wrath we do not deserve because of Minik's arrogant acts. Having been justly tried for betraying the Empire, from the family head Minik down, government officials who have betrayed the Empire and the people of Fiches no longer possess the capability to lead the government. Therefore, I hereby announce, in accordance with the highest law of power succession of the United Government, that I myself am assuming the highest power of the United Government. In the name of the United Government, I command all Fiches planetary defense forces, as of this day, to hold their positions, maintain public order, and upon the arrival of the Imperial Army, obey all commands of the Imperial officers and, if necessary, assist the Imperial Army in eliminating the traitors. I order, all local officials under the Fiches United Government shall prepare to cooperate with the Imperial Army. I plead with every Fiches citizen to uphold the duties of an imperial citizen, stay at home, cooperate with all actions of the Imperial Army, to prove the loyalty of the Fiches people, and I believe Commanding Officer Gu Hang will give the Fiches people a fair outcome. The people of Fiches are loyal, for the Emperor. Peets' public declaration to all the citizens of Fatches caused a huge uproar. Objectively speaking, he couldn't possibly take over the power of the United Government. Although he was a member of the family cabinet, his succession rank wasn't high enough, nor was his reputation and status. To achieve an effect of unquestioned compliance, he couldn't command the united government, let alone really make the entire Fascist defense army genuinely lay down their weapons. No matter what he said in the declaration, whether people actually listened to him was a completely different matter. However, this declaration still caused enormous chaos within the Fascist regime. On Fascist number 1, tens of millions of planetary defense forces fell into a bizarre silence. Indeed, the Defense Army Grand Marshal at the starport took the orbital elevator back to the surface immediately, and declared within the entire military system that Pete was a traitor, but even that couldn't completely end the chaos. The reason was simple. Pete had said something that resonated with the hearts of the people of Fascist. We pay our taxes year after year, we worship the statues of the Emperor, we send our most valiant offspring to fight for the Empire in the Star Realm Army. We could proudly call ourselves imperial citizens from any aspect, having done all that was expected of us. Why should we be the ones to suffer? Minnick exploited this sentiment in the past, inciting rebellion, directing the so-called, why should we, towards fines, towards the targeted malice of the Star Sector government. He was indeed successful, and the people of Fascist were truly angry. Being moved up a development grade unexpectedly meant that every person saw an increase in their imperial tax by more than 10% of their total income, and that was just the start. Then there was the entire income that would take 5 years of saving without eating or drinking. Who could withstand that? However, when the other side of the balance scale clearly displayed the title of imperial traitor, and soon after, the imperial army really appeared outside the planetary orbit, how long could that anger last? The education they had received since childhood, the stories they had heard, which told of the consequences faced by countless traitors, now reflected in the minds of every citizen of Fascist. Anger is one thing, but to actually fight the Empire in a war? This was a question that required deep reflection, especially when they would have to put everything they owned on the table. But Gu Hang didn't give the people of Fascist time to think this problem through clearly. The coup that took place in the planetary capital had achieved the effect Gu Hang had hoped for. The information from the ground reached the skies in the first instance, known to Gu Hang, the commander-in-chief of the quelling forces. At this moment, he was on the Concerto cruiser, the flagship of the Tianma fleet. As the commander-in-chief, Gu Hang had also set up his command headquarters here. He did not entirely rely on a coup to solve all the problems. The current situation was enough. The imperial army began to move under his orders. The Tianma fleet was, of course, the first to act. 2 cruisers, 27 destroyers, and over 50 other ships in total began a fierce attack on the planetary defense systems of Fascist number 1. The firepower from the ground, from various star fortresses and armed space stations orbiting, from the starport. All this firepower added up was not significantly weaker than that of the Tianma fleet. Having comparable firepower was only one aspect. The planet's defense facilities, which don't require propulsion, were much stronger than a starship in terms of resistance to attack. The scale of a starport was much larger than a ship. The anti-orbit cannons on the surface were outright fortified with strong fortresses and an even sturdier earth for cover. Not to mention, they were enveloped in energy shields or void shields. Even though the armed space stations were relatively fragile, and some without energy shields could be shattered with just 2 or 3 hits, they were inexpensive and plentiful. This is the power of a planet with a complete orbital defense when facing a naval strike. If you consider Fascist number 1 as a whole, the bombardment with the Tianma fleet didn't fall too far behind. In theory, this should be the case. However, after the battle began, the situation became slightly different. The fortified starport was indeed quite resolute in combat, but those orbiting armed space stations and the ground anti-orbital firepower had some that did not fire. The fleet commander Du Shiliang was genuinely a bit nervous at first. Before the official commencement of hostilities, he was quite worried that his fleet would have to endure too great a loss when clearing out the planet's anti-orbital firepower. But now, it seemed that things were much better than expected. Among those space stations hesitant to fire, there were even communication requests sent to the Navy's ships, roughly indicating that they had heard the orders from the United Government, assuring their loyalty to the Empire, hence their restraint from firing, and inviting the Imperial Army to take control of these space stations. At first, Du Shiliang was cautious, only dispatching a very small number of Navy Marine Corps aboard landing ships. As they approached, they indeed did not suffer attacks from the armed space stations, Instead, the stations actively opened the channels to receive the ships. Often, a squad of Marine Corps soldiers could seize control of an armed space station manned by hundreds. The occurrence of these incidents significantly reduced the intensity of the naval battle faced by the Tianma fleet. Although several smaller vessels, such as escort ships or patrol-grade warships, suffered damage after intensive attacks, forcing them to withdraw from the combat sequence, on the whole, the Tianma fleet suffered much less than anticipated. This was also the advantage of a naval fleet in combat against a planet. Initiative is with me. Strike when desired, retreat when needed. Those ground-based orbital cannons, orbital fortresses, can't move anyway, unable to pursue. A conservative approach to combat, retreating once the energy shield is overloaded, and re-engaging after the overload subsides, secure and a bit lucky to not be instantly destroyed, then the probability of direct combat losses is very low. The Tianma fleet thus orbited Fatches No. 1, grinding away for approximately 4 hours. At this moment, it was already evening on the planet's surface. Every person on Fatches, by just lifting their heads, could behold those magnificent colors in the sky. They were more vast and resplendent than a meteor shower to behold. But no one was happy. They all knew what those were. Each streak of light represented death and destruction. They could only pray that these spectacles would not actually descend upon their world. 4 hours of space combat had yielded some victories for the Tianma Navy. Although the fortress starport of Fatches still stood tall, and its shield had yet to be broken, many armed space stations had either been destroyed or taken over by the Navy Marine Corps. By this time, Gu Hang had also received new intelligence. On the ground, the warriors of Phoenix had achieved new successes. They had seized all of the anti-orbital firepower around the planetary capital and its surrounding area. The seizure itself wasn't very difficult, but the challenge lay in the short amount of time available, the need for rapid action, and the necessity to split forces everywhere. In fact, Gu Hang had given them 8 hours. However, under the command of the veteran of 100 years, Kaldus, Phoenix had accomplished the task in half the time without a single casualty. When the news reached Gu Hang, he immediately had the naval staff of the Tianma fleet assess the possibility of moving on to the next phase of the operation. And these staff officers quickly came up with a result. With the anti-orbital and anti-air systems on the landing sites completely cleared, they now preliminarily met the conditions for a landing operation. With a grand gesture, Gu Hang announced the start of the action. The cruiser that Gu Hang was aboard, along with 3 destroyers and 7 escort ships, began moving forward rapidly. Their movement quickly drew fierce fire from the enemy. Particularly the enemy's central firepower, the fortress starport, launched several Wrath of Jiangsu cannons. Due to the close distance, the hit rate shot up, directly causing the energy shield of an escort ship to overload, forcing it to immediately retreat from the battlefield in alarm. But at the same time, as the distance closed, the starship's firepower was also unleashed more fiercely. The light spear array aboard the Concerto made the void shield of the Fatches starport tremble incessantly, and during this process, hundreds of missiles were fired simultaneously, decelerating significantly before reaching the void shield. This naturally gave the enemy the chance to intercept the missiles, but it also allowed more than 30 missiles to penetrate the shield, and ultimately 20 hit the fortress interior. 20 missiles of S and M class specifications were not enough to destroy the heavily armored starport fortress outright, but a few lucky shots hit the firepower platforms and crowded personnel areas, causing significant damage. This forced the Fatches commander inside the fortress to focus all attention on the approaching ships, unable to spare a thought for anything else for a moment. In the vastness of space, numerous behemoths furiously bombarded each other. However, taking advantage of the moment when the enemy's core defensive firepower was tied up, another cruiser, Violin, advanced with several destroyers in tow. Only this time, their targets were multiple anti-orbit cannon positions on the ground, initiating an air raid. Meanwhile, hidden within these warships' formation were 7 or 8 fast transport ships. These transport ships certainly couldn't play any role in the space naval battle. Their current responsibility was to transport the landing troops. From these transports and from the military ships led by Violin, landing craft were released. With many armed space stations destroyed or taken over, the starport fortress tied down, the anti-orbital firepower on the ground suppressed, and the anti-orbital firepower in the capital area completely cleared, the orbital landing became quite smooth. The vanguard of the landing forces was a corps from the Dragonhawk Third Corps. 300 landing craft surged across the planet's orbit and broke through the atmosphere, heading for the surface. Their target was directed straight to the planetary capital. During their descent, the few sparse firepowers managed to destroy about a dozen landing craft. This represented the loss of thousands of lives, but it did not hinder the overall success of the landing. In the suburbs outside the capital, 10 Phoenix warriors and a few thousand troops loyal to the Empire from the Capitol Guard Army had already cleared a temporary landing site. Landing craft began to touch down, each one carrying hundreds of Star Realm Army warriors. Some even had heavy equipment like tanks and artillery. A total of 140,000 Star Realm Army warriors gathered at the landing site. The leader of this force was Major General Kai Minjin of the Star Realm Army. The main force of the assault was his own Dragonhawk Legion 314th Army Group. He himself, risking danger, was directly involved in this landing operation and was among the first to land. While the forces were still gathering, Kai Minjin climbed to a high ground and looked distantly at the capital city before him, full of hesitation. "General," someone called from below, "General, you should come down, for safety." Sigh. With a sigh, Kai Minjin descended from the high ground and then asked, "Is the car I had you prepare first thing ready to come out of the landing craft?" "It's ready," the adjutant replied, "but, please think twice, the troops still need your leadership." Kai Minjin cursed and then said, "Think twice about what? Do I need to think twice about returning to my own city?" "This. Drive the car over." "Let's go." "Yes." Moments later, 3 military vehicles set off toward the capital city. Along the way, Kai Minjin looked at the familiar yet foreign street scenes, finding it hard to describe his feelings. He had joined the Dragonhawk Legion for only about a dozen years. Before that, he was a general in the Fatch's Defense Army and the commander of the Capitol Guard Army. That year, he was ordered to reorganize the entire Capitol Guard Army and integrate it into the Star Realm Army. His status changed from a Defense Army general to a Star Realm Army Major General. It's hard to say whether it was a promotion or a demotion, whether it was being entrusted with a heavy responsibility to go to the Star Realm Army and help the Fatch's regime take control of the troops, or being treated as imperial tax and exiled beyond the core of power. He only knew that at that time, his feelings were very complicated. Since then, he had shed his previously significant political identity and become a pure military officer. Gone were the days of engaging in political machinations, but his life had since become more monotonous. What he least wanted was the day when the Dragonhawk Third Corps would be deployed from their home planet to war on alien worlds. But that day came more suddenly and unexpectedly than he could have imagined. His first mission away from his home planet to fight abroad was to head to Rage Owl Star to clear up the trouble with Blackbird Heavy Industries. Initially, he did not think it would be a long-term mission. Upon arriving at Rage Owl Star, he boasted grandly, hoping to take command of the local military forces of Rage Owl Star, launch a full-scale offensive, quickly end the war, and then he was proven wrong. There, he saw for the first time what the Alliance Army was capable of. But that was just an episode in his life. No matter the process, at least his mission was completed, the losses to his troops were not too great, and the time spent was not too lengthy. Just when he thought he could finally return to his homeland, a transfer order came through, taking him straight from Rage Owl Star to Corellia. At that time, he still thought it would be a short-term mission, similar to what had happened at Rage Owl Star. Just going to an Empire world to suppress a rebellion, to sweep away a cult. But unexpectedly, that stay turned into 8 years, and the governor of Corellia changed 3 times. However, the 8 years on Corellia had long extinguished his interest in politics. The brutal war escalated continuously before him, and for those few years his thoughts were consumed with how to win, how to complete the mission, and how to ensure the young men under his command suffered fewer casualties. What left a particularly deep impression on him was the defense of Mingan City. A division was sent to the front line, fought for a few hours, and was gone. Tens of thousands of people, just gone like that. What he could do was send in one division after another, and then watch as they were decimated, destroyed within a few hours.
Watching the battle reports, looking at the fronts, witnessing those horrific scenes with his own eyes, Kai Minjin's way of thinking was forever changed.
All those power struggles, all those schemes, were utterly meaningless amidst this baptism of blood and fire. At least for him, they held no significance. 2 years have passed since the war ended, and while garrisoning Nest Capital and fighting the peacekeeping battles, It felt almost like vacation compared to the brutal battlefields of before. Occasionally, he would still think of his hometown, recall the life he led when he was the commander of the defense army.
Nostalgia. Contempt. Perhaps a bit of both. If possible, he wouldn't mind going home for a visit, especially since his wife and children were still on Fatch's number 1.
Although, he also had a daughter-in-law from Coralia, who was married to someone of local nobility. And now, he truly did return to his homeland, but he had not expected it to be in this manner. He was coming home in the manner of an imperial counter-insurgent, returning to the place he had protected for half his life. Indeed, the world is so unpredictable. Looking out the car window, he saw streets that should have been bustling but were now eerily empty and deserted, and his mind was flooded with chaotic thoughts.
But as the military vehicle entered the military district, all his thoughts were gathered back in.
Through the rain that began to drizzle from the sky at some point, officers of the Capitol Guard Army waited. Leading them was Bobby Fatches, the traitor. Oh, that is to say, the loyalist, or the defector. Kai Minjin wasn't sure how to define it anymore. He got out of the car and shook hands with Bobby. "Welcome back, old commander." Bobby appeared quite humble, for Kai Minjin truly was his former superior. Kai Minjin waved his hand, indicating not to say more. A group of people entered the office building of the military district. Inside the Great Hall, many people were already seated. All of them were at least field-grade officers, the chiefs in charge of their respective units. Hearing the doors of the Great Hall opening, they turned and looked simultaneously at Kai Minjin as he walked in with firm steps, their expressions complex. Without stopping, Kai Minjin walked up to the podium and stood before everyone. "Have all the commanding officers at the regiment level or above arrived?" Kai Minjin asked. Bobby, who had just sat in the front row, stood up to respond. "Those who are willing to come have all arrived. There are still some." Kai Minjin cut him off. "I'm giving 1 hour. Inform those who haven't come, tell them I've arrived, and that my Star Realm Legion is outside the city, so they should think carefully for themselves. In 1 hour, anyone not present will be considered a traitor, and I will personally lead the attack to wipe them out." Watching the strange expressions of the many officers below him, Kai Minjin added, "Yes, that's right, those not present are the traitors." Bobby gave a few orders, and someone ran out. In the following tens of minutes, people continued to arrive. On the dot, Kai Minjin had the doors to the hall closed. He announced to all those present, "Now, all the loyal officers of the Capitol Guard Army are here." No one spoke, and he didn't mind as he started assigning tasks. The absent regiment-level commanders totaled 11. The troops under their command amounted to roughly 20 to 30,000, a definite minority compared to the million-strong Capitol Guard Army, and they were dispersed around the capital city and outlying areas. Every officer present was required to lead a battalion personally to eliminate the troops that hadn't shown up. The veterans of the Star Realm Army, who were mustering outside the city under Kai Minjin's command, would also go, but they would not directly engage. Instead, they would act as supervisory teams. A blood-stained declaration of ambition. The atmosphere was oppressive when the tasks were assigned. Some people were sorrowful, some hesitant, and some clenched their teeth in anger. In such an atmosphere, there were still those who couldn't hold back. "Old commander, I don't understand why we have to do this. They are our fellow countrymen, our comrades. We are warriors of the Fatches family, who have served generations after generations. Shouldn't we bravely resist when foreign enemies invade? With you here, leading us, can't we still?" Bang! A gunshot rang out. Kai Minjin didn't give him a chance to finish speaking. The old general's pistol was very accurate. From a distance of over 20 meters, through many people, the bullet still precisely blew off the head of the man who was speaking. This gunshot instantly heightened the tension in the Great Hall. Though when the opportunity arose, they were not allowed to bring guns, there were still those who had brought them secretly and now instinctively placed their hands on their holsters. Kai Minjin noticed, but he didn't care. He sighed and slowly lowered his gun. "I still remember him, Wang Zhongzhe, a soldier I once led. I remember personally awarding him medals. I went to his wedding and held his daughter. It truly pains my heart, and I certainly didn't wish for him to be the one to step forward. But I am a general of the Imperial Army, and I am a Fatches man. I cannot watch someone say such things in front of me, inciting you to do what should not be done. Not to mention anything else, just this matter. Do you think that with me leading you, we can resist the Imperial Army?" Do you still think that the Dragonhawk Legion is the same Dragonhawk Legion that used to be stationed on planet Fatches? 20% of the Legion is comprised of Corellia people now, and another 20% have married and had children on Corellia. Minix rebellion has made them the most outraged. They just want to tear apart the traitors on planet Fatches. What are you expecting? Furthermore, even if the Dragonhawk Legion were on this side, would everything be settled? I have seen Commander Gu's capability with my own eyes, and I have also witnessed how formidable those elite warriors under his command are. Interstellar warriors, Night Mecha, and even Titan, these things that you have never seen before, are plentiful in the United Government. Not to mention, the soldiers of the United Government are even more elite than the Star Realm Army. You all know the selection criteria of the Star Realm Army, always picking the most outstanding warriors among us. But even so, the quality of our troops is still a notch below those of the United Government. It wouldn't be difficult for him to wipe out all the planetary defense forces on planet Fatches. I was the first to volunteer to come down here, even braving artillery fire. Do you think it was for what? It's to save you, my old subordinates. Don't talk to me about loyalty. You need to understand what true loyalty is. People like Wang Zhongzhe are not only traitors to the Empire but also traitors to the Fatches people. If you continue to blindly follow the Fatches family, the only outcome will be being swept into the trash heap along with them. Not only will you die without progeny, but you will also become criminals in history, spat upon for thousands of years. Fatches people will despise you, the Empire will despise you, the Emperor will despise you. Now, I've said all that I need to say. It's up to you. I'm standing right here alone, with hardly any of my trusted guards. If you want to turn against me, draw your guns and shoot. See if you're capable of killing an old thing like me right here. Inside the Great Hall, no one spoke anymore. Those few who had reached for their holsters also let go. After waiting 2 minutes, seeing that no one made a move, Kai Minjin cursed. No one wants to shoot me down, is that it? Then what are you waiting for? Go do what you need to do. The purge that took place within the Capital Guard Army on planet Fatches #1 was not particularly bloody. The few regiments that refused to accept Kai Minjin's command were attacked by their peers. They didn't hold out for long, and the soldiers' will to fight was very weak. They were also not so willing to accept orders from their officers and surrendered quickly. Most of the resisting officers chose suicide in the end, or were captured and executed. Kai Minjin didn't continue to stir up trouble in the capital area. Even though the entire Capital Guard Army couldn't yet be considered completely subdued, at best they were just barely willing to follow orders with very low morale, and their thoughts were far from unified. But he didn't have time anymore. Under his orders, about 500,000 troops were drawn from the Capital Guard Army, combined with the 4 Dragonhawk Legion brigades that he had brought down, and they headed straight for Starport City. The place was about 400 kilometers away from the capital area, and its location was right beneath the fortress Starport that was fiercely exchanging fire with the Tianma fleet in the sky. It had developed from the ground structures of the Starport, a city built around and to complement the functions of the Starport. The marshal of the Fatches family's defense army was there. After Peets announced the United Government Declaration, the marshal also urgently issued a statement condemning Peets' argument and also urgently declared himself the highest successor of the United Government's power, claiming he would lead the Fatches people to resist the invaders. However, regardless of how many are willing to buy in, the internal chaos within the United Government has brought him immense trouble.
The Defense Army forces he had managed to muster in a short period had gathered in Starport City. He had originally planned to retake the capital region, but the rate at which other Defense Army units responded to the call and assembled was painfully slow.
And most crucially, the speed at which all sorts of military supplies and logistics were arriving was also not fast enough. In the short term, he simply had no strength to launch a counterattack. As if that weren't enough, while he was sweating bullets coordinating troops from all quarters, a force of several 100,000 troops had unexpectedly pushed out from the capital region. The defense army in the capital hadn't just failed to resist, they had outright defected. This was something he had not anticipated. Before he could even properly establish his defensive lines, his troops had already been struck. And the attack was so fierce that the troops loyal to him couldn't withstand it at all. Kai Minjin knew that he couldn't leave the first battle to the recently subdued Capital Defense Army. Should they face a tough battle and suffer setbacks, the already low morale would collapse completely, and the troops might doubt whether their choice to follow him had been correct. Thus, for the first battle, he still relied on his old assets. Among the troops he brought to the surface, besides 3 large infantry divisions, there was also an armored division. Needless to say, within the armored division, there were Lion tanks, but most critically, it also included a Lion King tank. At the same time, 3 Lion King tanks from the Capital Defense Army, all acquired externally by the Thatch's government forces, had also been pulled out by him and manned with his own tank crews. 4 Lion Kings, leading a cluster of Lion tanks, launched a fierce assault on Starport City. Under the formidable armored force, the troops on the outskirts of Starport City, who were completely unprepared for defense, crumbled upon the first strike. Within Starport City itself, they barely managed to organize a street-fighting defense, and relying on the fairly decent defensive firepower of the city's bastions, they were able to somewhat block the advance of Kai Minjin's troops. Even so, due to some over-eagerness, one of the Lion King tanks was destroyed during the street battle. However, at the critical moment, it was the interstellar warriors who stood out. Kai Minjin had no authority to command the Phoenix's interstellar warriors, but Kaldus, the centenarian soldier, had an exceptional sense for warfare. He needed no one's direction and could easily identify the crucial aspects of the current battle situation. He personally led his company, under the cover of an assault by part of the Star Realm Army's armored units, deep into enemy territory, capturing multiple bastions and destroying 2 enemy command posts as well as a temporary ammunition depot. Suffering critical damage and witnessing the arrival of the Emperor's Death Angels, who were indeed as invincible as legends suggested, the defending army of Starport City collapsed. If they had been half convinced before, wondering if they had truly become traitors to the Empire or if they had been deceived by the Thatch's family's political propaganda, the arrival of the interstellar warriors destroyed all such beliefs. How many soldiers loyal to the Empire could accept being enemies with the Emperor's angels? Their morale completely shattered, and mass surrenders began occurring. Starport City thus fell to the loyalist forces of the Star Realm Army. The entire process didn't take more than 5 hours. Although sporadic resistance remained in certain areas, it no longer affected the overall situation. The Defense Army Marshal had attempted to flee at the last moment, but with the Phoenix's forces there was no escaping. Kaldus, the company commander, personally captured this highest successor, and the Supreme Commander, who had only assumed office a few hours before, and executed him publicly. Thank you to Trailblazing Axe, for the second chief patron, much gratitude. Having a chief patron is, of course, delightful, but the previous chief patron's debt hasn't been settled yet, and here comes another. I can only say, it's a pleasurable pain. This chapter is 6.2k words, still owe 9k. Add today's Trailblazing Axe, the second chief patron, another 20k, so now I owe 29k. My goodness, the debt increases. It might not be cleared within January, and I have to travel for business for 2 weeks before the year ends. I'll strive to settle it by February. After the ground portion of the starport was overrun, this became another critical juncture in the war. In space, the resistance of the fortress starport henceforth became meaningless. Unlike starships, a space starport is not a facility that can operate completely independently. It relies heavily on the ground for supplies. Even a portion of its energy comes directly from the ground. After the ground was taken, not only was the supply line cut off, but Kai Minjin's forces could use the space elevator to quickly and massively transport land forces to the starport's interior via the orbiting spacecraft captured on the ground, attacking directly from within. With no defense, no reinforcements, and no supplies, what was there left to defend in this starport? Not to mention, about less than 30 hours ago, the marshal who had been inside the fortress starport boosting everyone's morale, promising countless rewards, was killed on the surface before he had the chance to fulfill any of his promises.
This battle couldn't be fought. Following the collapse of the surface, a series of small-scale rebellions and internal purges quickly erupted within the starport. Ultimately, the surrender faction unquestionably gained the upper hand.
After they gained preliminary control of the starport's command, they ceased fire and sent a communication request to the bombarding Imperial flagship. The temporary commander humbly surrendered unconditionally to Commander Gu and, under Gu Heng's orders, switched off the void shield. The command to deactivate the shield sent tremors of unease through the personnel of the starport defense. Gu Heng offered them no guarantees. At this moment, if Commander Gu wished, A volley of concentrated fire from the Tianma fleet could turn the fortress starport, which had remained impregnable during the recent space battle, into a pile of space rubble. Surrendering was like giving up one's life. Why else would it be called unconditional surrender?
Thankfully, Ji Hang did not do so. In Ji Hang's view, all this would soon be his property, so why destroy it?
An Alliance military unit boarded landing craft and entered the fortress starport, assuming control of all critical facilities and disarming all personnel, incidentally suppressing any unrest. Following the surrender of the starport, the remaining armed space stations no longer had any reason to resist. Within the following minutes, they either surrendered or were destroyed. As of this point, all of Fatch's No. 1's external orbital defense facilities had been completely neutralized. Even though there were still a significant number of anti-orbit fortress cannons on the ground, a considerable part of them never fired from the start. And now, even fewer were willing to continue firing, unable to withstand the space fleet. Moreover, the Tianma fleet didn't even need to continue exchanging fire with these ground-based fortresses. It was enough to ensure no resistance around the landing zones established in the capital region. The Dragonhawk Legion and the Alliance land forces kept pouring onto the surface, with a total of over 6 million personnel already deployed. They divided into several clusters, sweeping through the entire continental region. In most areas, control was established with just a declaration. Only in a few did some conflicts erupt, but they were quickly suppressed by the far superior forces of the Star Realm Army and the Alliance land forces. 1 week after the start of the war, the entire planet had completely changed hands. Some members of the Alliance Army were left as the occupying force, and a portion of the Alliance administrators also moved to the planet, overseeing the united government. Their main task was to restore social order and production. Generally speaking, the war, which lasted only a week, did not cause particularly great damage to the society of Fatch's No. 1. Not at all, that would be impossible, this was a war. But the short duration, mild intensity, majority local populace among the combatants, and a deliberate avoidance of civilians in key economic areas during the fighting. All these factors minimized the damage inflicted by the war. It was not difficult to restore social order or to resume production. Additionally, the Alliance forces went to the United Government's major warehouses, specifically targeting the Imperial Taxation Department's storage, and found a large quantity of ready-to-use supplies. It was difficult to account for these items in detail, even temporarily, but a rough estimate would indicate their value at about 4 billion tax currency, with a wide variety of categories. Food, textiles, and various essential commodities were the most prevalent, followed by heavy industrial goods like steel, alloys, general machinery components, and some vehicles. Electronics, paper products, chemical materials and products were also stocked in the supplemental category. In the military industry, there were armaments, mainly various types of ammunition, shells, missiles, light weapons, armored transport vehicles, and the like. Moreover, they seized some tax currency, the physical manifestation of which was a series of documents bearing the Imperial Taxation Department's stamp, with special anti-counterfeiting features, 2 matching sets required for excess tax payment vouchers.
Their sole practical use was to be submitted as tax payment when imperial tax officers arrived, but due to their intrinsic demand as hard currency, these vouchers were also used for transactions by planets and major interstellar organizations alike.
The total value of this tax currency was also about 10 billion. Undoubtedly, the United Government stockpiled these industrial goods and amassed much tax currency not for their use, but to prepare for paying imperial tax. The Fatch's family had no illusions about the impossibility of standing against the empire indefinitely. They had long been prepared to cave, and their myriad assets had already been prepared. They would ultimately have to pay the imperial tax. Even so, it's possible that these were the very things they'd gathered to cover this imperial tax, but due to fines and the Star Sector government's coercion into rebellion, everything was left here. And now, it all fell into the hands of Ji Hang. No doubt, on the other 2 planets of the Fatches, there'd be similar treasures. This was quite a pleasing turn of events, saving him the trouble of collection. The jurisdiction of the war zone extended to the Fatch's TriStar, but the TriStar itself was not militarized. If Ji Hang was to effectively control these 3 planets, he would have to shoulder their taxes. This period, Fatches failed to pay and met their doom. The empire wouldn't care for excuses, the tax amount had to be sufficient. According to the adjusted developmental tier, the Fatches TriStar collectively owed 6 billion, a sum fronted by the Star Domain government. However, the Star Domain government was unwilling to foot the entire bill. Before this operation, during the various preliminary negotiations, this detail had also been settled. The most recent tax season had already been missed. No point in mentioning that, for the next 1 and 2 years, Gu Hang needed to pay 66.6% of this period's tax. 2 years later, for the Fatches TriStar, Gu Hang would have to pay 10 billion in tax currency. It was exactly because of this 10 billion tax in 2 years that Gu Hang couldn't resort to brute force with his troops. If he shattered everything, what would he do about the 10 billion in 2 years? He'd have to use his own reserves. Although he could cover it, Coralia didn't have to pay taxes. Why should he? He had been somewhat worried. The Fatches TriStar, 3 civilized worlds with a population of around 30 billion each, complete with various industries and high development, could very well shoulder this tax burden themselves, even managing a surplus, as part of the alliance's income. But there was no place he could find the funds to cover this shortfall. Unexpectedly, the Fatches United Government had prepared it all for him. Gu Hang, quite content, led the main part of the expeditionary force away from Fatches No. 1 and proceeded to Fatches No. 2 planet. Of course, No. 2 and No. 3 couldn't have held out any longer. In reality, they made no stand at all. After the events on Fatches No. 1 became known and in the face of the immense approach of the Imperial fleet, they hastily surrendered. If No. 1, with its stronger defenses and the seat of the United Government, fell in a week, what hope would they have had? Moreover, in legal terms, Peets, the self-proclaimed interim president of the United Government, was now truly legitimate. He was the 8th in line, with the first 7 gone. Although it might be somewhat self-deceiving, this was the nature of surrender, finding some justifiable reasons. The most significant reason was that they were faced with the Imperial Army, the Dragonhawk Legion. It wasn't surrender, but restoring order, and there was even the order of the sitting president of the United Government. Could it be any more legitimate? With no naval battles, the troops smoothly took over the starport and then directly arrived on the surface through the starport, assuming command of the local defense army on both planets. This entire rebellion-quashing war was, for all intents and purposes, now largely concluded. The 30 million land forces and the Tianma fleet weren't going to be withdrawn just yet. They had to remain under the guise of an occupying force on the Fatches TriStar for a bit longer. Personnel from the Alliance military and political department, along with government officials, had already been massively deployed to the TriStar. The military needed to be reduced and command seized. The government had to be controlled, and the handling of the existing United Government considered. There was a whole basket of political tasks remaining, but as far as the war was concerned, it was effectively over. Some subordinate officers flattered Mr. Gu, saying that with his intervention, the Great Rebellion of Fatches, which had thrown the Star Sector government into a panic, was quelled before it could last 7 days. 1 week, 3 planets, averaging less than 2.5 days to conquer a world. The commander deserved being hailed as the imperial hero, surely earning himself a place in Star Realm's future. Flattery never wears thin, even for Gu Hang. A bit of sweet talk was pleasing to hear. However, he still had to be modest verbally. Compared to the speed of capturing 3 planets in 2 days during the remote expeditions, there's still room for improvement. His efficiency is almost matching the Sun expedition. How is this possible? In the Tianma Palace on Flying Wing Star, Pei Daci once again lost his composure. He found that whenever something was connected to Gu Hang, his defenses easily crumbled. Martin Nelly, sitting opposite of him, pointed to the battle report and said, "Why not? The battle report is right here. We have those from the Star Realm Army, the Navy, and the Order Restoration declarations from the 3 planets' planetary governments. Could this be fake?" Minnick and his son, as well as a list of individuals announced by the Star Domain government, have their heads removed to be sent to Yunluo Star. Pei Daci certainly knew that it couldn't be fabricated, but still, he found the whole thing absurdly fantastical. In his view, the Fatches family was an incredibly stubborn and formidable foe. They were local powerhouses with a long tradition, strong capabilities, and united resolve. Even his brother, the very capable leader Pei Daci, had spent years forming alliances and only managed to tightly contain them. In Gu Hang's hands, the family either turned to dust or kneeled in submission within 7 days. How come? He had considered the possibility of Gu Hang's success, But even in his wildest dreams, success would only come after a bloody battle. A horrific toll with corpses everywhere and rivers of blood, before they could eliminate the Fatches, that stinking, stubborn snake in the grass. So it was this simple? He thought he had adjusted his attitude, begrudgingly convincing himself that the young Ji Yu Hang did have some capabilities. But now, it seemed those capabilities were excessively overwhelming. As he looked at the information on the battle report and the United Government's declaration of surrender, Pei Daci gritted his teeth and said, "The Fatches family, they're just trash. They didn't show any backbone and just went down like that. If I had known they were so weak, why would we have given up so much to Ji Yu Hang? I could have managed the same feat with my Flying Wing army. As soon as the main force arrived, they would have surrendered in droves. Enough, no more." Martinelli really didn't want to hear more stupidity. "You think you and your Flying Wing army could manage that? What dream are you having? You think it's simple, but in the entire Tianma star sector, only Ji Yu Hang could pull it off. Did you plant spies within the Fatches family to ensure you could turn a group of high-ranking officials and military generals as soon as the war started? Did you have interstellar warriors helping you, capable of striking down Minnick in the Era Royal Court with just a handful of soldiers, seizing control over the central government's administrative system? Is your Flying Wing army on par with the Star Realm Army and Alliance land forces, capable of executing an unstoppable blitzkrieg? Not to mention, do you have the prowess to unite the forces of the Empire Commerce Guild and the Navy? Would the GU commercial firm send their transports directly to the front lines to deploy soldiers for their family head Ji Yu Hang? And those arrogant Navy lords, would they obey Ji Yu Hang's orders and position their warships face to face with the fortress starport in a gritty firefight? Can you do that? You only saw how the Fatches surrendered at the sight of Ji Yu Hang, but cannot see all the groundwork he laid behind that easy capitulation, can you? I'll repeat what I said. In the entire Tianma star sector, only he could have accomplished this. If anyone else had tried, forget an easy victory. Even with a massive toll in blood, they would have left empty-handed." Having said so much in one breath, Martinelli sighed deeply. Looking at Pei Daci's ashen face and silence, Martin felt a pang of pity and decided to give one final piece of advice. "I've known your brother for many years, we're good friends, and I really don't want to see you end up in a bad way. But I can't help you anymore. From now on, you'll have to face him on your own. You should take care of yourself. Don't oppose him, and try to be honest." "What?" Pei Daci panicked. "What do you mean by that? You're saying I have to face him on my own. What about you?" "Although it's not official yet, but I'm going back to Yunluo Star. There's a position for me in the legal department. The new star sector head will be either Ji Yu Hang himself or someone close to Lois. In any case, prepare yourself." "What? He's also going to be the star sector head. He holds sway over 7 of the 9 worlds. If he becomes the head as well, what's left of the Tianma star sector? It might as well be called Ji Yu Hang Star Zone. Then what else is Tianma star sector? Might as well call it Ji Yu Hang Star Zone." 1.5 months later, Martinelli returned to Yunluo Star, bringing Pei Daci's words before Shu Decken. This man, the head of the Department of Legal Affairs of the Dragonhawk Star Domain, and easily the third most powerful figure in the entire star domain, sighed. He said to Martinelli, "What do you expect to do? Head, can we stop him from becoming the leader of Tianma? We also need to prevent Lois's people from obtaining this position. The status of Tianma star sector is very important. If Ji Yu Hang, who is also a person from Lois, gets it, it will be very disadvantageous to us in the future." "But how?" Shu Decken counter-questioned. "Power can be top-down or bottom-up. Your appointment to become the head of Tianma star sector is top-down power. It comes from the appointment by the imperial system, relying on the authority of the empire to acquire ruling power. But Ji Yu Hang is different." Martinelli pondered. "What you say is indeed true. Ji Yu Hang's position as the star sector head is from the bottom up. He controls the majority of the planets and the population's actual ruling power within the star sector. So for him, rather than an appointment, isn't it more like a post facto recognition?" "Exactly. Now, in Tianma star sector, what he says goes. If he doesn't nod, what can the star sector head do? We might as well just give him the position of star sector head."
But you also said power can be top-down. We can arrange a new star sector head to fight against him within Tianma star sector. We can use the power of the star domain government to limit him, his alliance, without clear imperial decrees to back it. We can find ways to dismantle it slowly.
Without directly addressing this, Xu Decan instead brought up another matter. Do you know Bochoya Galaraldo has been promoted to the Central Imperial Military Affairs Department Executive Minister? Martinelli's expression even showed a tinge of shock. What, this? Isn't this too fast? How long has he just held the position of deputy? And now he's promoted again?
Without responding to this question, Xu Decan continued to add a few more points. The chairman and vice chairman of Solaria originally have been relieved of their duties, and a deputy minister of the Military Affairs Department has been assigned as the chairman of Solaria.
Wang Suan, the chairman of the Eastern Cosmos Domain, who is 270 years old and will retire in 2 years, has been transferred to the position of deputy minister in the Military Affairs Department. When Galaraldo was in Wuji Star, he was convinced by Zhuo Zhaofeng, with his full support, he went from general manager of the Military Affairs Department directly to the chairman of the Space Domain government. Martinelli continued to be shocked. When it comes to political changes within the Central Empire, one might feel they are distant and unreal. But the Eastern Cosmos Domain is different. It is the higher-level government directly governing the Dragonhawk Star Domain government, and political changes in the Eastern Cosmic Realm government will directly affect the Dragonhawk Star Domain. With Xu Decan speaking to this extent, of course, he understood. This series of personnel changes had a very clear meaning, which was to pave the way for Galaraldo and his affiliates to continue rising. The deputy minister who went to Solaria as chairman is probably ready to use Galaraldo's power to try to calm down that space domain, or at least gather some forces loyal to the empire, which would be a great accomplishment. From one of the 3 deputy ministers of the Military Affairs Department to the chairman of a space domain, moving from a high-ranking central official to a significant local official, it is considered a lateral move, but more importantly, becoming the chairman of Solaria comes with missions and merits. After this round, coming back to the central government, who knows what heights he could reach. And for Wang Suan, an old man who was about to retire and saw no further steps in his political career, getting a chance to go to Holy Terra and mix in the Central Empire right before retirement would be a great way to conclude his career. It satisfied the old man's wishes and also effectively raised his and his family's political status within the empire. Of course, he too needed to reciprocate the favor, and naturally, his relatives, students, and former subordinates would become supportive allies. The key is that, with Wang Suan serving as the deputy minister without specific responsibilities, his vacated power would naturally be taken over by Galaraldo, the executive minister. After a year or two, when the deputy minister resigns, that vacant position would naturally become Galaraldo's. Every step Galaraldo took was an insurmountable hurdle for many politicians. Once he went to Holy Terra, in an estimated 3 to 5 years, he could ascend from a deputy minister to a vice minister at an unbelievable rate. But what influenced the political situation of the Dragonhawk Star Domain the most was Zhuo Zhaofeng. In this round of transfers, he was actually the only one who had been openly promoted, and with quite a leap. Previously the head of the Military Affairs Department within the Space Domain government, he ranked about 3rd or 4th highest, and he suddenly rose to the top of the Eastern Cosmos Domain. He wouldn't have trouble securing his position. The foundation left by the old chairman Wang would help him. Galaraldo in Holy Terra would also support him. He would take control smoothly, and this was his return for the help he once provided to Galaraldo. In the future, they would also be closely allied in politics. All this being implemented within the Dragonhawk Star Domain meant that no one could ignore it. Ji Hang was a good friend of Galaraldo. His alliance was secured by Galaraldo himself. Thinking of pressuring Ji Hang's alliance through the Star Domain government? Or even dismembering the alliance? Dream on. By then, the newly installed chairman Zhuo would physically dismember you first, literally. Sigh. After figuring out the crux of the entire matter, Ivan Martinelli let out a long sigh. That's the only way. Do well in the Department of Legal Affairs. There will always be opportunities in the future. Is Ji Hang necessarily an adversary to us? We have no irreconcilable enmities. It's true that there's a competitive relationship between me and Head Lois, but we don't have to be enemies. Besides, if Lois can win over Ji Hang, can't we? That little Pei Daisy. His position as the Flying Wing Star Governor is merely contingent on his brother's influence. The death of Pei Daisy saddens everyone, but without his brother, he couldn't hold on to his position at Flying Wing Star to begin with. What do you mean? Martinelli felt a little incredulous. Isn't it to not become enemies with Ji Hang, at least? Isn't Flying Wing Star which can't be held anyway, a very nice gift. The much coveted Ji Yu Hang was feeling conflicted at the moment. After the war ended, Ji Yu Hang saw the final settlement list of the campaign. The bestowed points weren't much, just over 10,000, which was roughly equivalent to his monthly fixed income. But this was also more or less within his expectations. The scale of the war wasn't small, but its intensity, duration, and casualty numbers weren't that significant. Moreover, the two main forces in the battle, the Tianma Fleet and the Dragonhawk Legion, hadn't been officially recognized by the system to date, and were considered allied forces, so the achievements they had made didn't yield any profit. If he were to do it again, Ji Yu Hang wouldn't aim for bestowed points. He wouldn't waste his core force's military power, nor the social stability of the fascist TriStar, which was destined to be his spoils of war. Both of these were resources he would rather exchange bestowed points for. Ji Yu Hang wasn't only a commander, he was also a ruler. He understood that military serves politics, and he practiced this understanding as well. For this reason, his work became even busier after the military actions had largely concluded. Although someone had flattered him by saying his efficiency was comparable to the Sun Lord's, Ji Yu Hang, on one hand, respected and admired the Sun Lord's great achievements, who had expanded the Empire's territory by an entire cosmos domain over the past decades, and his immense prestige was undeniable. However, the Sun Lord's reckless way of expanding without managing, of killing without burying, was not something Ji Yu Hang was willing to adopt. All the places he had taken were managed as his base, his stronghold. During the war, he tried as much as possible to avoid using destructive means. After the war, it was also necessary to establish his ruling power and consider the development of the occupied territories. On fascist TriStar, Ji Yu Hang had selected 3 planetary governors. This was necessary, as each planet needed a governor, a responsible person registered within the Empire. At Hagian Star, Rage Owl Star, Coralia I and III, Ji Yu Hang held the governorship himself, but on fascist TriStar, it was not feasible for Ji Yu Hang to obtain this authority. But this was no big deal. He chose Pete's Fascis, Bobby Fascis, and Osena Chinko as the governors of Fascis I, II, and III, respectively. The recommendations had already been submitted and unanimously approved by the administrative and legal departments of the Star Domain government, and then the Star Domain head Tan Jui also signed his name. With that, the matter was pretty much settled. Although the authority of the Star Domain government only enabled them to become temporary, acting governors, the firm appointment would still have to go up to the Space Domain government for approval. Generally, the Space Domain government is not prone to object, and what's more, after Ji Yu Hang had communicated once more with his good friend, he became aware of a series of changes in the Wuji Star political circle. Now, with one of their own, at the Space Domain government, there was even less to worry about. On the contrary, Ji Yu Hang had been concerned that he might encounter obstacles at the Star Sector, at the Star Domain government. Although it would be easy to resolve, it was still annoying to be frustrated a couple of times. But there were none. The outgoing Tianma Star Region's head, Martin Nelly, signed off promptly. There was no need to worry about head Lois from the administrative department, but even Xu Decan from the Department of Legal Affairs was surprisingly forthcoming, which Ji Yu Hang found unexpected. He knew that what was referred to on the Yunluo Star political scene as the parliamentary faction was a political force led by the head of the Department of Legal Affairs, Xu Decan, with Martin Nelly, Pei Daisy, and Little Pei Daisy all belonging to this faction. Ji Yu Hang didn't have a good relationship with them, but he wasn't disadvantaged by them. He could sense that this was a step in releasing good faith by the other party. Ji Yu Hang gladly accepted it. Previously, there were opposing interests, but now the other party compromised, no longer hampering Ji Yu Hang's actual interests and even provided some assistance. Thus, there was no need for Ji Yu Hang to oppose them. One does not slap a smiling face. And then, a significant gift was sent his way. The transfer of Ivan Martin Nelly to the Star Domain Justice Department, leaving the head position of the Tianma Star Sector vacant, fell into the hands of Ji Yu Hang. During the call with Lois, the lady was quite surprised. She said that before she even had the chance to propose, it was Xu Decan who made the first move. She obviously wouldn't refuse, and together they convinced the leader Tan Jui. Although there's still the step of reporting this, there won't be any more twists and turns. The official appointment will come through very soon. After expressing his thanks, Ji Yu Hang immediately received a call request from Xu Decan. It was the first exchange between the two, and Shu Decken was very enthusiastic and polite. He was there to claim credit, which Ji Yu Hang of course understood. After chatting amiably for a while, Shu Decken made it clear that he would greenlight the applications of the 3 new governors to join the alliance. After discussing these happy matters, Shu Decken didn't forget to subtly stab Lois in the back. General Lois originally had another preferred candidate for the Tianma leader, thinking they would work well with you. I thought that instead of finding someone to cooperate, it might be smoother for you to take on the role yourself, he said. Well, thank you very much for that, Ji Yu Hang replied. Ji Yu Hang chatted with him for a few more sentences, said his friendly goodbyes, and then hung up the call. As for what he said about Lois, Ji Yu Hang didn't take it to heart. It could be true, or it could be made up. Lois isn't his real mother, bound to cater to his every whim. But Ji Yu Hang actually didn't care, it was irrelevant to him. Turning his head, he began to worry again. These pieces of good news didn't actually help with the problems he was currently facing. The 3 planetary governors he had appointed were essentially puppets. Osenia not so much, her status as Alliance Premier was far more important than that of a planetary governor. It was merely an interim position. The applications of the 3 governors to join the alliance were undoubtedly going to be approved, and the 3 planets would soon become members of the alliance. However, the internal politics of the TriStar couldn't be solved by relying on this alone. Ji Yu Hang discovered that the methods he had consistently used, which never failed on Rajal Star, Hagian Star, and Coralia, did not work on Fatch's TriStar. He wasn't as effective at winning the hearts of the people, and it was difficult to implement the alliance's system of reform on Fatch's TriStar. In the past, situations Ji Yu Hang encountered involved impoverished people, low productivity. Whereas the alliance's system of assigning ranks, providing definitive citizen benefits, clear upward mobility, and nationalizing all production materials and earnings. This combination of policies was quite effective.
On one hand, the populace generally saw a significant increase in their treatment compared to the past, and they could see hope. On the other hand, low productivity improved drastically through centralized and planned development.
As for a series of other political maneuvers, they were all fancy tricks built on this foundation. Sincerely improving people's lives and giving them hope, increasing productivity. These were the substantive aspects. Everything else was illusionary, tools used by Ji Yu Hang to maintain the system. As long as he ensured the former, no matter what the alliance government did, it was all good. But the situation on Fatch's TriStar was entirely different. The development level here was already decent, the people were not poor. Applying the alliance's rank system forcibly would set ranks for the populace that were lower than their previous standard of living, inevitably rousing dissatisfaction among Fatch's TriStar residents. Higher ranks, and the residents of Rajal Star, Hagian Star, and Coralia might become discontented over not suffering from scarcity but from a lack of fairness, and additionally, the cost that the alliance would bear would be very high. The alliance system has always been overlooked by outsiders, yet it is actually one of Ji Yu Hang's ace moves. It is especially suitable for rapid development from poverty. The welfare treatment meets the needs of the lower class to improve their living standards and offers opportunities for promotion. The centralized system can quickly develop certain key areas on a large scale and in a planned way as per the ruler's needs. And there's a core point. The fruits of this rapid development do not have to be shared with the public. Although the public can also get promoted within the ranking system, climbing 1 level per year or even only moving up a level every few years after reaching D level, the cost of the corresponding increase in benefits and allowances is significantly different from the high-speed development gains of the whole society's productivity. The results of the development in between are swallowed by the collective production's owners, that is, the alliance government. This system has many advantages, but also disadvantages. For example, it doesn't matter if the alliance government reaps the benefits since, aside from paying the imperial tax and military construction, most of the wealth will be reinvested in social and developmental construction, infrastructure construction, additional factories, and expansion of production capacity. This infrastructure upgrade, city expansion, more and larger living spaces, more job opportunities, and more chances for promotion, in turn, improve the quality of life for the masses. However, if systemic rigidity sets in, or the gains are consumed by bureaucrats, or due to poor decisions and systematic corruption leading to terrible waste, the situation becomes dire. If the public doesn't benefit and the government lacks funds for development, it spells disaster. This issue is something Ji Hang has always been vigilant about. The inspection departments of the administrative branch supervise, while the Anti-Corruption Bureau under the Alliance Legal Affairs Center, the Demon Hunter Organization, and the Alliance Internal Affairs Department have three-tiered supervision permissions and even oversee each other. At present, the Alliance's system is running quite well and basically meets Ji Hang's expectations. This is evident in Rage Owl Star, Hagian Star, and on Coralia. There's no need to elaborate on the first two. On Coralia, the Alliance form reform has been going quite well. Over the past year or so, while Ji Hang's attention may have been on dealing with the Fatches family, the reforms in Coralia have never been relaxed and are advancing at a rapid pace. In any reform zone, relying on tens of thousands of loyal officials trained with favor points from the Loyal Air Academy as the core backbone, numerous newly graduated officers from the Academy, and officers transferred from Rage Owl Star and Hagian Star, with the assistance of the original Coralia planetary government officials, the Alliance reform can be quickly implemented. As soon as materials are in place and ranks are determined, many problems are directly solved. There's no need for combat in securing order, and troops can be withdrawn. In the reform of Coralia, the Alliance was not in a hurry, taking it one nest capital, one district after another. Administrative officers would lead with resources, providing job opportunities, undertaking political reforms, and developing industries, all tried and tested methods. In places yet to be reformed, propaganda can take the lead. By truthfully describing the good life and treatment enjoyed by people in other areas, many places eagerly await such changes. When the policies do roll out, there's very little resistance. Once the support of the lower class and all relevant propaganda is in place, and the Alliance has absolute military force, those who might hinder the reforms, power groups, and entrenched interest collectives are nothing but chickens and dogs easily snuffed out. But smooth sailing in Coralia doesn't mean the same in Fatches. The situations in both places are entirely different, and a straightforward transplantation of systems won't do for the relatively developed Fatches. Yet, if the Alliance system cannot be established in the Fatches Tristar, it would be dire, directly affecting the Alliance's control over these three stars and preventing their full integration into the Alliance. Governing them like most worlds under the Central Empire isn't unmanageable, but it's troublesome. The Alliance government has obtained production reports spanning decades from the former United government. In the last 20 years, there has been virtually no economic growth in the Fatches Tristar, maintaining an annual agro-industrial output value of around 260 billion. From this standpoint, the development level of the Fatches Tristar is not quite at 3, but more like 2.6. No wonder the Fatches family had such a big reaction to the downgrading of their 3 planets to level 3. Although at first glance, it doesn't seem as terrifying as 100 billion in fines, the repercussions of this decision are long-term. For the Central Empire, in theory, judging the development level of a planet should adopt a dynamic equilibrium approach. High development merits more tax. And in case of difficulties, they should collect less. Lowering the development level seems reasonable. However, while this mechanism exists, it's practically ineffectual. Elevating the development level can swiftly go through the approval process once reviewed by the Star Sector government, largely depending on what the Star Sector says. But if you want to lower it, it's exceedingly difficult. Once set by the Star Sector, it must be reported all the way up to the Central Empire, with any layer potentially rejecting it. Lowering the rating by one level means innumerable benefits. The taxes are reduced significantly, and no level of government wants to be responsible for that. It's basically impossible to get approval unless the situation is truly exceptional. The 0.4 developmental degrees that the Fatches Tristar has lost must be carried forever, unless there's actual development. The Fatches family originally received around 2.8 billion in taxes annually from Tristar. After paying the imperial tax of 2 billion, the remaining 800 million or so made for a comfortable life. But if it rose to 3 billion, that would be unsustainable. If Ji Hang didn't replicate the alliance system here and continued to use the old united government system, it would be futile. After doing the math, did Ji Hang end up having to invest an additional 2 billion each year into the Fatches Tristar? That was unacceptable. Investing to stimulate local development, Ji Hang had no regrets. That was for a bigger return in the future. But this money was purely overpaid taxes, which he definitely would not accept. Raising taxes and malicious harvesting could be done, but they would undoubtedly have a significant negative impact on local social production. Only by implementing the alliance system could the existing shackles be broken, allowing for more efficient collection of surplus value. At the same time, only under the alliance system could the full potential of the advanced technologies Gu Heng possessed be realized. For this reason, he had been traveling and investigating with his political officers, studying local data of fatches for over a month. By now, the officials from the alliance government, led by Osenia, who came to take over the fatches TriStar, had a preliminary strategy in place. The person reporting this strategy was none other than Osenia herself. The first step was to reform finance, abolishing the currency issued by the fatches regime, which only circulated within the fatches TriStar, and replace it with the currency issued by the alliance. For the next 2 years, the existing currency of fatches could still be used, but subsequent issues would primarily be in the alliance currency, a dual-track system. The people of fatches could also exchange their old currency for new currency at a set rate within these 2 years. Building on this, the second step was to invest in the construction of state-owned factories. On one hand, to build new factories offering more employment opportunities. On the other hand, to nationalize the industries owned under the concept of the fatches family. The old fatches government did not directly control enterprises. However, the direct and collateral relatives of the fatches family owned many industries and wealth. Gu Heng would certainly not be courteous about these. With these two foundations in place, it would involve direct reform of the people's livelihood. The workers, technical experts, clerks, and government employees working in state-owned factories would be assigned ranks, with allowances issued according to those ranks. The original benefits associated with those ranks would be partially cancelled and converted to currency based on the local prices of fatches planets, included in the allowances. Most of the cancelled benefits were in kind, including the supply of food, daily necessities, entertainment, but medical benefits, educational benefits, housing security would be retained. The hospitals and educational institutions that were nationalized would be freely accessible to all with ranks. They would enjoy different levels of medical and educational benefits based on their various ranks. People with different ranks would also have different baseline housing conditions, which the government would guarantee. The people working in these newly invested alliance factories and government employees who pledged loyalty to the alliance government would initially have relatively high position settings to ensure their living standards were not lower than before. But to avoid assuming too much financial pressure, their numbers were limited. Highly skilled technicians in the factories, important management positions, and key government employees would have clear ranks. Regular workers and employees would maintain their previous salary levels, be paid according to their wages, but would not have ranks and accordingly, would no longer have housing, medical, or educational benefits. Next, the costs of education, healthcare, and housing were increased, making job ranks more coveted. Subsequently, a pathway was opened for normal private enterprises to be nationalized. The existing managers would remain in their positions, transforming into managers of state-owned factories with alliance ranks, with the specific rank determined by the original enterprise's scale and revenue. Once nationalized, the corresponding workers and employees would also receive ranks. All state-owned enterprises would be supported by the alliance government. The support was mainly technical and in product procurement. The products of state-owned enterprises were assured of sales, as long as they met the requirements under the relevant quality supervision departments. All their products would be handed over to the state for imperial tax payments, welfare distribution, market sales, interstellar trade exports. For non-state-owned enterprises, government procurement was not entirely unavailable, but it was likely to be affected under the preference for state ownership. However, in terms of market sales, they would not be affected. If they couldn't beat state-owned factories in price and quality, that was their own problem. Osenia's whole strategy was essentially a dual-track system, adding a state-owned sector to Fatches's existing economic foundation. By tying welfare to it, they ensured that established personnel of state-owned factories and government employees enjoyed treatment that was no worse than before, or even better, in a high-welfare, high-stability environment. At the same time, it limited the upward mobility of the populace and enterprises outside the system. This was driving private enterprise into the system. But the core difference lay in the accessibility of the alliance system to the populace and enterprises. It was open to all, especially to the populace. It was almost a case of rejecting no one. Those with capabilities were welcomed with open arms to join state-owned enterprises, the government system, and industries like health and education. Those without much ability but willing to work could now receive wages not worse than in private enterprises. The alliance clearly planned to expand the system's staffing and ultimately bring everyone into the rank system. However, for enterprise owners, the conditions were much more stringent. They went from being bosses who kept all the surplus value from their employees and grew rich or went bankrupt depending on their skills, to a situation where, despite high ranking, their income would be a lot less compared to when it had been all theirs. Moreover, although they were retained, only by doing well could they keep their positions and advance in rank. Do poorly, with low production, inefficiency, and poor sales, and they might be demoted or transferred to another enterprise as lower-ranking personnel. For corruption or major faults, they could even end up in prison or face execution. But not convert to state-owned? Then await being squeezed out by state-owned enterprises and ending up with nothing, not even a rank. Only the truly exceptional, facing issues such as taxes, the need for marketing, lack of government procurement, and the necessity to offer high wages to retain talent that could offset the state sector's welfare benefits, leading to increased costs, could ensure great efficiency. Then you're impressive, deserving to make money. The ultimate goal was to hope that under these reforms, Fascist TriStar would transition smoothly into a normal, ideal united government system environment. Mainly a state-owned economy, with the private sector as a supplement. Of course, these reforms were a significant undertaking. But the implementation was phased. Not all policies would be launched at once, but reforms would be implemented gradually, starting with important sectors such as energy, mining, metallurgy, military industry, and heavy industry. The nationalization would be pushed first, with others to follow slowly. We estimate that after the relevant policies are introduced, our public expenditure will increase significantly. After the reforms begin, Fascist TriStar's total tax revenue will continue to decrease, but after adding the net profit from state-owned enterprises revenue minus expenses, we expect to provide no less than $2.5 billion in revenue in the first year and to increase by 5% annually. After 5 years, Fascists can be self-sufficient, no longer needing subsidies from the alliance government, completing the imperial tax, and starting to generate surplus. Osenia recounted their estimates and summaries seriously, offering the 5-year economic reform and development plan she had prepared according to Gu Heng's requirements. Gu Heng listened attentively. This was essentially about spending money to ensure public well-being and maintaining existing productivity while tolerating some losses to gently push for the alliance system, ultimately achieving the desired effect. Regarding the reforms of Fascist TriStar, even if the plan devised by Osenia were to proceed smoothly, the alliance would still have to endure continuous losses until they could break even after 5 years. In the meantime, the alliance is estimated to subsidize between 10 to 15 billion. However, this is different from maintaining the old system with a net loss of 2 billion per year. The extra money spent by the alliance could be considered an investment into the construction and reform of Fascist TriStar, which would yield returns in the future. Such an investment is something Gu Heng is relatively willing to undertake. As for whether the alliance can endure the loss of 15 billion over 5 years, if there's any doubt about that, it's an underestimation of the alliance's capabilities. Even without the complete reform on Coralia and with Rage Owl Star and Hagian Star still needing to provide substantial material support to Fascists, these two foundational alliance stars still have the capacity to cover the deficit of Fascist TriStar. And this is without considering the profits from the alliance shipyard. Moreover, now that the alliance has unified its taxation system, the expenses dedicated to the Star Realm army can certainly be tax-deductible. Dragonhawk Legion's involvement in this suppression of the rebellion wars surely means that the Military Affairs Department should fund it. Maintaining Dragonhawk Legion, regular personnel turnover and recruitment, ammunition consumption and equipment wear and tear, as well as garrison and training costs. When calculated, shouldn't the alliance's annual investment equate to about 1 billion in tax currency? The Military Affairs Department can simply pay and then deduct it from taxes.
However, maintaining an army is still a costly affair for the alliance. The Rage Bear Legion is expensive, though few in number. The Coralia Salvation Army may be cheap, but with a population of 300 million, it can't exactly be considered cheap either.
Coralia can still bear the Salvation Army's 300 million strong force. Going forward, as reforms in Coralia continue and productivity improves, the financial pressure on the alliance will be significantly reduced. At present, Corellia's annual production value can reach nearly 20 billion, compared to Fatch's TriStar. Although it has an additional 300 million people, its production value is still not as high. The alliance is still losing money on Corellia. However, one-third of Corellia's Nest capital has already advanced the reform strategy. Over the past year, the alliance's tax revenue from areas without reform was 11 billion. The concentrated production reforms in the reformed areas also generated a profit of 8 billion. This is still achieved under circumstances where Corellia has suffered a population loss of over 40 billion and continues to transfer populations to Rage Owl Star and Hagian Star. It has already reached the yearly 20 billion tax revenue Corellia produced before the war. The tax amount of Corellia is 40 billion. The shortfall of the remaining 20 billion in past years was compensated through population taxes. Gu Heng's expectation for Corellia is that in the remaining 4 years of the tax exemption period, the population will be reduced to under 30 billion through transfers, and the various production values and profits will reach 30 billion. If this can be achieved, then Corellia could be considered self-sufficient, no longer requiring subsidies or population taxes to meet the imperial tax. As for the nearly 60 billion population that will continue to be relocated in the next 5 years, they will settle on Rage Owl Star and Hagian Star. With these two stars and the production value of the shipyard combined, Gu Heng hopes that after 5 years, they will achieve a production value of over 20 billion, and the alliance can reap a profit exceeding 6 billion. By then, with the imperial tax from both places totaling about 70 billion, the alliance would still have a surplus of over 60 billion after collecting 7 billion. Upon reaching this point, the alliance could be considered an extremely powerful political entity within the star domain. Self-sufficient with surplus profits each year, capable of producing most of the standard equipment required by the Star Realm Army, maintaining a starfighter battle group and a battle nun association, and capable of producing its own warships. Although, under the structure of the Planetary Defense Force and the Star Realm Army, possession of a naval fleet isn't allowed, nor is engaging in large-scale interstellar trade, an activity for which an Empire Commerce Guild merchant's license is required. However, such regulations have never been absolute, as many planets have their own fleets. Not for naval or interstellar trade, but for logistical transport needs, escort missions, deploying flexible defenses in planetary orbit, and for internal system anti-pirate operations. Which all are perfectly reasonable requirements, so isn't it reasonable to have some ships? The biggest obstacle for most planets not having their own starships is not imperial regulations, but rather the fact that they can't afford it. Even if they can afford it, they can't afford to maintain it. But Gu Heng doesn't have this worry. He can form an escort fleet since the alliance's jurisdiction already spans multiple star systems, which is a practical necessity. What if interstellar pirates come roaming? As for the cost, he can produce his own, further supplemented by his own shipyard. The costs of formation are controllable and low. Even if we step back, Gu Heng can have the alliance fleet registered under Gu Commercial Firm, ostensibly as the firm's merchant fleet, but in reality, as the alliance's naval fleet. With both land and naval forces, at that point, the alliance can truly be described with the words, rich and powerful. Not to mention, over these 5 years, Gu Heng, due to his position as the star sector head, could get his hands on Flying Wing Star. As mentioned in a previous conversation with Shu Decken, Pei Daci has already been abandoned by the parliamentary faction. Without his older brother and support from behind, he simply can't control Flying Wing Star. Though Flying Wing Star only has a population of 8 billion, the shipyard capable of constructing cruisers belonging to the planet is truly tantalizing. It's a tremendous wealth. In the hands of Pei Daci, it's truly a waste. Gu Heng doesn't think that guy will be able to hold onto it in the future. With that bumpkin's level of ability, there are plenty of ways to bring him down. Moreover, this matter needs to be expedited. Gu Heng isn't keen on waiting too long. Get it sooner, and reap the benefits earlier. As for how to acquire it, Gu Heng already had some ideas.
And these ideas had already started to be implemented in their initial stages.
What kind of reaction Pei Daci would have to this wasn't among Gu Heng's concerns. No matter how the guy thinks or acts, it won't change the outcome.
While Gu Heng was scheming for Flying Wing Star, another world within the Tianma star sector stirred even earlier.
That was Hongjin Star, now one of only 2 worlds in the Tianma star sector that had yet to join the alliance. Hongjin Star, an agricultural empire world with a total population of about 2 billion, was controlled by many large and small farm owners or agricultural corporations who owned the land. These farmers and agricultural groups formed an industry association that represented the highest power structure of the planet.
The association internally elected its leaders, who would also become the acting planetary governor, and were authorized to establish a planetary government. The government of Hongjin Star was a loose institution, handling public safety issues and providing some necessary public services. They didn't form a military, didn't collect taxes, and the essential resources needed for the government's operations were financed by the Agriculture Association.
At the same time, the level of military development on Hongjin Star was very poor. The 2 billion population had only a few million in the land forces, with even scarce heavy equipment, mainly comprised of light infantry. The imperial tax of Hongjin Star was arranged through the many people of the Agricultural Association. These large agricultural enterprises seized every trade opportunity, paying the annual 2 billion in imperial tax with grain on one hand, and on the other, trading grain for various industrial goods required by the planet, especially agricultural machinery. The development level of Hongjin Star wasn't high, and there was hardly any industry to speak of. But the residents generally lived rather well. They had a high amount of grain ownership, and though most of it was taken by the agricultural companies and farm owners, the remaining portion was more than enough for the numerous farm workers to live without worry of food and drink. Ji Hang had indeed considered how to take over Hongjin Star, but found it to be rather troublesome. The people from these agricultural companies, each a rich landowner, lacked any particular ambition, content to till their own patches of land. There were no particular occurrences on the planet that allowed for an opportunity to intercede. Although their military was exceedingly feeble, Ji Hang could easily take them over with a simple wave of the hand. But as an empire world, without sufficient reason, there was simply no way to engage in conflict. Moreover, the main production of Hongjin Star was grain, and it was very single-minded at that. Ji Hang didn't see the necessity in taking it into his own hands. As long as there was ongoing trade, allowing Hongjin Star to buy all of the agricultural output beyond what was paid as imperial tax while dumping industrial products, that would suffice. Although Ji Hang had a bit of a coloring the map compulsion and, at this stage, really wanted to plant the alliance flag on every planet in the entire star sector. Given the realities, Hongjin Star truly belonged to the kind that didn't really matter whether it was incorporated or not. That's what Mr. Ji thought. But he didn't anticipate how much impact his rising fame in the star sector, rapid expansion of the alliance system, and his acquisition of the position of star sector head would have on the wealthy landowners of Hongjin Star. Mr. Ji had no interest in bothering them, he just wanted to do business. But he hadn't communicated this to them, and the landlords had no idea what Mr. Ji was thinking. Even if he did, they still wouldn't necessarily be at ease. An envoy from the Hongjin Star Agriculture Association arrived at Flying Wing Star with an anxious heart, met with Mr. Ji and laid out their appeals. "We want to join the alliance." This, in turn, amused Ji Hang. "Without lifting a finger, you all want to actively join? Well, isn't that something?" These local tycoons were not joining unconditionally. Before sending their envoys, they had done some research on the alliance system. They had one major psychological barrier to joining the alliance. The alliance would confiscate almost all means of production and monopolize all outputs. Whether it was the bosses or the workers and farmers below, everyone would be assigned a rank and receive benefits accordingly. They certainly couldn't accept this. It would be even more unbearable for them than death. However, they were truly afraid of dying. Although their assessments had led them to believe Ji Hang was unlikely to take direct military action against Hongjin Star, they knew that with Ji Hang's current capabilities, he didn't need to resort to military means to deal with them. A mere trade cutoff, or even just harsh price negotiations, would be fatal for a planet with such a singular production output. Thus, amidst their troubled frowns, these landowners of Hongjin Star proposed a solution. They saw that within the alliance system, there were also some private enterprises. This was more common on Rajal Star, where the alliance government, in order to avoid systemic rigidity, had opened up opportunities for the public to start businesses. When the public saw a business opportunity, they could retain their ranks and benefits while going into business, and they could even receive some support from the alliance government. However, on this basis, they had to sign contracts with the government and make performance commitments. Then, they could hire soldiers and workers. employees who would also enjoy the rank benefits and allowances, as if the government were paying their salaries. This was akin to starting a new state-owned enterprise. If the business outcome was poor, rank would fall, perhaps precipitously, and there might not be a previous position available upon return. If it performed well, the rank would rise quickly, and a portion of the profits made by the venture would be rewarded to the entrepreneur. In essence, an income beyond taxes. Furthermore, the government would provide substantial support for successful entrepreneurs wanting to scale up. However, under the alliance system, the cases of successful entrepreneurship were mostly concentrated in small-scale, non-priority industries. The smallest scale would be a couple running a breakfast stall. Slightly bigger might be someone who sees a business opportunity and opens a shop or supermarket, employing a few people. Or more ambitiously, starting a transport company, or perhaps feeling that the current market fashion is subpar and establishing a clothing factory. And these landowners of Hongjin Star saw their opportunity within this policy. They wanted to join the alliance to avoid being squeezed out or targeted, but did not want to lose their current property, so they came up with this wild idea. They would all adhere to the alliance rules, obtaining ranks according to the scale of the industry they managed. Their farmers and workers would also have ranks, receiving alliance standard welfare and allowances. At the same time, they would all obtain the status of entrepreneurs, enjoying the excess profits from their agricultural companies or farms. Similarly, they promised to accept the jurisdiction of the alliance system. Success would see ranks rise and businesses receive support to scale up and increase profits. Poor performance or bad luck, such as being hit by natural disasters leading to decreased production, would mean shouldering the risk themselves, with demotion and business downsizing, or in severe cases, shutdowns and transfer of management to others. In other words, what used to be market competition naturally leading to these outcomes, now had an additional layer of alliance oversight and regulation. 4KI said I was on a business trip for a week, not that I would stop updating for a week. Even though updates might be a bit unstable, but I'm still aiming for perfect attendance. It's all about the money. And about the business trip, I started feeling a sore throat the night before last, but initially didn't think much of it. Yesterday, after a tiring journey by plane and exposure to rain and wind, and with a big temperature difference between the two places, I was wearing a lot, but after landing it was over 20 degrees and I was sweating, so I hurriedly took my coat off, and then felt chilly with the wind. By evening, I couldn't handle it anymore, feeling dizzy, nauseated, and with aggravated throat pain. I intended to update last night, but didn't finish. This morning, to top it off, I'm hit with a low-grade fever. The good news is that I don't have to work anymore and I'm lying low in the hotel. The bad news is that after taking medication and sleeping all day, I have no strength, and the fever comes and goes despite the antipyretics. I barely managed to finish this chapter. In the future, I'll try to write as much as I can to maintain perfect attendance. As for the missed updates, I'm currently unable to make them up. Off to sleep again. Although seemingly similar, after joining the alliance, Hongjin Star could still manage its own agricultural conglomerates and farms and could decide the inheritance of these properties according to their own will. But in reality, the landowners on Hongjin Star paid a hefty price. Nominally, their achievements, their respective companies, now all fall under the supervision of the alliance. Even their originally self-organized, loosely structured government that at best played a mere auxiliary role, would be replaced by the alliance government following its dissolution. The past model of planet management, which mainly relied on the autonomy of farm owners, would henceforth be gone forever. The rudimentary farm militia, which hardly counted as a force, would be completely disbanded, replaced by direct garrisons of the alliance army. In essence, they had put a noose around their own necks and handed the other end over to the alliance. From now on, if the alliance wished, it could easily strangle any farm owner or agricultural conglomerate at any time. They would have no capacity to resist. Of course, they had anticipated this situation. After all, they were the ones who had proposed these terms to the alliance. Inside Hongjin Star, there was no lack of opposition. However, these objections had already been resolved internally in advance. The thought process behind their decision was actually quite smooth. First of all, it was very simple for the mighty alliance to obliterate Hongjin Star. With powerful military might, the legitimacy that the star sector leaders held, along with the influence the GU family had possessed over interstellar trade. The methods of obliteration were varied, ranging from forceful to peaceful, from civilized to barbaric. In any case, one would still need to kneel down to preserve one's life. Why not negotiate favorable terms in advance while everything on Hongjin Star still held value and was a bargaining chip worth something? This was the condition they could negotiate after considering their options. Were they ever completely carefree in the past? Not really. The situation on Hongjin Star was generally stable for many years, but occasionally, there would be farm owners going bankrupt and agricultural conglomerates downsizing. Under market competition, they had their own mechanism for clearing out those who poorly managed, making them leave their undeserved positions. Now, instead of the invisible hand of market competition, it was the visible hands of the alliance government exercising control. They paid a price, but they would also reap rewards. The alliance made a promise that, despite taking over the power of Hongjin Star, they didn't have much interest in majorly altering the status quo. Maintaining the appearance of an agricultural planet here was not a problem. The alliance had no plans to make massive investments on Hongjin Star, but merely by increasing exports of agricultural machinery, implementing agricultural technology reforms, and expanding and optimizing the starport on Hongjin Star. These measures were already enough to bring substantial benefits to the landowners there. They came reluctantly and left with concerns. However, over the following years, they would feel the warmth of the alliance and rejoice at having made the right decision. Gu Heng also issued instructions that for planets which voluntarily submit and fully accept the alliance's restructuring, the alliance should grant them preferential treatment. It's not about economic aid, of course. Mutual exchange and progress are necessary. More importantly, they needed political support. For these shrewd farm owners, the alliance would ensure their status, positions, and wealth would not decline as much as possible. It was essential to create a vivid example. If in the future there were other planets that wanted to join the alliance voluntarily, having such a positive precedent would alleviate many doubts and make the alliance's path much smoother. Compared to the preferential treatment for Hongjin Star, Gu Heng was not as gentle with Flying Wing Star. Gu Heng had met with the governor of Hongjin Star at the Tianma Palace on Flying Wing Star, where he accepted their membership. And the reason for selecting this location was naturally because it was the office location of the Tianma leaders. With a population of 8 billion and a development level of 5, how did Flying Wing Star manage to pay the annual 4 billion imperial tax? Mostly through the shipbuilding industry, and among the remaining part, a considerable portion relied on various tax incentives and reductions, being exempt or paid in other forms. This other form of payment implicated many intricacies. Within it were several major items, such as paying on behalf of the Star Sector government for office personnel, expenses for office resources. The personnel of the Star Sector government naturally needed income and salaries, which were to come from the imperial finance. They also required official premises, vehicles equipped for the Star Sector government, ships capable of interstellar jumps, cranium skulls for processing data necessary for official duties. This was a significant sum of money. Even the entire Tianma Palace was built for the Star Sector government, taking over a decade to create a garden-style palace intended for governmental office use, totaling more than 1 billion tax currency, funded by the empire. While not overly numerous, the operational staff of the Star Sector government sometimes saw senior clerks earning dozens or even hundreds of tax currency annually, far exceeding the average person's income level. Besides, there was the Tianma Naval Academy, which also consumed imperial finances, training naval talent for the empire, and funneling them into the Tianma fleet. All these costs were borne by Flying Wing Star, which then obtained certifications from the Star Sector government, the Military Affairs Department, and the Imperial Navy, and used them to settle accounts with the empire to offset taxes. In the past decade, the amounts paid by Flying Wing Star annually for the Star Sector government and Naval Academy varied, sometimes being 500 or 600 million, and at times over a billion. This enormous tax offset, coupled with the contributions from the shipyard's ship payments, constituted the structure of Flying Wing Star's payment of imperial tax. Sometimes, during periods when the Flying Wing Star shipyard happened to be in a cycle of producing large ships, the cost of the ships plus the tax offset meant that not only could the empire not collect any additional money from Flying Wing Star, instead, it often had to give back quite a sum. However, how could there not be any tricks involved in these matters? In the past, the leader of the Star Sector government was Pei Daisy. The governor of Flying Wing Star was officially Pei Daisy, but could Pei Daisy properly manage Flying Wing Star? One would think not. During that time, he was only helping his brother by holding the title of governor, living each day happily, while the important tasks on the planet were actually handled by Pei Daci himself. While managing the planet and the star sector government, Pei Daci effectively played two teams with a group of people. This group was simultaneously carrying out the work of both the planetary government and the star sector government. Wasn't that simply the same group of people being funded by the Empire's finances to serve as the staff for the planetary government? This saved the planetary government a considerable amount of administrative costs. Many personnel expenses and the cost of purchasing materials were not audited when either Pei Daci was in charge. But could they really withstand a thorough investigation? They might endure a cursory check, but could they really hold up under a conscientious investigation by Ji Hang, the eager successor? Furthermore, not just the expenditures of the Star Sector Government and Naval Academy, but even the output of the shipyard. Were they really priced fairly, in accordance with imperial regulations? That was equally uncertain. Starships, unlike other standardized war equipment like tanks, are different. Starship designs can vary in hull design, power design, protective design, and the specifications of weaponry. All possible configurations. Of course, design is a more polite term. To put it more harshly, that is the level of manufacturing capability of each shipyard. The capabilities of each shipyard differ, so too do the ships they produce, which can only roughly meet the specifications of a certain class. In light of this, officials from the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Military Department would come to evaluate the design of the ships and confirm the specific prices of the ships produced by each shipyard. However, such pricing would only happen once. Subsequently, when the Imperial tax officials arrive, they would simply inspect and accept the ships. The processes of design and inspection were not to be tampered with, and Pei Daci was not yet powerful enough to manipulate such elements. Those who had the power wouldn't bother with such trifles. But between the design and the final acceptance, there were countless steps. It wasn't easy to cut corners during the construction phase, but what about the money saved after workers gained proficiency and processes were optimized? Not to mention some of the more abnormal practices, such as deliberately leaving leeway in the design that could be saved upon now. From administrative operations with dual roles, to consuming imperial finances for training naval cadets, and then to allocating qualified sailors as taxation. From the construction of starships to changes in technology, right through to the acceptance of ships. When the integration level of the star sector government and the planetary government reached such an extent, the room for operational maneuvers just became too vast. After receiving the formal appointment from the star sector leader, Ji Hang went straight to Tianma Palace on Flying Wing Star. He brought his own guard team and, after landing, assigned hands from the Psychic Cultivators Association to head directly to Tianma Palace.
The first person he met was the head of Tianma Palace's security team. This group of elite warriors, all equipped with feedback-type powered armor, were funded by the imperial finance and followed the command of the Star Sector Leader's private guard, belonging to the benefits or rights granted to the Star Sector Leader by the Empire.
The equipment was purchased, and the personnel were specially selected elites from the Star Realm Army. For the warriors of the Star Realm Army, this was of course a coveted destination. They could stay away from war, enjoy higher allowances and benefits, and be stationed on a garden planet like Flying Wing Star. Wasn't this the perfect haven for soldiers who survived countless battles? However, for the Empire, whether it was a good thing to have such an elite 1,000-man force living in comfort here was less clear. In the past, the Tianma Palace Guard obeyed both the Star Sector government and the planetary government, which wasn't a matter of choice for them because it used to be one and the same. Even after Martinelli's arrival, since they were from the same camp, the distinction wasn't so sharp. But now, this issue had suddenly and firmly presented itself before them. And they did not need to think too hard to know what the right choice was. In terms of interest, following Pei Daci, who was clearly on a sinking ship, would be insane. In terms of duty, they were the direct guard of the Star Sector's head, and as for who that head was, they did not concern themselves with, nor should they. Whoever occupied that position, they would simply obey. Soon after, they received the new leader's first order, to clear all irrelevant persons not associated with the Star Sector government from the Tianma Palace, the office of the Star Sector government. In reality, there wouldn't be too many people. Although Tianma Palace functionally still served as the headquarters of the planetary government, the officials of the planetary government usually had an additional layer of Star Sector government clerkship. But Pei Daci did not have this layer. Inside Tianma Palace, waiting to greet Ji Hang, harboring untold grievances and contemplating whether it would be better to accept reality and bow down or to remain defiantly unyielding until the end. Pei Daci didn't even get to see Ji Yu Hang's face before the same Tianma palace guards who used to protect him chased him out. Then, Pei Daci discovered that he, as the planetary governor, no longer had the power to interfere with planetary affairs. Those who should have obeyed his commands were now exceedingly rare. Most of the important positions and senior officials were employees of the Star Sector government paid by the imperial finance. Previously, when the Star Sector head nodded for them to do the planetary government's tasks, they would simply do it. But now they weren't allowed to. So they had to dutifully stop. Most of them were also reluctant to leave their positions in the Star Sector government. Aside from the fact that the pay was better, they were all too aware that the planetary government had no personnel budget to speak of. There was no need for it before, but now? Now there was no one even making such a budget. Of course, without management, the planet would become chaotic. Ji Yu Hang did not wish for Flying Wing Star, a wealthy place, to fall into disorder. He had already seen it as his own property. He would still let the officials of the Star Sector government continue working, but not in such a direct manner. As the Star Sector head, he issued his first policy. He rebuked Pei Daci, the governor of Flying Wing Star, for his chaotic governance and the planetary government being in name only. The Star Sector government would temporarily take over management and ordered Pei Daci to reorganize the planetary government within 1 month to ensure proper administration. Otherwise, as the Star Sector head, Ji Yu Hang would officially initiate impeachment proceedings against Pei Daci with the higher-level government. Pei Daci was dumbfounded. Where on earth am I supposed to create a planetary government in 1 month? And I can't use people from the Star Sector government? Isn't this a death sentence? But obviously, Ji Yu Hang was not trying to take his life. If that were the case, there wouldn't be 1 month's time granted. For Pei Daci, this was a full month to think things through and make the right decision. And Pei Daci found that there weren't many options left for him to choose from.
Pei Daci certainly had some means of resistance at his disposal. Across the planet, whether it be some local governments, some planetary-controlled enterprises, or even the private properties he and his older brother had purchased, in theory, he could still mobilize them.
He was still the planetary governor and had the nominal right to do anything. However, although he was incompetent, he wasn't truly foolish. He could easily assess that, should he stir up trouble, he could indeed cause some problems for Ji Yu Hang, but that would be just about it. Even such problems wouldn't reach Ji Yu Hang personally. His professional subordinates would take care of them effortlessly. And what would be the price he'd have to pay? His own life. By this point, Pei Daci had no more illusions in his head. He clearly understood that at this moment, he had absolutely no security. Ji Yu Hang could kill him at any time. Declare him guilty, unfit to be governor, then, unfortunately, announce that he died of a sudden illness, or committed suicide out of fear of crimes, followed by nominating a new governor. Such incidents had happened far too often. Sometimes, even the Star Domain government would orchestrate this instead of running through the tedious process of dismissing a governor. To kill him in this way would, of course, have political costs, but those costs would definitely be within what Ji Yu Hang could afford. The Star Domain government might reprimand Ji Yu Hang and even penalize him, but it wouldn't be too severe. In a different situation, Pei Daci felt he would definitely make a move. So now he was scared to death. As the head of the Star Sector, Ji Yu Hang issued a reprimand order, giving him 1 month's time. Now he saw it clearly. This month was not given for him to rebuild the government, but to let him thoroughly reflect on his situation. He quickly conveyed his thoughts of submission to Ji Yu Hang through some channels. Just like the past, he could accept being a figurehead governor, not interfering in anything. Let the Star Sector government handle all the planetary affairs. He promised to be just like before, nothing but a mascot. However, the message he sent was like dropping a stone into the sea, without any response. He just watched as the Star Sector government swiftly took over the planetary government's powers, including management of various cities and regions, sealing off the personal industries he and his brother had left, and particularly taking control of the 2 starports on Flying Wing Star, as well as the shipyard. Throughout, there were countless opportunities for Pei Daci to make a move or cause a scene, but like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, he did nothing. More than once, he pondered how he could survive this calamity. Why was there no response when he had already stated his position? One of his staff members made an analysis for him afterward. Mr. GU likely wants more than just for you to be a mascot, a rubber stamp. Now in the entire Tianma star sector, every world has joined the alliance, and the star sector is almost equivalent to the alliance itself. With things at this stage, do you still not know what GU Hang wants? Do you still think you could just be a mascot? Are you saying that I should take the initiative to offer Flying Wing Star's allegiance to the alliance? The staff shook his head. I'm afraid that's still not enough. Isn't it you who said that GU Hang wants Flying Wing Star to join the alliance? Yes, but it can't be you. The essence of his wanting Flying Wing Star to join the alliance is to better control the entire world. You yourself are an obstacle to this. You would never truly obey him, nor would he trust you. By now Pei Daisy was quite irritable, and with a hint of craziness born of fear, he said, "Then what exactly does he want? Does he just want me dead? If that's the case, I'll fight him to the death. Even if I truly die, I'll still bite off a piece of him." "Resign from your position as Flying Wing Star Governor," said the staff. "What? Resign as Governor of Flying Wing Star and leave this place?" the staff member continued to advise. "Absolutely not," Pei Daisy, furious, suddenly pushed the staff member, his eyes bloodshot, accusatorily demanded, "Have you gone over to GU Hang's side? Are you here to set me up, huh?" The pushed staff member got up, dusted himself off, and said composedly, "The first part of your statement is correct. In the future, I will indeed serve the alliance government. But the second part is incorrect. I'm not here to set a trap for you.
This is the last advice I offer as your staff. Now you can let go and take a substantial amount of wealth, hundreds of thousands of tax currency, which GU Hang would likely allow you to take with you. With this money, and the connections your brother has in Yunluo to protect you, you can still live a rich man's life. Several 100,000 tax currency might not have seemed much to you in the past, but in terms of living a life, even a quite luxurious one, it's enough to last a lifetime.
If you miss this last month's opportunity, then the last thing I can do for you is, a month later, to collect your corpse." Pei Daisy left. GU Hang asked casually. "Yes," Zhang Lingdian responded cautiously. GU Hang patted his shoulder and said, "Relax a little, Osenia says you've always performed very well. Why can't you ease up in front of me?" Zhang Lingdian managed a smile. "It's a big responsibility. I dare not neglect it. Good that you're aware of your responsibilities. Relax. Let's start with something unimportant. Tell me about Pei Daisy."